Chapter 1651. 10 seconds to decide victory. Nomi-Umi. Nomi-Umi. Lord Grimm, Cloud Pisser. Both characters moved swiftly. No delay, no hesitation, no conversation. The two looked like they weren't even thinking, putting all their focus into just moving their characters. Focus. Maximum speed. The two characters appeared in each other's sights after 16 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Open fire. This was the maximum range of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella in gun form. At max range, the power of ranged attacks were limited. Thus, many ranged characters would not open fire as soon as they were within their attack range. But Yishio was up against Glory's #1 long-range attacker and still chose to use this exact method. Everyone thought that at this long range, Juzakai wouldn't break a sweat dodging with Cloud Pisser. But at the same time, Cloud Pisser also raised his dual pistols, and flames licked both gun muzzles. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out like rain. Lord Grimm's attack range was only a tiny bit longer than that of Cloud Pisser's. After all, the launcher's super long attack range was from their skill Artillery Mastery, and Lord Grimm didn't possess this skill. The tiny range difference disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Juzakai unexpectedly had Cloud Pisser to start attacking too. At that moment, he was also at his character's maximum attack range. The two characters started from this longest range possible and followed up by just charging forward. Lord Grimm, the character who showed his true power at close range, rushed forward. Cloud Pisser, the character whose true power was displayed at a distance, also unexpectedly rushed forward. It felt like they were driving two race cars playing chicken. The rules were that whoever braked first would lose. This match was not a battle of skill, or awareness, or experience. This was a battle of fighting spirit. To meet your enemy in a narrow alley and courageously advance without half a step backwards, that kind of fighting spirit. Samsara needed to display this kind of spirit. They put their best players in the group arena's first and second spots. Sun Xiong had already lost. At this time, if Juzakai had even slightly hesitated or shown weakness, it would heavily impact on Samsara's morale and fighting spirit. Therefore, Juzakai decided to fight resolutely and decisively. He wanted the whole team to carry his fighting spirit. He wanted to take this match in one fell swoop. What about on Happy's side? Many people felt that it was not necessary for Yishio to do this. Because if you sound your war drums once, you will give your troops courage. If you sound your war drums twice, you will sap your troops' courage. If you sound your war drums thrice, you will make your troops' courage disappear ***. If Juzakai was so intent on forcing a fight, shouldn't you just avoid him? Slow the pace of the match and bring it to a deadlock. Completely diffuse his attacking intentions. This would sap the wind right out of their sails. Without this fighting spirit, the weakness in Samsara's player order choice would be blasted wide open, and their group arena would fall into a deep disadvantage. But the normally calm Yishio did not choose to do this. He also seemed like he was in a hurry when he had Lord Grimm charge out aggressively into the fray. The reason was actually very simple. It was only because his opponent was Juzakai. Slow down the pace and bring it to a deadlock? In theory that sounded easy. But Juzakai was the best of the best in Glory when it came to offensive play. If he chose to come at you like this, who dared claim they could slow down or stalemate him? Nobody dared. Therefore, Yishio simply gave off a fighting spirit that didn't lose to Juzakai's. He carried the same attitude and charged forward aggressively. Even though the outcome of the match was already decided, Yishio could at least make sure he didn't lose in spirit. Losing a character is fine, but he wouldn't lose in fighting spirit. If the so-called smart way to play were ever to be countered by Juzakai, then he would lose his character and seem to have a weaker spirit, which would be worse. Yishio's choice for a direct confrontation seemed obtuse and impulsive. But in reality, it was the most stable play available. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out endlessly. As Lord Grimm got closer, the variety of attacks he could unleash became greater. Of all the low-level skills from the 24 classes, those that were in range were thrown out without pause. Shuriken. A flick of his hand and the ninja's flying projectile shot out. Cloudpisser's feet did not pause. His body simply tilted and the shuriken grazed by his chest. His right arm was still raised up, and his wildfire continued to spit flames. Bang bang. A bullet flew by. Lord Grimm dodged to the side, avoiding the bullet and sending out a palm. Chi bullet. This low-level Chi master skill was not instant, but the cast time was minuscule. Ishio seized this small gap and had Lord Grimm use Chi bullet. The concentrated Chi went directly for Cloudpisser's face. This move was very reminiscent of Fang Rui's dirty Chi master play style. It was a trick he loved to use. Maybe it was because Fang Rui was part of Happy, but Samsara seemed to have kept special attention to small tricks like these. Juzakai seemingly didn't even acknowledge the Chi bullet. Cloudpisser continued sprinting forward, and the Chi was flung behind his head in an instant. Hit! There was no doubt it was a hit. The Chi hit Cloudpisser's face and dispersed. But so what? It had zero effect on Cloudpisser's posture. The obstruction of Juzakai's field of view was minimized by him. During this moment of blindness, he used his memory of Lord Grimm's position and his deductive skills to predict his position and never stopped attacking. He didn't give Ishio any window of opportunity during this tiny moment. Bang bang bang. More bullets flew. Lord Grimm looked like he was forced to dodge horizontally. His body was like a jumping salmon in mid-air, and the bullets whizzed past. Juzakai quickly readjusted. The gun muzzles realigned and quickly found the airborne Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm went poof. A shadow clone. Roundhouse kick. Cloudpisser's leg flew out. At the same time, his arms crossed over and his pistols continued firing wildly, random firing. Bullets sprayed out frantically in every direction. Ishio used shadow clone technique to get closer, but was immediately sent further again by the strong gale of bullets from random firing, but not before he sent out a flash of sword light and left a sword wound on Cloudpisser. Juzakai couldn't care less. After he ascertained Lord Grimm's position, he immediately concentrated random firing in that direction, and the attack's intensity immediately multiplied. Shadow steps. Lord Grimm had just given Cloudpisser a cut and took advantage of this skill, and afterimages spread out. However, the random firing that was just concentrated spread out once again. The full Lord Grimm afterimages were all hit. Juzakai bluntly used this method to tell which of the 4 afterimages was real. Collapsing mountain. It didn't matter which one was real or fake, Lord Grimm had already jumped out with another skill. Too close. Juzakai figured out the true body quickly, but of all the attacks Lord Grimm sent his way, could not dodge this one. Knee strike. In the end, Cloudpisser managed to squeeze out this low-level skill to compete with Collapsing Mountain. In terms of attack priority, Knee Strike could not compete with Collapsing Mountain. He still ended up receiving a chop to his face. Such a direct hit meant that the damage dealt was far more than that of Knee Strike too. But Knee Strike had a very important skill: the character would gain super armor when using it. So even though Cloudpisser received a square hit to his face, his posture did not move. In the next moment, the muzzles of his dual pistols were practically pressed against Lord Grimm's head. Bang 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 bang. Flames spurt out from the gun muzzles, and Lord Grimm's head exploded in blood. But at the same time, sword light in the shape of a cross lit up Cloudpisser's chest, and blood in the shape of a cross burst out. The two characters moved away from each other. They had no choice, the momentum from being hit forced them back. But the two characters were still attacking. As long as their opponent was within their attack range, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Bullets continued to punch blood out of Lord Grimm's body, and sword light continued to carve blood out of Cloudpisser's body. Besides blood, there was only more blood. The blood flew out like rain. When the rain stopped, Lord Grimm fell. After all, he only started with 13% health. Cloudpisser remained standing, but he still had both guns trained on Lord Grimm in his ending pose, as if Lord Grimm would suddenly spring back up alive. He lost 11% of his health. He lost slightly less than Lord Grimm, but this slight difference wasn't worth arguing over. It couldn't really prove if one of them played better. Because it was really too short, too fast. By 16 seconds, the characters met. By 26 seconds, the match was over. From the first shot that Lord Grimm fired, to the moment he fell, the battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds to decide victory. Chapter 1652. Difficult player decisions. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. 10 seconds. The real battle only lasted 10 seconds. Victory was also decided in those 10 seconds. The pace was unbelievably fast. Many spectators were in the process of strapping themselves in for an epic battle when the characters first encountered each other. As it turned out, the battle was over before they even adjusted their seats. Time to reflect? Reflect on what? They didn't even see the match clearly. What could they reflect on? Everyone sat dumbfounded. The Samsara fans even forgot to give their team victory cheers. Even the big screen in the stadium didn't have highlights ready for a moment. The fight was only 10 seconds long, but to comb out the intense moments and intricacies would take far longer. The live crew and the broadcast crew were all floundering. They hadn't even settled into their regular working mentality, yet the match had already finished. Even though Yishio's Lord Grimm had little health, that 13% was able to bring about some enjoyable content. The two players were able to control their characters to have a fierce duel in these 10 seconds. Yishio walked out of the competitor booth. Finally, the spectators seemed to come to their senses slightly. The Samsara fans began to applaud. After all, this was their team's victory. But just as Yishio predicted, by fighting Juzakai head-on, he lost the battle but did not lose in spirit. Samsara were being applauded for their victory right now, but Happy's players and fans did not feel any loss of morale. The highlight reel was finally ready. In the end, it was only 10 seconds worth of action. Compilations couldn't stretch time out. The numerous screens in the stadium just replayed the 10-second battle from different angles. This highlight reel did not use any slow motion, and played at normal speed. 10 seconds, and another 10 seconds, and yet another 10 seconds. The audience seemed to not mind these 10 seconds being repeated. Everyone tilted and turned their heads with interest, and watched repeats of these 10 seconds from every angle. By then, Yishio had returned to Happy's area. He also had to decide on the next person Happy was to send up. But this was not an easy decision. Even though Yishio did not lose in spirit to Juzakai, not even he could suppress the opponent's confidence. Juzakai would continue his fight-to-the-death attitude and launch an aggressive offensive. Happy needed to send up someone with lots of experience and ability to quickly adapt to changes to tango with Juzakai. Fang Rui. He was the most suitable choice. When Yishio thought this, his gaze wandered in Fang Rui's direction. But just as he did so, his heart sank a little. Fang Rui was also looking back at him, but his gaze gave off an abnormal sense of calm. Yishio understood Fang Rui. Even though he was the epitome of playing dirty, he was definitely not the kind to bully the weak and avoid the strong. Fang Rui must also understand how crucial this coming match was. In these moments, judging by Fang Rui's usual personality, he probably would have already volunteered to play next without being asked. But now, not only Fang Rui did not speak up, but he still stayed silent when he caught Yishio's eyes. Yishio immediately knew that Fang Rui wasn't at his best. The burden from last match probably hadn't been completely erased by the 2 days' worth of rest. Fang Rui staying silent was his way of not hurting Happy's morale. But at this moment, he decided to stay silent after he exchanged looks with Yishio. This was because he knew Yishio would understand him right away. If Fang Rui couldn't go next, then who could? While Yishio was still hesitating, Su Muqing had stood up voluntarily. "Let me go," Su Muqing solved the conundrum almost nonchalantly. After she smiled faintly at Yishio, she headed towards the stage without waiting for his confirmation. "Be careful." Yishio didn't end up saying much either, because he knew that Su Muqing was fully aware of the current situation, and also that this was why she was able to so casually answer the conundrum. He didn't need to give any extra instruction, because she knew clearly what she needed to do in the situation she was about to face. A "be careful" was already not necessary for the match, but was more of a personal remark instead. "I will." Su Muqing smiled again and went on stage. Yishio turned back around and stole another look at Fang Rui. Knowing that Fang Rui was painstakingly trying to hide his current condition, Yishio certainly wouldn't press to interrogate him on the spot. The third match of the group arena quickly began, Happy's Su Muqing versus Samsara's Juzakai. After the map loaded and the characters spawned, Juzakai did not let anyone's expectations down, especially his Samsara teammates. Cloud Pisser resolutely charged forward, without pause or hesitation. What about on Happy's side? Su Muqing did not lose in intensity. Dancing Rain also charged out. It could be seen that she had no intention whatsoever of slowing the tempo of this match. Surely they wouldn't have another rapid battle with a quick conclusion again? Everyone, including the audience, stadium workers, broadcast crew and such, were caught unprepared by the last 10-second match. Now, they quickly gathered up 12 minutes worth of attention in a second. All right. Pan Lin's spirits were also roused. We can see that Juzakai is charging out with Cloud Pisser just like last game. But on the other side, Su Muqing also isn't hesitating and is also directly charging out. This is probably going to turn out to be another exciting duel. What a rare sight on the grand final stage. Too true. Usually in this kind of match, both sides would err on the side of caution and fight for an advantageous position while minimizing mistakes. But today, this is not true just looking at Samsara's player arrangement. To start with Sun Strong and to have Juzakai follow, many people would already consider this a mistake. However, Samsara took this mistake of an arrangement to give themselves fighting spirit. On the competition stage, there is no absolute right or wrong. If Samsara lost, then it would be a problem, but what if Samsara won? The momentum would have a decisive influence. Samsara focused on this, because they came to win. They would not think about what would happen after they lose. Liebor continued on from Pan Lin. I know what you mean. Samsara's player arrangement displays a type of determination. They only have victory in their eyes. A determination that they will definitely win. Pan Lin said. Correct, Liebor said. After Sun Strong lost to Yishio, Samsara's player arrangements became much riskier. Even so, Juzakai still went up because Samsara was determined and tenacious. They wouldn't think about the consequences of losing. You're too right. I think you have a lot of thoughts on this matter. You must have had the same feeling back when you won the championship with Tyranny, right, Coach Lee? Pan Lin took the chance to butter Liebor up again. Ha ha, Liebor laughed. Of course he remembered the victory clearly. However, if it wasn't for Cold Season's miraculous life-risking strike one-shotting Yishio, who knew what would have happened? Chapter 1653. No Retreat. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. As Pan Lin and Liebor discussed the match, Su Muqing and Juzakai were finally about to come across each other. Juzakai didn't slow down, but Su Muqing didn't either. Dancing Rain was a long-ranged launcher, yet it looked like she was charging in like a close-ranged character. Just before the two characters were about to meet, Dancing Rain suddenly stopped. This is? The audience was puzzled, but the pro players reacted much faster. With the help from their spectator view, they immediately deduced Su Muqing's goals. The canyon wasn't a perfectly straight line. There were twists and turns. If Su Muqing's Dancing Rain continued to charge ahead like in the previous round, the outcome would be the same as before. The two opposing sides would see each other outside of their attack range. Even if Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had a longer range than Lord Grimm and Cloud Pisser, the outcome would not change. This time, Su Muqing had Dancing Rain stop ahead of time. She was going to guard a tree stump, waiting for a rabbit. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser would need to pass through a turn. By the time he came into Dancing Rain's sights, the two sides would be at a much closer distance. The pro players quickly saw what this distance would be. It was a distance that would allow long-ranged attackers to better display their capabilities. Su Muqing had given up on steady, drawn-out fight. When she and Juzakai fought, it would be an explosive battle. No. It wasn't just that. Having seen Su Muqing's impressive firing line multiple times recently, the pro players had started looking into it more carefully. At this moment, seeing this distance, they quickly realized that it wasn't just a distance that would allow the two long-ranged attackers to fully utilize their firepower. This distance was a firing line distance that Su Muqing had complete control over. In other words, this distance wouldn't just let her fully utilize her range, it would also elevate her firepower to its peak. Mounted gun. Su Muqing calculated how much time Cloud Pisser would need to reach here and had Dancing Rain set up her mounted gun. In the very next second, Cloud Pisser arrived. Boom 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 boom. Dancing Rain's artillery fire instantly unfolded. It was almost impossible to tell what her sequence of skills were. The moment Cloud Pisser appeared, the battlefield erupted in explosions and smoke. The explosiveness was even more intense than what everyone had expected. Dancing Rain's DPS instantly reached a peak. Cloud Pisser's situation obviously wasn't great. No one would have an easy time facing Su Muqing's firing line. However, if he really wanted to get away from Dancing Rain's firing line, it was truthfully very simple. All he needed to do was back away a bit. Cloud Pisser had been in the midst of making a turn in the canyon when he appeared in Dancing Rain sights and was bombarded with artillery shells. All he needed to do was retreat a bit, and he would disappear from Dancing Rain sights. No matter how strong her firing line may be, if she didn't have a target she could hit, then it was useless. But all of the pro players knew that while backing away was easy and effective, Juzakai wouldn't choose to do it. Because what he pursued wasn't the outcome, but the circumstances. If he backed away, avoiding Su Muqing's momentum, his own momentum would decrease, and Samsara's momentum would decrease even further. It was like a high-speed race in auto racing. Even if they saw an obstacle up ahead, instead of slowing down and going around it, it would be more satisfying crashing through it. Braking and slowing down would kill the excitement. Cloud Pisser taking a step back was equivalent to completely stopping a race car, going in reverse, and then going back forward. It would be extremely disappointing. Juzakai wouldn't retreat, even if it was the safer choice. What Samsara pursued was to push forward, sweeping away everything in their path. Juzakai was the team's captain, the core of the team. He needed to be strong. He needed to carry out their goals. At this crucial moment, he would never drop the ball because he was someone who used actions, not words. He used his actions to give voice to himself and his teammates. Charge! Cloud Pisser charged forward. Facing the explosive launcher firing line, he fired back. This choice wasn't wise. If this were the game, anyone who made this sort of bad decision would be seen as a noob, who would be looked down upon disdainfully and then lectured by the veterans. But now, Glory's number one had made this choice in the deciding match of the finals. On the stage, there was no such thing as absolutely right or wrong. An act so noobish that anyone would laugh at the person doing it, but what if the person who did it was Juzakai? Who dared to laugh at him? Seeing Juzakai's decision, the normal players let out an expression of fear. In their eyes, this was what it meant to make the impossible possible. No wonder he was Glory's number one. No wonder he was a top player. The crowd went wild. Just like the pro players predicted, although this decision was unwise, it was absolutely breathtaking. Everyone loved to see the impossible become possible. Boom 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 boom. Bang bang. With the buffs from mounted gun, Dancing Rain's artillery fire was extraordinary. Cloud Pisser was firing back, but his gunshot seemed so weak and frail. But Juzakai didn't cower. As soon as the match started, the word retreat wasn't in his dictionary. No matter the circumstances, no matter how unwise it might be, even 10 million foes would not bend his will. That was the sort of mentality he came into the match with. He was clearly a sharpshooter, a class that didn't have the ability to charge straight into a trap, but he went for it nevertheless. The people watching couldn't help but recall that before Sun Strong's addition to the team, Samsara had lacked a direct attacker. Yet even without one, Samsara had still been able to win 2 championships in a row. In the finals 2 years ago, Samsara had eliminated Blue Rain, the team filled with unique yet synergistic players. In the previous finals, they had eliminated Tyranny, the experienced veterans who had put in their all to win. At that time, who had been their team's attacker? Juzakai? Besides healing, there was nothing he couldn't do. These words weren't just empty words or an exaggerated description. Juzakai had the ability to do what was impossible. Advance! The current him was like a brave warrior facing an archer. He had no choice but to press forward. Cloudpisser charged ahead. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Burns could be seen all over him from the countless explosions. No one could break through a launcher's firing line unscathed. A close-ranged class would do everything they could to break past a launcher's wall. Most of the time, they would choose to circle around and do something unexpected to get closer to the launcher. But in this map, it wasn't possible to circle around. The only path was forward. Juzakai's Cloudpisser did what even close-ranged characters would try to avoid, getting closer and closer to Dancing Rain. He was approaching and attacking. This was the difference between himself and an actual close-ranged class. He didn't need to fully close into attack. As he gradually escaped from the firing line, Cloudpisser's attacks became more and more dense, more and more threatening. But Su Muqing didn't cower either. Every time Cloudpisser took a step forward, Dancing Rain's firing line would move back as well. She had the ability to create a perfect firing line for quite a range. But this sort of explosiveness couldn't last forever. Even a normal player understood this logic. Because this peak explosiveness required chaining together as many skills as possible in the shortest amount of time. To achieve this firepower, she couldn't think about cycling her skills or about the aftermath. Su Muqing's explosiveness had been at its peak ever since the first shot. But even this sort of burst wasn't able to completely suppress Juzakai. How could she hold back? Su Muqing didn't think too much. She had predicted that Juzakai would push forward in today's match. That was why she chose this strategy despite it having such an obvious flaw. It was to make things difficult for Juzakai. Even so, she still wasn't able to shut down Juzakai. Victory wasn't so easy to obtain. And although Juzakai had chosen to push forward, he wasn't charging at her blindly, tanking everything. He was also taking a look at the situation, observing Dancing Rain's firing line. He knew that this sort of explosiveness couldn't last forever. Su Muqing would have to slow down at some point unless she was confident that she could kill him during this time. But seeing the situation, it looked to be impossible. Juzakai's Cloudpisser was holding on under the barrage of artillery shells. His health was dropping chunk by chunk, but he wouldn't fall so easily. And because Dancing Rain was using mounted gun, when he counterattacked, he didn't need to worry about her dodging his attacks. Even though the damage he dealt couldn't compare to Su Muqing and firing line, he knew that the turning point was about to come. Boom 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 boom. The explosions continued, but even the normal players could see that Dancing Rain's firing line was going downhill. The broadcast and the stadium screens displayed Dancing Rain's skill tree to let everyone see all the skills that were on cooldown. The crowd erupted into cheers. Samsara's fans knew that their opportunity had arrived. What a pity, the pro players lamented. Knowing what her opponent would do, Su Muqing had created an enormous obstacle for him, an obstacle that couldn't be avoided. Was there a better setup? No. Everyone racked their brains, trying to think of a better method. Her strategy fully utilized the strengths of her own class and her opponent's situation. If it had to be said that she did something wrong, then it would perhaps be that she had pushed her limits too far. Failure meant death. She hadn't left herself any path for retreat either. Chapter 1654. Terrifying Victory. Nomiami. Nomiami. The firing line was broken through. Some of the normal players might still have hope. After all, they had seen Su Muqing's incredible control over her firing line. They had seen how she was able to produce an explosiveness at the level of a firing line at a seemingly impossible distance. However, the pro players understood that it wasn't a question of distance right now, but rather that Dancing Rain had used up too many skills. It wasn't possible for her to continue any further. It wasn't something that could be resolved no matter how skilled you were. This battle could be described by the phrase "the river flows 20 years to the east, 20 years to the west." Right now, Su Muqing's 20 years to the east was over. Next was Juzukai's 20 years to the west. Could she make a comeback? The people supporting Happy prayed for the possibility of a comeback, but to the pro players, very few of them looked at Su Muqing's situation optimistically. She used up too many skills. The pro players shook their heads and sighed. But I feel like she shouldn't have needed to use so many. A voice called out. Everyone looked to see who it was. Team Miracle's Guo Xiao. Team Miracle had joined the alliance this year along with Team Happy and ended the season at 13th. For a new team, it was a very good achievement. After all, most new teams seemed to just be taking a tour of the season. They came in haste and left in haste. Unfortunately for Miracle, a devil called Happy came with them. They had come as a new team and made it all the way to the finals, taking the defending champions, Samsara, to their third game. Under Happy's glory, Miracle's originally impressive achievement was overlooked. However, Miracle's rookie, Guo Xiao, had received quite a bit of attention. He had been one of the contenders for Best Rookie. There were rumors that many top teams had taken an interest in him. His sudden outburst confused the former excellent era seniors beside him. There were countless experts and gods present. Who needed a rookie like you to say your opinion? But Guo Xiao's words had piqued the curiosity of quite a few gods. They looked at Guo Xiao and soon had the same doubts. The gods sitting closer to each other quickly started discussing the issue. The other players saw the gods and looked again at the screen, watching the replay carefully. Juzukai, someone suddenly pointed to a player. Under the suppression of the firing line, he intentionally slowed down the pace, someone added. What? Everyone's heart jumped. They looked towards Tiny Herb's god, Wang Jieshi, who had spoken. Then, they watched the replay and noticed the numerous clues. He's right. Everyone agreed with Wang Jieshi's viewpoint. This was the main reason why Guo Xiao brought up the point that Su Muqing shouldn't have needed to expend so much. At the time, he hadn't been able to find the reason, but he felt like something was off. He had quite the keen intuition. Right now, no one was paying attention to Guo Xiao's keen senses. After confirming the reason, they felt their scalps go numb. A chill went down their spine. How terrifying! Under the barrage from Su Muqing's firing line, instead of getting out of it as fast as he could, he intentionally slowed down the tempo, prolonging Su Muqing's offense and forcing her to send out more attacks. This was the final deciding match. Everyone knew very well what burden Juzukai carried. Yet despite these circumstances, he still dared to take the risk. Before, he had displayed an unrelenting determination and momentum, and during this process, he had quietly laid down the winning hand. Everyone was silent, just like how Juzukai usually was. Everyone knew he was someone who spoke with his actions, but he had been almost too thorough, a thoroughness that exceeded their imagination. Even though they hadn't looked at Su Muqing optimistically, they at least had a thread of hope for her. However, once they noticed his winning hand, this last thread of hope disappeared. Juzukai won. The rest of the fight went as expected. After Cloud Pisser broke through the firing line, he began his counterattack. Against his 3 to 5 step fluctuating gun fu, even if Dancing Rain had all of her skills available, at this distance, it was hard to contend against a sharpshooter, let alone a sharpshooter like Juzukai who was playing like a close-ranged class. Thunderous applause. His fight with Yishio had been too even, and wasn't able to boost the fans' morale. On the other hand, this fight had an extraordinary effect. In the first half, Cloud Pisser had been shut down by Dancing Rain's artillery fire. Juzukai had displayed a fierce tenacity during this stage. Then, once he broke through the firing line, he directly went for the win. The entire process had been too satisfying to watch. Oh oh oh. Samsara's fans cheered and screamed. When Su Muqing walked out from the player booth, she was welcomed with a storm of noise. Had she played poorly? No one thought so. No one thought they could have done a better job than her. But in the end, she had lost. The brilliance that she left on stage would naturally be much duller. To many people, it felt like Su Muqing had been killed in one combo. The fight had been a short one, taking 1 minute and 7 seconds. There had been numerous back and forths, but from an overall perspective, it felt like each player had made just one move. One move to win, and the one to win was Juzakai. Su Muqing returned to her seat. She didn't seem to be dispirited by the loss. Not waiting for anyone to console her, she let her smile, telling everyone that she was fine. Samsara had made a comeback, taking the lead against Happy. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser still had 45% health left. It was a significant lead, but what was more terrifying was Samsara's morale. The Samsara fans were nearly out of control from excitement. The players on Team Samsara had expressions of joy, including Sun Slong, who had lost in the first match. Happy needed to kill Samsara's momentum. Then, the players on Happy saw Mo Fan stand up. He didn't say anything. His intentions were clear. Everyone then looked at Yi Xiao. In the end, who went next was Yi Xiao's call. Yi Xiao was quite straightforward. He nodded his head. Mo Fan didn't say a word and walked towards the stage. Yi Xiao hadn't said anything when Su Muqing went on stage because he knew that Su Muqing knew. But Yi Xiao didn't say anything for Mo Fan either. Yi Xiao wasn't actually sure if Mo Fan knew the urgency of their situation, but if he was willing to volunteer to go, then he must think he could win. Yi Xiao didn't want to disturb Mo Fan's mentality. He could only hope that all of Mo Fan's focus would be on the match, on his opponent, on the win. Mo Fan's playstyle was quite suitable for putting Samsara's momentum to stop. Even if hadn't volunteered, Yi Xiao had considered sending him up. Two players who didn't like to talk were now facing each other. These two players preferred to use their actions to speak for themselves. The match soon began. This was a crucial match, and Happy had sent up a rookie. Any other team would have certainly been put under much scrutiny. It made more sense for Happy though. In this new team, apart from Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, and Fang Rui, the rest were rookies. Although Wei Chen was an old general, no one really considered him as a major fighting force. But Happy had Fang Rui, who had yet to go. Given their situation, it didn't feel like it was the time to hold back. Wouldn't it be better for Happy to put in Fang Rui? Pan Lin believed. Usually, that would be the case. It isn't the time to put in a rookie. However, Happy's only remaining experienced player is Fang Rui. Putting in Fang Rui right now isn't ideal. There would be no chance for a large comeback. Putting Mo Fan might actually be better. He can act as a buffer, making it much easier for Fang Rui next, Liebor analyzed. That makes sense. Then, let's all watch the match. Pan Lin said. The battle began. The map hadn't changed. The area at the center of the map still had traces left over from Yi Xiao's fight against Sun Strong. Most of these traces were left by NPCs. Next were the two fights won by Juzakai. Both battles had been fast-paced. The plot of the map hadn't been touched when the battles ended. What about this round? Juzakai had charged forward fiercely the previous 2 rounds. What about this time? Would he slow down for a steadier pace? No. As soon as the match started, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser rushed out decisively just like in the last 2 rounds. He was going with the same pace and the same energy to beat his opponent. No one felt tired by the same strategy. In fact, they felt even more excited. The crowd started chanting Juzakai's name, chanting for a 1v3. Yes! If Juzakai won, it would be a 1v3. Even if his first opponent, Yi Xiao, had been nearly dead when they played, the data would show that Juzakai would beat 3 players. Cloud Pisser would have killed 3. A 1v3 was shocking enough. Of course, 3 full health enemies would have been the cherry on top, but even so, there was no need to bicker about it not being the case. 1v3. 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 The Samsara fans hollered. They weren't satisfied with just winning. They were looking for more. On this final stage, a 1v3 couldn't be more perfect. Chapter 1655. Even luck isn't here. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Juzakai is really driven today. Like many others, Pan Lin could feel the unwavering determination and energy from Juzakai. But I have to commend Mo Fan. It really isn't easy for a rookie, Liabor said. It was a very important round, yet Happy had sent Mo Fan against Juzakai. The pressure he was under wasn't light. After the round began, although Deception's movements weren't fast or hurried, he wasn't slow either. He was moving forward at a very ordinary pace. His steady pace let everyone know that Mo Fan was calm right now. He wasn't impatient, and he wasn't afraid. As a rookie, on this grand stage, in this crucial match, it truly wasn't easy. That was why Liabor commended him. As the two characters gradually approached, Mo Fan's deception finally stopped. He moved closer to the canyon wall, and then used his ninjato to begin scaling the canyon. Soon, he found himself a foothold. Deception landed on it, and then curled up into a ball. The broadcast and stadium screens quickly switched to a different camera angle, one that looked up from down below on the canyon floor. Deception could faintly be seen from this angle. He wasn't completely hidden. Moreover, this distance was within a sharpshooter's attack range. Cloud Pisser could easily reach him. Deception looked around, checking his surroundings. Then, he suddenly stood up. Mo Fan had been studying his position, but in the end, he wasn't satisfied with it. After checking his left and right, Deception continued to climb. This fight clearly wouldn't be as direct as the previous fight. Mo Fan went with his usual strategy, searching for an ambush spot on this map. During the previous group arena rounds, he had noticed a few spots through his spectator view, but he wasn't experienced enough to judge each spot thoroughly at just a glance. He needed to examine them further personally during the match. As it turned out, the first spot that he noticed was unsuitable. Deception soon found a new foothold. This spot was lower than the previous one. This time, Mo Fan's deception didn't even look down. He looked ahead, and then immediately left. That spot was too low. Next. Deception continued to scale the walls. Even though he was moving nimbly, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser was getting closer and closer. If Cloud Pisser arrived before Deception could find a suitable hiding place, then Mo Fan's plans would be completely wasted. Happy's fans were anxious, hoping that Mo Fan could hurry up and find a good spot. Samsara's fans were anxious too, hoping that Juzakai could hurry up and get there. Through the direction Deception was moving in, the broadcast team was able to figure out which foothold Mo Fan would look for next. The next foothold was rather high up. Ambushing from there would actually be a bit far. However, the height and the area of the protrusion made it appear as if it would be able to completely hide a character, unless the other side also climbed up there. It would be inconvenient to attack from there, but at the same time, Mo Fan would be out of Juzakai's sights, and he could set up an ambush. Who was faster? One was moving forward, while the other was moving up. Cloud Pisser appeared, but Deception was nowhere to be seen. He made it in time. The camera switched to Cloud Pisser's perspective. The moment Juzakai's Cloud Pisser reached the area, he immediately checked the walls surrounding him. But just like before, when he looked around, he didn't find anyone. Samsara's fans were worried. They hoped that Juzakai would instinctively sense that something was wrong. Happy's fans were also scared and on edge. They hoped that Cloud Pisser would continue dashing forward, leaving his back open to Deception. Suddenly, at this moment, a chance occurred. The hidden NPC troops cropped up from on top of the canyon. Juzakai immediately noticed them. In the next second, the NPCs fired all sorts of long-ranged attacks, straight towards a certain spot on the wall. Deception! The NPC hidden troops had attacked where Deception had been hiding. The spells and explosions obliterated that protruding rock. Deception quickly jumped away to dodge the assault. Juzakai had been completely prepared. He immediately looked all around him, looking for incoming attacks. But to his surprise, there was nothing. The hidden troops on the two sides of the canyon had unexpectedly only aimed for deception. They seemed to have completely ignored Cloud Pisser down below. The situation was clear enough. The spot that Mo Fan had chosen had triggered the NPC troops hiding on top of the canyon. This definitely came as a surprise. After all, this was a random map. No one except the developers knew the characteristics of this map. However, it could also be said that Mo Fan hadn't thought about his plan carefully enough. He hadn't considered that he would trigger attacks from the hidden troops. It was a bit of an unfair criticism though, something an armchair expert might say. After all, the NPCs up above were quite patient from what they had observed up until then. It wasn't until the NPCs started getting entangled did they begin throwing stones at someone who fell down a well. Mo Fan's deception had been climbing higher and higher, but he was still quite far from them. No one knew what the logic behind the AI was, and it was impossible to reach a conclusion. In any case, for Mo Fan, for Happy, it couldn't get any worse than this. In the first round of the group arena, Sun Slong's one autumn leaf ended up being attacked by the NPCs, while Yishio's Lord Grim rested easy up on the wall. But in order to avoid aggroing the NPCs, he didn't make any attacks. The NPCs weren't enough to stop Sun Slong, which was why the whole series of events afterwards happened. If Yishio had instead attacked one autumn leaf along with the NPCs, Sun Slong would have been in major trouble. Mo Fan was in the same sort of crisis. His situation was different than Sun Slong's. The hidden troops on the two ends of the canyon were only throwing long-ranged attacks at him. They didn't seem to have any intentions of approaching any closer. Right now, if Juzakai's Cloud Pisser attacked, he wouldn't need to worry about the NPCs unless his marksmanship somehow turned extremely poor. Juzakai instantly grasped the main points. For him, it was as if an opportunity had fallen right into his lap. Juzakai wasn't polite. He kindly accepted the gift. Gunshots echoed throughout the canyon, bullets shooting towards deception. Despite having such an enormous advantage, Juzakai didn't act carelessly. His first attacks were aimed to prevent deception from continuing to climb up because he noticed that Mo Fan wanted to rush to the top of the canyon. However, with Juzakai's impediment, Mo Fan didn't succeed. Climbing the mountain wall wasn't as easy as moving on flat ground. Mo Fan was forced into helplessness. He could only have deception land back onto the ground. Did the NPCs stop attacking? This was what Happy's fans hoped for, but they knew that it was unlikely, very unlikely. As expected, the attacks didn't stop. The hidden troops on opposite ends of the canyon continued to attack. Cloud Pisser would sometimes be implicated in the attacks, but he clearly wasn't the main target. Head shakes and sighs. The more neutral pro players shook their heads and sighed. It was impossible to predict these sorts of surprises before the match, and it just had to happen in such an important match. This 1 point was practically a free gift. Given these circumstances, if Juzakai's Cloud Pisser lost even a single drop of health, it would be considered his loss. And he didn't. Juzakai didn't relax at all even with this enormous advantage. In fact, he became even more vigilant. Cloud Pisser kept an appropriate distance from deception at all times. Mo Fan tried to close in several times, but failed every time. Juzakai had been bravely charging forward the entire time. Even when he was facing Su Muqing's explosive firing line, his Cloud Pisser didn't back down a single step. But now, he was no longer showing the same determination and bravery. He was playing very carefully because he knew that in this situation, in these circumstances, this sort of playstyle would better strangle Happy's morale. The turning point was lost just like this. In this critical confrontation, Mo Fan was utterly defeated. He wasn't even able to land a single blow on his opponent. What could be more cruel, more painful than this sort of defeat? What was even more frustrating was that everything, whether it was his strategy, his execution, his playing, had come crashing down because of one single bout of bad luck. 1v3, Juzukai had done it. The third round's victory had practically been gifted to him. But that alone wasn't all, because this round told everyone that it wasn't just technique, decision-making, knowledge, intuition, energy, even luck was standing by Juzukai's and Samsara's side. How could this sort of team be beaten? What weakness did this sort of opponent have? When Mo Fan walked down from the stage, the away team crowd was dead silent. Samsara's fans weren't too enthusiastic either. They were showing how relaxed they were, as if victory was already within their grasp. Juzukai, Cloud Pisser, 45% health left. Behind him were 3 Samsara players, while Happy only had 2 players left. He was fighting like his life was on the line, relying on his own strength to take down Happy in these dire straits. This was Juzukai, the Juzukai who had led Team Samsara to 2 back-to-back championship wins. No weakness could be found on him. Even the illusory Lady Luck was on his side. Was this the new King of Glory? Samsara's fans filled the stadium with cheers for Juzukai. The moment Mo Fan returned to Happy's seats, it was as if the match had been decided. Tang Ru looked at Yi Xiao. Others might be thinking that Happy had already lost, but her fighting spirit hadn't diminished at all. Yi Xiao was just about to give her the nod when someone suddenly stood up, cutting off their line of sight. Pu! Fang Rui lifted his golden right hand to his mouth, spat on it, combed his hair, and said, "Looks like you guys are hopeless without me." Chapter 1656. The Hindrance of Cannon Fodder. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Happy's Fang Rui is going to play next. Pan Lin saw the scene going on at Happy's player area. He felt a bit regretful. He felt like Fang Rui should have played last round, but Happy sent Mo Fan out instead. Li Ibo immediately had a discussion about the merits of it, and Mo Fan's calm and unhurried tempo affirmed their opinion that Happy's decision was fine. But then, a dramatic change happened. If you looked at the outcome, then sending out Mo Fan had been a grave mistake. Not only did he lose an extremely pivotal match, he had been utterly crushed. The loss was a huge blow to Happy's morale. As for Samsara? Their state of mind could be seen through Samsara's fans, who were sitting there pleased, confident that victory was already in their grasp. Group Arena, 4-2. Ever since the new competitive format for the playoffs came into play, let alone the finals, no group arena in the playoffs had ever had such a huge disparity. What was worse was that in this 4-2 group arena, Juzukai, who had won 3 rounds in a row, still had nearly half of his health left. 1v4. The crowd was already chanting for a 1v4. Before today, no one thought it was possible for a 1v4 to happen in professional play. However, today, Juzukai's condition, as well as Cloud Pisser's health and mana, made everyone feel like a 1v4 was a genuine possibility. The difference between Happy and Samsara is really being shown here, Li Ibo suddenly said. Happy only has 1 Yi Xiao, while Samsara has a Juzukai, and now a Sun Slong, Li Ibo said. Sun Slong. He was seen as the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle for Samsara, becoming this season's best partners with Juzukai. Sun Slong had blocked off Happy's biggest threat, Yi Xiao. Afterwards, Juzukai took down what little health remained on Yi Xiao's Lord Grim. Then, he went on to beat Su Muqing and Mo Fan. Now, Cloud Pisser was like a tiger looking for his next prey. As for Fang Rui? Last round, Pan Lin thought that it would be safer for Happy to send out Fang Rui. However, for this round, Pan Lin didn't look at Fang Rui as favorably as he had last round. This was because of Juzukai's momentum. Even an all-star player like Fang Rui didn't seem like he could stop Juzukai's momentum. It felt like Fang Rui was just cannon fodder. And this was the feeling they got even not knowing Fang Rui's actual situation. "You gonna be okay?" Yi Xiao grinned as he asked Fang Rui. For the other Happy players who didn't know that Fang Rui wasn't himself right now, it didn't sound like anything was wrong. The team had 4 senior members. Apart from Su Muqing, the other 3 weren't exactly the most serious people. It was common for them to talk trash about each other. But Fang Rui knew that these seemingly normal joking words had real meaning today. Even if I'm not, I've got to go. The team really can't do without me, Fang Rui said proudly. The others on Happy didn't find anything wrong, but Yishio could hear what Fang Rui was implying. Yes, we don't have any other choice. No matter how things are, I have to go. Yishio didn't say anything more. He wasn't completely clear how Fang Rui's condition was, but he knew that Fang Rui was a responsible player. He wasn't going to play if he didn't think he could win. It could only mean that he could still fight. He didn't want to go before, probably because he only wanted to fight if it was necessary, and right now was the time. Watch me bully him. Fang Rui clenched his golden right hand and walked towards the stage. But this time, whether it was Yishio or Fang Rui, their easygoing attitudes weren't able to infect the others. Everyone on Happy looked exceptionally solemn. All of them knew how grave their situation was. Mo Fan, who hadn't contributed anything last round, looked even more dejected when he returned. The comforting from his teammates were completely ignored. Don't worry, Yishio looked towards him. Mo Fan walked right past him. Those words were too light. How could he casually wave off such a devastating defeat? Your teammates are still fighting, Yishio continued. Mo Fan turned his head. Yishio was no longer looking at him. Mo Fan followed Yishio's gaze to Fang Rui, who was still holding his clenched right hand up in the air. So we haven't lost, Yishio turned his head to look at him. We haven't lost yet, we. Mo Fan stared blankly into space as he sat down at the corner that had always belonged to him, at the corner where no one would disturb him. But at this moment, Mo Fan suddenly felt like he wanted to sit a bit closer. That way, perhaps he'd be able to see the match more clearly. The fifth round of the group arena began. It was only the fifth round, and Happy was down 3 players. Their fourth player went on stage to challenge Samsara's second player, Juzakai, who still had 45% health. The shouts for a 1v4 shook the stadium. Happy's fans were in low spirits. At this moment, they couldn't find the energy to compete with Samsara's fans. They could only grit their teeth and watch the next match. The map loaded, the characters spawned. Even though it was the 5th round, apart from Yishio vs Sun Slong, all the other rounds had gone by quickly. None of them had gone over 2 minutes. What about this round? Everyone paid attention to Juzakai and his Cloud Pisser. The broadcast didn't make an exception. As soon as the round began, they directly focused on Cloud Pisser, ignoring Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. Because it was the first time anyone had done a 1v3 in the finals. It was a feat that no other famous god had done before. Just this alone was enough to be written into the annals of glory history. However, right now, he had the chance to take it one step further. He was making his way towards the even more unbelievable 1v4. Nothing shined brighter than Juzakai right now. He was the focus of everyone. Fang Rui? Boundless Sea? In their eyes, he was just a hindrance to history. Everyone was just waiting for him to be broken apart. Fang Rui wasn't given any attention by the camera, but he was going to make himself known. How arrogant. It looks like you haven't gotten your fill of fighting yet. Everyone laughed. What sort of situation are you in? Yet such big words. How hilarious. Ignore him. Everyone hollered in their hearts. Sure enough, Juzakai ignored him. Cloud Pisser rushed out. He rushed out again. Excited screams filled the stadium. Yishio, Su Muqing, Mo Fan, and Fang Rui. Juzakai was just as determined, decisive, and unwavering as before. Anyone who didn't support Happy was probably aflame with excitement. The broadcast finally gave in and gave a bit of focus towards Fang Rui. Juzakai had once again charged forward. What was Fang Rui doing? The scene shown by the camera suddenly turned still. The canyon walls on the 2 sides weren't blurry from movement, and there was no shaking from the character looking around. The camera seemed to be displaying an image. Everything in the image was still. The point of view seemed to be moving, but it was very, very slow. Sometimes, he'd be looking left. Sometimes, he'd be looking right. Sometimes, he'd be looking behind, at a wooden sign saying the military area, death to intruders. Boundless Sea wasn't moving. After 4 rounds of the group arena, someone had finally made the decision not to take the initiative to attack, choosing instead to wait for the opponent to come. After checking the surroundings, Boundless Sea began spinning around in place. What is he planning? Everyone thought to themselves. People began noticing this hindrance, this person who had been regarded as cannon fodder. Fang Rui, the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui. What could he do besides playing dirty? Everyone immediately thought of the wooden sign that they saw from Fang Rui's viewpoint. Military area, death to intruders. This bastard. Was he thinking of some sort of scheme to directly send Juzukai's Cloud Pisser into the area designated death to intruders? But how could it be that easy? For one, Boundless Sea was closer. Plus, Cloud Pisser was a sharpshooter. He wouldn't let Boundless Sea get close to him easily. In that case, how was Fang Rui going to send him to this forbidden zone? Everyone felt like it was impossible, but they couldn't help but worry. Chapter 1657. Intentional or a mistake? Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea simply idled his time away at the spawn point, a bend in the canyon. He was showing that he intended on standing around and waiting there. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser quickly made his way past the midpoint and then began paying attention to his surroundings. Although Fang Rui's Boundless Sea couldn't climb like a ninja could, there were quite a few footholds on the walls. Reaching the top of the canyon wasn't a feat that only a ninja could accomplish. It was just much easier for them. The canyon walls continued to blur past him. Even though he had begun checking his surroundings, Cloud Pisser hadn't slowed down. He was already carrying his 2 guns in his hands. Boundless Sea hadn't appeared yet, but his guns were still pointed straight ahead, filled with killing intent. The viewers watching knew that all of Juzukai's efforts right now were futile because Fang Rui refused to move. There was no need for him to be so vigilant. When they thought of how unnecessary it was, Cloud Pisser's biting cold killing intent didn't seem as imposing as before. Closer and closer. A player of Fang Rui's caliber would know how long it would take Cloud Pisser to reach him. Boundless Sea finally started moving. He moved left until he hit the canyon wall and then backed away. Just before he stepped into the death to intruders territory, he stopped. Then, he started curling into a ball. But not completely. In the end, he waited there, maintaining a half-crouching, half-standing stance. What was the meaning of this? Everyone was puzzled. Did he think he could hide himself like this? Seeing Boundless Sea's rather funny stance, everyone wanted to laugh. To explore this point, the broadcast and the stadium screens got involved, showing a viewpoint looking towards this spawn point. Boundless Sea could be seen as plain as day. Not a single part of him was hidden. There were people in the crowd who were already laughing out loud. What was Fang Rui smoking? At this moment, the camera began to pull back, gradually pulling away. At a certain distance away, everyone suddenly discovered that this half-crouching Boundless Sea disappeared. It was a matter of angle. Everyone understood. The canyon wasn't flat and straight. The twists and turns would have an effect on the player's line of sight. No one really knew how exactly the line of sight was affected at this position, but in any case, Boundless Sea couldn't be seen. But wasn't it too naive to think that you could hide just like that? Even if Boundless Sea was hidden at this distance, if you just took one step forward, Boundless Sea would be visible again. The broadcast and stadium screens wanted to tell everyone this point. The camera moved forward and backward several times, and Boundless Sea appeared and disappeared several times. Then, the camera continued to pull back farther and farther. The viewers didn't understand what the point was until it stopped. Soon afterwards, the image showed the distance between its current position and the spawn point. Those familiar with Cloud Pisser suddenly understood. This distance was Cloud Pisser's attack range. In other words, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser could start attacking from here, but he wouldn't be able to see him from here. Cloud Pisser needed to continue forward if he wanted to find Boundless Sea. If he moved to the other side of the canyon, he would be able to find Boundless Sea sooner. However, the precondition was that he had this awareness. Finally, a diagonal line was drawn in the canyon. With one glance, the diagonal line showed where Cloudpisser would need to cross to see Boundless Sea. Right now, it was a question of whether Cloudpisser leaned left or leaned right. If he leaned left, he would be able to find Boundless Sea from farther away. If he leaned right, then closer. The problem was that even if he leaned all the way to the right, Cloudpisser would still be at least 10 steps away from Boundless Sea. This wasn't a distance that posed a problem for sharpshooters. In fact, this distance was a sharpshooter's optimal distance. No one could understand what Fang Rui was trying to do. Was he hoping that Cloudpisser wouldn't step into the area past that diagonal line? After not finding Boundless Sea, maybe Juzukai would think that Boundless Sea had somehow gotten behind him without noticing and then turn back to investigate. Then, Fang Rui would make his move? It wasn't impossible. When everyone thought about the view from that corner, it did have a faint feeling like you could already see everything from there. If you believed in that illusion, then it really would feel like there couldn't be anyone there. What will happen? Everyone felt uneasy as they waited. Juzukai's Cloudpisser finally arrived. After reaching here and not seeing anything in front of him, Juzukai clearly paused and had a moment of confusion. He looked to his left and right again, and then behind him. He slowed down, and it seemed like he was going to go with the possibility that everyone had been worried about. Keep going. Countless people were anxiously screaming in their hearts. The Samsara fans in the stadium had started shouting, "Keep going." Everyone was staring intently at that diagonal line provided by the broadcast. Juzukai naturally couldn't see it, but the viewers could clearly see Cloudpisser move closer step by step. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. The crowd's shouts were organized and powerful, but Cloudpisser's footsteps were moving in opposition to their wishes. With every shout, every step became slower and smaller as if he would turn around at any moment. It made everyone incredibly worried. Keep going. Countless people couldn't bear the anxiety. The shouts were starting to sound desperate. Juzukai seemed to have suddenly confirmed something. Cloudpisser didn't turn around. He kept going and sped up. He's crossed it. The diagonal line was crossed, and not just by one step, but by 2 steps, 3 steps. Cloudpisser suddenly accelerated, and Boundless Sea appeared in his sights. His 2 arms were perfectly straight, his dual guns aimed steadily at that corner. Oh 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 oh. The crowd suddenly cheered. Their captain, their ace player, wasn't going to let them down. Slowing down? Was that hesitation? No, he was still going forward, but he slowed down to mix up his speed to mess up Fang Rui's predictions. This was because Juzukai understood Fang Rui. They had joined the pro scene in the same season. Even if he couldn't see Boundless Sea, he knew that Fang Rui must be waiting to ambush him. That was why he slowed down and then sped up. If neither side was amply prepared, then the sudden clash would be a contest of their reaction speed. Open fire! Bullets flew out. Boundless Sea scuttled out. Sure enough, Fang Rui had been waiting there for him. Even if Juzukai had messed up the rhythm, Cloudpisser's sudden appearance didn't catch him off guard. The bullets instantly set off sparks, but there was no sound of bullets hitting flesh. Boundless Sea had a chi wave shield propped up, blocking the first wave of attacks. Bang 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 bang. The dual guns fired again. Even though the chi wave shield wasn't shattered yet, the surface area was too small. It wasn't like Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella which covered his entire body. Moreover, after a chi wave shield was formed, it wouldn't move. Roll! Fang Rui tried to have Boundless Sea roll to dodge the attacks, but he didn't have much room to maneuver around at the moment. The area behind him was a forbidden zone. In other words, he was quite limited with his movements. Pu. This time, the bullets hit flesh. At this distance, in these confines, Fang Rui wasn't able to completely dodge all of Cloudpisser's attacks. However, he wasn't knocked back by the bullets. The force of the impact had no effect on him. Reinforced iron bones. Fang Rui had Boundless Sea activate reinforced iron bones, but he still had Boundless Sea roll forward as a feint. It likely reduced the damage he received, but at the same time, he was also hiding his next move while rolling. This was a very common trick that he used when he played as a thief. Chi Bullet. A blast of chi shot towards Cloudpisser's head. But right now, the viewers couldn't focus on their fight because they realized that NPCs had spawned in the Forbidden Zone. After the NPCs spawned, all sorts of skills were thrown out. Artillery shells, spells, curses, chi attacks flew out from the Forbidden Zone. Knight's Charge, Berserker's Colliding Stab, a tide of NPCs of all different classes had come charging out. Event Refresh? It wasn't fixed. It was random? It just happened to occur right now? The projection technology and the broadcast split off a section, showing that the Forbidden Zone at Samsara's spawn point was quiet. This wasn't happening randomly. Something had triggered it. Was it because they were fighting too close to the Forbidden Zone? There was a setting like that? The viewers and the pro players were all trying to guess the reason. But the broadcast team and other staff members had other means to investigate the trigger. And soon, the answer was found. On the stadium screens and the broadcast small screen, a replay was given of what Boundless Sea was doing when Juzukai's Cloudpisser rushed out. Boundless Sea had formed a chi wave shield and also rushed out, but for his very first step, he crossed over into Death to Intruders zone. Boundless Sea wasn't immediately killed, but the NPCs had been summoned because of this small movement. It was a part of the map setting. It wasn't that complicated. If the entire character ran through the zone, that was trespassing. If a single foot stepped into the zone, that was trespassing. And so the NPC spawned and began attacking. Their focus was Boundless Sea, but they wouldn't intentionally avoid Juzukai's Cloudpisser either. The battle instantly turned into chaos. As for the step that triggered it, had it been intentional? Or a mistake? Chapter 1658. True Thoughts. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Boom boom boom. Juzukai's Cloudpisser rolled through a chain of explosions. He could tell that these attacks weren't aimed towards him. However, long-ranged classes such as launchers and elementalists often dealt AoE damage. The attacks might miss, but the AoE would still reach him. Juzukai couldn't completely avoid taking damage. He was dodging. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was also dodging. Seeing how he was calmly luring the NPCs towards Cloudpisser, the spectating pro players immediately grasped his plans. It wasn't an accident. Fang Rui had done it on purpose. Death to Intruders. What exactly did the sign mean by death? Instant death? No one had tested this setting before in the previous rounds, but Fang Rui had Boundless Sea cross the line anyways. This move was truly daring and risky. If crossing the line really did mean instant death, then Samsara would have instantly won this fight. Juzukai would have won even more perfectly than his fight against Mo-Fan. Cloudpisser had at least lost some mana that round. But it wasn't instant death. The NPCs were summoned and began chasing after Boundless Sea. And seeing how Fang Rui was intentionally guiding their attacks, it could be seen that he had been ready long beforehand. In other words, he had been waiting for this moment. At happy seats, Wei Chen laughed smugly. This was the plan that he and Fang Rui had come up together. When Mo-Fan's deception triggered the ambush from above, Fang Rui had begun preparing for his fight. He had pulled Wei Chen over to the side to discuss how the Death to Intruders setting might work. The system didn't automatically come up with rules. The map designers, in other words, the Glory game designers had engineered the settings of the map. Guessing the design was equivalent to guessing how the designers thought about the game and the principles that the game had followed for 10 years. Within these 10 years, many of the employees had come and gone, but there would always be people who had kept with the game since the beginning. Wei Chen was one of these people. His professional career had only lasted 2 years, but he had never left the game. He had constantly immersed himself with the design principles of Glory. He was likely more familiar with the game than most of the Glory employees. Wei Chen deduced that death to intruders didn't mean instant death. His reasoning was very simple. He hadn't seen any tools or equipment that could kill someone instantly. Glory had always strived to be as logical as possible. If crossing the line meant instant death, then the designers would set up some way for the death to happen. It could be a sudden lightning strike from the sky, but there would definitely be something that would trigger and guide the lightning strike. The lightning strike wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach, but there were very few people who would be as confident as Wei Chen. This was the Glory Finals. A mistake in judgment would mean that Fang Rui's Boundless Sea would be instantly killed. All of Happy's efforts this season would be destroyed in an instant. The outcome of this mistake was too terrifying. How many people could take responsibility for such a disastrous mistake? Wei Chen dared to. He had just made a call. That was it. But the current him was like the captain who once led Team Blue Rain. He had always been someone brave, someone who had the confidence to carry a huge burden. I'm certain, Wei Chen told Fang Rui confidently. Thus, when Fang Rui went on stage, he crossed the line for just an instant, entrusting Boundless Sea's life to Wei Chen's judgment. Wei Chen had judged correctly. It wasn't an instant death. The NPC spawned and then went after Boundless Sea. It was a logical conclusion, and Fang Rui had gone with it. The NPC spawned, and while their attacks were aimed at Boundless Sea, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser was implicated along with him. Juzukai's situation was similar to the situation in the first round Yishio and Sun Song battle. The difference was that the NPCs had been chasing after Samsara in that round, while this time, it was Happy being chased. Sun Slong's one autumn leaf had been put at a disadvantage because of the NPCs, but Fang Rui had brought this onto himself on purpose. What was his goal? Wouldn't this just be similar to Mo Fan's fight in the previous round? He would be facing the combined assault from the NPCs and Juzukai, no? Those who thought this would happen quickly realized the difference. The difference was that Mo Fan had triggered the ambush from above. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser could attack, and he wouldn't hit the NPCs. But this time, the NPCs were rushing out on flat ground. If Juzukai's Cloud Pisser attacked Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, if he missed, the bullets would land on the NPCs, and he would become the new target. As a result, Juzukai couldn't coordinate his attacks with the NPCs. So what could he do? Thinking of this question, everyone couldn't help but think of the first round of the group arena. It had just happened not too long ago, so it was still fresh in everyone's minds. That round, Yishio didn't want his attacks to aggro the NPCs, so Lord Grimm climbed up the wall and watched free of worries. But Sun Slong's one autumn leaf was able to reach a max stage battle spirit along with a full 5 chasers. His battle strength had reached its peak, and then, the rest didn't need to be talked about. Everyone at least knew that the NPCs weren't enough to eliminate a pro player. For example, if Juzukai's Cloud Pisser just ran away and watched from the side, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea would clean up these NPCs. Even though it wouldn't be enough to kill him, he would certainly lose a lot of health. Juzukai could wait at ease for his exhausted foe. The other option was to attack. His attacks would definitely aggro the NPCs. The two would fight it out amidst the besiegement from the NPCs. No matter how you looked at it, the first choice seemed much easier. Chi Masters weren't like battle mags, who got stronger the longer they fought. It seemed like quite an easy choice, but Juzukai, who had been decisive this whole time, seemed to hesitate. It didn't seem like Cloud Pisser had made a decision yet. It seemed as if he were still wavering over which choice to make. It looks like Juzukai is having a hard time making a decision. What is he hesitating over? Pan Lin said what everyone wanted to say. Ha ha, Liebel laughed. Right now, avoiding battle and watching Fang Rui get taken apart by the NPCs is the better choice, but don't forget how Juzukai has been playing this entire time. Forward, forward, and forward. Attack, attack, and attack. If he suddenly stopped and ran away, his momentum would fall. That's why Fang Rui is sure that Juzakai won't retreat, and why it will force the two of them into a messy fight. Pan Lin said. That seems to be the case, Li Yibor smiled. If that's the case, why does Fang Rui think he'll have the advantage in a chaotic fight? Pan Lin said. Ah. Li Yibor was visibly stunned by the question. A chaotic battle is more advantageous for Fang Rui? He really hadn't considered this question, but when he thought about it for a bit, he discovered something. Yes, a chaotic battle is advantageous for Fang Rui because Juzakai is a sharpshooter. Sharpshooters were long-ranged attackers. Not only did they need a good line of sight on their target, they needed space for their bullets to fly. In this sort of chaotic battle, it was too difficult for a sharpshooter to focus only on one target. Looking for a good angle, a good shot, there were too many factors to consider. Even Juzakai would be held back in this sort of environment. No wonder he wanted to end each fight as fast as possible. No wonder he charged out so decisively every fight. It wasn't just to boost the team's morale. It was because a drawn-out battle in this map was unfavorable for sharpshooters. It was because of the chaos that the map would spawn. At this moment, Li Yibor fully grasped Juzakai's thoughts. Chaotic battles were disadvantageous for sharpshooters. This was a very junior view of the situation. But when watching Juzakai, it was hard not to ignore this point because of how skilled he was, skilled to the point that this sort of junior view didn't seem like it could affect a god like him. But Juzakai didn't think so. He was truly skilled, but he wasn't arrogant. He was decisive, fierce, and unrelenting to protect himself against his weakness in this map. This was why he was wavering right now. Not solely because of momentum, but because Fang Rui's method had exposed his weakness. Too many people had overlooked this weakness, but not Juzakai. And Fang Rui had also thought of it. He had chosen this risky method to summon the NPCs and create this situation. In Fang Rui's mind, these NPCs focusing him weren't enemies, but allies. Don't run. I've given you so many helpers, what are you so afraid of? Fang Rui wasn't exactly in a great spot with so many NPCs attacking him, but he still had the time to trash talk. Fang Rui wouldn't miss this sort of opportunity and let out a word. He understood Juzakai and their current situation. His words wouldn't be able to affect Juzakai's decision, but he knew that there were lots of people outside who didn't quite understand the current situation. In their eyes, the situation was just like he described. If Juzakai ran away, it would be very unmanly. Fang Rui's words were meant to destroy his image. His trash talk was still quite incisive. Can't run. Juzakai actually responded to Fang Rui, perhaps it was because Cloud Pisser was at a completely safe distance right now. He didn't have anything to do. He watched as the NPCs chased after Fang Rui. Everyone realized that he had come to a decision. The trash talk that Fang Rui had squeezed in hadn't affected him. He understood Fang Rui well though. When Fang Rui's boundless sea took a step across the forbidden area, he quickly grasped Fang Rui's goals. Fang Rui wasn't going to just let him stand on the side and watch. He planned on leading these NPCs to surround him. True, he could run and run, but run to where? Yishio's Lord Grimm could climb up the walls and hide because he had ninja skills. He had much more freedom in his movements on the walls compared to other classes. Sun Slong's One Autumn Leaf was a close-ranged class too. But Juzakai? His Cloud Pisser could only rely on jumping to move around along the canyon wall. His movements were very limited. His aerial gun would be restricted. If his bullets landed on the NPCs, he would pull their aggro. Fang Rui's Chi Master also had more long-ranged attacks than a battle mage. While Yishio's Lord Grimm could keep running away safely, it wouldn't be possible for Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. In the end, if he kept running, he would eventually reach the forbidden area on the other end of the canyon. Either way, he would need to win over Fang Rui amidst this chaos. And when that time came, how much damage would the NPCs have dealt to Fang Rui? Juzakai watched for a bit. Fang Rui's boundless sea moved around craftily and didn't attack much. He prioritized his survival and his movements. He wanted to bring those NPCs towards Juzakai. Even by the time they reached the other side, he wouldn't have lost much health. "If you're not going to run, then I'm coming," Fang Rui shouted. This time, Juzakai didn't reply, but his Cloud Pisser charged back. This was the usual him, speaking with his actions. Chapter 1659. Situational Control. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Juzakai didn't back down. He charged ahead as always, but this time, he would truly encounter a challenge. The pro players had analyzed the merits and drawbacks of his decision, and understood that this sort of chaotic battle was unfavorable for him. However, most of the viewers didn't realize this issue. In the eyes of the loyal fans, their captain was invincible. He had no weaknesses. What applied to others didn't apply to him. The pro players agreed to a certain extent. A top player like Juzakai couldn't be looked at with common sense. Controlling bullets as fast and accurate as a sword, was that common sense? Everyone was used to thinking about him differently, but Juzakai himself wouldn't forget common sense. He wouldn't leave his opponents any opportunities. However, Fang Rui was utilizing this map to set up a trap. Juzakai hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't retreat. Cloud Pisser charged forward bravely. Was he planning on breaking common sense? The pro players thought to themselves. The crowd had already erupted into thunderous applause. He charged forward, but he didn't attack. The tip of his gun was aimed at Boundless Sea, getting closer and closer but never firing. Fang Rui had been ready for a fight with Juzakai under these circumstances. Seeing that Juzakai wasn't retreating, he welcomed him warmly. Boundless Sea immediately rolled, dodging 2 attacks while also approaching Cloud Pisser. The instant he rolled, an artillery shell flew out from behind him. A launcher NPC had fired at him. With this dodge, the artillery shell was now heading towards Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. Cloud Pisser rolled to the side, evading the missile. Boundless Sea suddenly shot up and pushed out with his 2 palms. Sky-piercing strike! Fang Rui had chained together his attack with the launcher NPC. The sky-piercing strike went straight for where Cloud Pisser was rolling towards. He didn't care if he hit the NPCs. After all, the NPCs were already targeting him. He didn't mind taking down Cloud Pisser along with the NPCs. The AoE from sky-piercing strike wasn't small. Cloud Pisser looked as if he would be hit. With the swarm of NPCs surrounding them, his escape options were much more limited. Fang Rui wasn't attacking randomly. Fang Rui had considered many factors, from dodging 2 attacks to baiting the artillery shell from the launcher behind him to the sky-piercing strike to Cloud Pisser leaving an opening. It was too much. To normal players, everything might seem normal, but to the pro players, all of the little details involved made them feel dizzy. Can he dodge this attack? Many of the pro players didn't think so. But common sense didn't apply to someone like Juzakai. Cloud Pisser suddenly jumped up and fired 2 shots. It was just a normal jump. It wasn't fast enough, but with the help from recoil, Cloud Pisser sped up. As he jumped, he raised his legs, and just like this, the sky-piercing strike whistled past him. Fire! Cloud Pisser fired at the NPC crowd. However, these 2 shots didn't grab any of the NPC's attention. The ones near him continued to focus on Boundless Sea. None of them turned their head to even take a glance at Cloud Pisser. He had fired 2 shots at the NPC crowd, but neither of the shots landed. Juzakai wasn't so quick to compromise. He was still looking for opportunities within the chaos. Bang bang! But at this moment, the airborne Cloud Pisser fired another 2 shots. The bullets flew out towards Boundless Sea. Besides him, there was no second choice. The 2 characters were quite close at this point. The 2 gunshots had come all of a sudden. Seeing Juzakai's Cloud Pisser jump and then fire carefully, missing the NPCs, no one thought he would attack so easily in this chaos. To everyone's surprise, he actually had Cloud Pisser fire twice while swaying in the air. Pu! A hit, and a spurt of blood. The 2 shots had been too close and too sudden. Fang Rui didn't have time to completely react. Boundless Sea hastily dodged, avoiding one of the bullets. It was just a normal shot, so the damage wasn't anything noteworthy. Fang Rui and everyone else was more concerned about where the bullet he dodged would end up at. Pu! Another hit, but there was no blood. The bullet had hit the ground, whistling by all of the NPCs. Juzakai wouldn't have Cloud Pisa fire rashly if he didn't think he had a good grasp of the situation. He had Cloud Pisa attack because he was confident. Cloud Pisa landed gently onto the ground. There just happened to be an NPC rushing over to attack Boundless Sea. He moved aside. He had no intentions of blocking the NPC's path. The wildfire in his right hand was pointed straight ahead towards Boundless Sea. With so many NPCs moving around, Boundless Sea would appear and disappear from his sight. He didn't attack, but he didn't change stances. However, his 2 previous shots let everyone know that it wasn't that he couldn't attack, but that he needed the right opening. Even amidst this chaotic battlefield, he was able to fire at Boundless Sea without hitting any of the NPCs. His skill was just that incredible. Amazing. Not just the normal players, even the pro players were in awe. His aim is great, but what's more impressive is his control over the battle. On Team Tiny Herb's side, Captain Wang Jieshi commented on the match to his players. A chaotic battlefield is unfavorable for gunners. This is an indisputable fact, Wang Jieshi continued, but Juzakai's 2 gunshots were a signal to Fang Rui. Even in this chaos, I can still attack you. This is where it differs from what the average player might think. Even if Juzakai doesn't attack, the threat of his attacks requires Fang Rui's attention. While dealing with the NPCs, he also has to be wary of leaving openings for Juzakai to attack. Then what should he do? A rookie in the team asked. Be proactive, Wang Jieshi said. Fang Rui clearly understood this reasoning. At this moment, he had to be proactive. He couldn't just let Juzakai stand there, waiting for the right opportunity to appear. Turn, move, roll. Boundless Sea dodged the attacks from the NPCs, while moving towards Cloud Pisa. Juzakai saw his movements. Cloud Pisa didn't move up, but he didn't back down either. However, his guns were constantly following Boundless Sea's movements. Pressure. Anyone would feel threatened by Juzakai's Cloud Pisa aiming at them. The only reason he hadn't launched a rain of bullets onto Boundless Sea was because he didn't want to hit the NPCs. From this perspective, these NPCs really did become Fang Rui's protective umbrella. Boundless Sea continued to tumble about, avoiding the NPCs through Fang Rui's unique way of moving around. His point of view was constantly spinning. The normal players looking at it had no idea what they were looking at. They couldn't even tell what direction they were going in. They might not be able to tell from Fang Rui's point of view, but Boundless Sea's movements were clear as day from the spectator view. His movements didn't look complicated, but the spinning made anyone looking through his point of view want to vomit. It wasn't as simple as just dodging the NPC's attacks. He had to observe his surroundings. He needed to know how the NPCs were attacking and moving because he needed to know this to win. Just relying on this chaos to make it difficult to shoot him wouldn't be enough to take down Juzakai. If he wanted to win, he needed to take it to the next step. He had known this from the start. This was very difficult, especially for the current him. Fang Rui knew what condition he was in. He hadn't wanted to play in the group arena. He had wanted to save his energy and strength for the more important team competition. But the group arena was going so disastrously that he couldn't wait until then. But dealing with Juzakai would be even more strenuous than the team competition. His blurred view finally stabilized for a moment, locked onto Cloud Pisa. Chapter 1660. Wooden Sign. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Chi Blade. Fang Rui launched another attack, borrowing the NPC in front of him as cover. From start to finish, none of Fang Rui's movements could be seen by Juzakai. That NPC seemed to be colluding with Fang Rui. The moment the Chi Blade flew out, the NPC moved aside. Cloud Pisa immediately appeared in Fang Rui's sights. The 2 guns were locked onto Boundless Sea. Behind Boundless Sea were 3 NPCs lined up side by side, charging towards him. Boundless Sea had enemies in front and behind, yet Fang Rui didn't seem worried at all. He was aware of Boundless Sea's situation. In front was Cloud Pisser. Behind were 3 NPCs. The distance between them were all within his calculations. Would Cloud Pisser attack? Fang Rui wasn't certain. He only knew that at this distance, if Cloud Pisser attacked, he had some confidence in dodging a few of the bullets. As a result, the NPCs behind him would be hit by the bullets, and Cloud Pisser would aggro the NPCs. That wasn't what Juzakai wanted. So then, attack! With a cloud-pushing palm, Boundless Sea mercilessly pushed away the NPC that had provided him cover, so he could leave himself as open as possible for Cloud Pisser to fire at him. Bang bang! Gunshots! Cloud Pisser fired. 2 bullets flew out from the wildfire in his right hand and the shattered frost in his left hand. Fang Rui had been ready. He immediately crouched. The 2 bullets streaked across, brushing past Boundless Sea's shoulders. Dodged! Fang Rui was overjoyed at first, but then he didn't hear the sound of a bullet hitting a target that he had expected to hear. A formidable enemy was in front of him. Fang Rui didn't have the time to turn around to check behind him. However, the spectators could see everything clearly. Although the 3 NPCs had been lined up side by side, there was a bit of space between them. No matter how close together they were, even if they were shoulder to shoulder, there would be a gap between the heads. Boundless Sea had dodged the 2 bullets. Then, the bullets flew through the gap between the NPCs' heads, not hitting any of them. Samsara's fans applauded wildly. They knew what Fang Rui had planned, but it failed because of Juzakai's precise aim. It was an incredibly exciting sight to see. But Fang Rui wasn't done yet. The crouching Boundless Sea continued forward, displaying Fang Rui's signature dirty style. Chi Blade! The sneak attack from Boundless Sea had now reached Cloud Pisser. But Juzakai was clearly aware of it. After firing twice, Cloud Pisser crouched down. The Chi Blade flew past him. Cloud Pisser may be crouching, but his 2 guns were still aimed firmly towards Boundless Sea. Bang! Bang! Another 2 gunshots, but compared to the previous 2, there was a delay between the gunshots. Juzakai wasn't focused solely on Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. He was carefully watching the NPCs behind Boundless Sea. He had delayed his shots so that he wouldn't hit them. At this distance, it was very difficult to dodge a bullet, but Fang Rui wasn't an ordinary player. With a dirty stance, Boundless Sea went from a crouch to a roll without a second thought. Cloud Pisser missed again, but Juzakai had taken the 3 NPCs into consideration. The low-altitude bullets went for the gaps in their footsteps. The applause was never-ending. Juzakai was able to prevent his attacks from aggroing the NPCs. His technique was impeccable. Amazing! For bullets in a row, yet none of them hit the NPCs. Fang Rui naturally knew that Juzakai's gunshots had been aimed at the small gaps between the NPCs. He knew how difficult it was to pull off. Difficult was difficult. Amazing was amazing. But if you had to say threatening, then the answer was no. Juzakai was being restricted. In order to not aggro the NPCs, his hands and feet were bound. He couldn't establish a sustainable tempo. These sorts of attacks were nothing threatening. You think you can scare me with just that? Fang Rui laughed coldly. Boundless Sea continued to change his route. In front of him, to the left, to the right, behind him, there were NPCs approaching from every direction. All sorts of long-ranged attacks were raining down on him. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser didn't just stand there. He was moving nimbly amidst the chaos, searching for an angle and an opening to attack. Gunshots would ring from time to time. He continued to attack. He couldn't establish a set tempo, and his attacks weren't very threatening, but Fang Rui couldn't stop them from coming. Juzakai wasn't playing as aggressive or domineering as before. He was patiently kiting around Fang Rui. He wasn't in a hurry. The one taking more damage was Fang Rui, whether it was the player himself or the character's health and mana. Facing these NPCs weren't a problem for pro players, but it wouldn't be a walk in the park either. A subtle change had begun to take place. Juzakai was being restricted by the NPCs, but Fang Rui wasn't without burden. Who would be the first to make a mistake? Who would be the first to grasp the first large opening? Boundless Sea went in circles with the NPCs, while Cloud Pisser was constantly looking for an opening. While Juzakai searched, he was also closely observing the NPCs' movements. He knew that these NPCs weren't only being used as shields by Fang Rui. After he dodged another sneak attack from Boundless Sea, with a flicker, Boundless Sea suddenly vanished. Over there! Juzakai at least had the general direction. Boundless Sea suddenly stopped rushing towards Cloud Pisser. He had unexpectedly dashed into a group of NPCs. Cloud Pisser immediately moved to the side. Truthfully, every time Boundless Sea did something unexpected, Juzakai would feel a bit nervous. He knew how crafty and dirty this same generation player was. Moving to the side allowed him to see from a different angle, but Boundless Sea still couldn't be seen. That mob of NPCs seemed to have taken a hold of Boundless Sea. More and more NPCs and attacks started gathering there. Hong! The flat ground suddenly let out a muffled noise. Juzakai's vision began to shake. The ground itself was trembling. Cloud Pisser only felt a bit of swaying, but many of the NPCs in the mob were directly launched into the air. Landmine Quake! Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had undoubtedly used Landmine Quake. But he had taken the initiative to gather the crowd of NPCs. Now, he was using this skill to disperse them. What was he scheming? Boundless Sea seemed to be trying to escape with all his might, but Juzakai didn't have Cloud Pisser step forward to stop him. Instead, he backed away 2 steps. He was no longer pushing forward relentlessly. He was displaying a patience with no openings. If he didn't fully have a grasp of the situation, he wouldn't rashly interfere. Hong! Another muffled sound. A burst of chi exploded in the center of the NPC mob. Countless more NPCs were thrown into the air, or sent tumbling towards the ground towards Cloud Pisser. Cloud Pisser suddenly made a move. He suddenly rolled forward. With a lowered view, he was able to see from below. Behind one of the NPCs flying out was a curled-up Boundless Sea in the air. Exposed! Boundless Sea had tried to hide his movements by mixing in with the NPCs, but Juzakai had caught him. Right now, Fang Rui had no other choice but to brace himself and attack. A wave of chi descended. Boundless Sea pushed out with his 2 palms, sending out a blast of chi. Cloud Pisser had gotten up from his roll, attacking above from below. Even if he missed, his bullets would be flying up towards the sky. It wasn't possible for him to hit an NPC. As a result, Cloud Pisser didn't hold back. Kaka! While he had been rolling, the dual guns in Cloud Pisser's hands had turned into a long sniper rifle. It was aimed straight at Boundless Sea, bullet loaded. Fire! Thunder Snipe! At such a close distance, it wasn't possible to react to the Thunder Snipe. Juzakai had went for the highest DPS possible during this window. His snipe naturally went for Boundless Sea's head. Pa! The snipe had been extremely accurate. It hit Boundless Sea's head, dealing double damage. Blood blossomed into the air. The powerful impact changed Boundless Sea's original trajectory. But Juzakai wasn't done yet. When there were no openings, he could wait patiently until one came. When an opening came, he would seize it full force. Dual load. Cloud Pisser refreshed Thunder Snipe. He raised his sniper rifle again and fired another shot towards the head showered in blood. Bang! Another gunshot. Another headshot, double damage. Blood burst forth again, but this time, amidst this blood, a sharp cry sounded out. This is the sound of a young wyvern. Juzakai stared blankly. He saw a summoner's wyvern fall from the air. The wyvern had been hit by the Thunder Snipe, and was now just a dead corpse. Immediately afterwards, the NPCs began attacking Cloud Pisser. Aggro established. Juzakai laughed bitterly. In the end, he had been tricked by Fang Rui. A wyvern just happened to be rushing towards Boundless Sea from behind when he attacked. Juzakai didn't think it was a coincidence. He had lured the wyvern over to take the attack. All the signboards had been a facade. The true signboard had been Boundless Sea. Since the aggro had been established, there was no need to be cautious anymore. Random firing. Bullets flew from Cloudpisser's dual guns, creating a protective circle around him. However, a good number of the bullets were still focused on Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. Pulling aggro only put him in a difficult situation. It didn't mean that he had lost. The winner would be decided by what came next. After Juzakai established aggro from the NPCs, he immediately burst forth. It seemed like he planned on bringing down Boundless Sea in one wave. Fang Rui had carefully crafted his scheme. Boundless Sea was still soaring through the air. He wasn't able to land due to Cloudpisser's random firing. He was tumbling in midair, once again exposing his back. Extremely close behind him was an elementalist NPC who had been standing there silently for who knew how long. But right now, his staff was burning brightly with fire magic. This elementalist was clearly preparing for a powerful spell. Cloudpisser wasn't able to react in time and interrupt the cast. The elementalist pointed with his staff, and a ball of flame burst forth. The fire expanded and formed a majestic fire bird. Level 75 Elementalist skill, Fire Bird. Boundless Sea signboard wasn't as simple as just a wyvern. Chapter 1661. Thorough usage. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Fire Bird, level 75 Elementalist skill. These NPCs only had SOSO fighting capabilities. The threat of their attacks were limited. However, the pressure given off Fire Bird wasn't lacking at all. A ball of fire floated above the staff. The flame spread its wings and flew out, burning everything in its path. The distance was too close. Fire Bird had a long cast time, but the attack itself was fast. Juzakai's screen instantly turned bright red. In an instant, Cloudpisser was swallowed by the raging flames. Cloudpisser wasn't able to dodge the attack, but that didn't mean Juzakai couldn't do anything. Everyone saw him raise his knees just before the flames struck. The average viewer just thought that Cloudpisser was trying to dodge the attack, but was hit by the Fire Bird before he could take a second step. However, when the pro players saw Cloudpisser stand steady inside the flames, they knew that it wasn't as simple as just taking a step, but rather a knee strike. Knee strike was a low-level skill limited to close combat. However, even though sharpshooters tended not to choose to fight at close range, knee strike was a very important skill. Launchers, mechanics, and Spitfires, it was a must-learn skill for the other gunner classes too. Because when this skill was used, the user would have a brief moment of super armor. There wasn't a definite number for how long the super armor lasted. Many skills in Glory had hidden effects that wouldn't be made public. However, knee strike was a skill that had been in the game since the start. Its uses had been uncovered long ago by players and pro players. In particular, for gunners, this brief super armor was extremely useful. This was because Glory skills didn't have shared cooldowns. In theory, if you were fast enough, you could use 10 skills all at once. Of course, this was just in theory. Although Glory didn't have shared cooldowns, there were other ways the game design limited the available options. For example, character movements could not conflict with each other. Even if there were no shared cooldowns, there weren't many skills that could be used simultaneously. Knee strike was a skill that was extremely compatible with other gunner skills. Lifting the knees wouldn't conflict with raising the arms to shoot a gun. Knee strike also had a low cooldown, so it was often used to guarantee that other attacks successfully went off. Many players had blind faith in this technique. They wanted to combine knee strike with every attack, and for a while every gunner was like a one-legged person. However, this technique wasn't as easy to use as people originally thought. First, in order to use two skills at the same time, the player needed to have a fast enough hand speed. Second, the super armor effect from knee strike was very short. Making use of the super armor required precise timing and judgment. For most players, using the technique depended on luck. Whether they succeeded or not was like a blind cat trying to find a dead rat. People failed most of the time, and it was always because too many inputs would mess up what would otherwise be a simple movement. In the end, most people stopped trying to blindly test their luck and went toward more useful things. Juzukai's skill naturally didn't need to be questioned. There was no time for him to dodge, so he used this knee strike technique. However, the super armor from knee strike was very brief, while Firebird was a powerful attack. Relying on this brief super armor to resist the Firebird's momentum was impossible. Juzukai used it when it would be most effective, the moment the Firebird struck. Flames swept past. Cloudpisser didn't move when he raised his knee, but the super armor quickly disappeared, while the remaining impact followed through. However, the impact was reduced enough for Cloudpisser to eliminate by stepping back appropriately. Most people thought that the NPC's Firebird wasn't strong enough to send Cloudpisser flying away, overlooking Juzukai's perfectly timed knee strike. Really troublesome. Fang Rui saw everything clearly. He couldn't help but curse. He had been setting things up for this moment for a long time. Cloudpisser had established the NPC's aggro and was hit by Firebird, but Cloudpisser was still much farther away than Fang Rui had been hoping for. He had hoped that the Firebird would directly send Cloudpisser over to him. The NPCs who were now targeting Cloudpisser would attack, while he helped from the sidelines. That way, he would be able to take out Cloudpisser in one go. But there was still a bit of distance from the perfect scenario that he had envisioned. Juzukai's Cloudpisser wasn't sent flying. He stumbled back a few steps before steadying himself. His two guns were aimed straight towards Boundless Sea just like before. He wanted to continue his offense. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. But Boundless Sea moved faster. This situation wasn't as perfect as Fang Rui had envisioned, but he had to recognize that this was much more realistic. Juzukai wasn't so easy to beat. Killing him in one go was just a dream. Flames still lingered on Cloudpisser. The flames didn't deal any damage, but they were like a marker. The spirit reaches to the rainbow soared over. Dodge! Cloudpisser didn't stop to take a breath after making it past the Firebird. From the start, Juzukai was focused on movement. As he dodged the spirit reaches to the rainbow, he began his counterattack. Bang bang bang! Gunshots! The counterattack didn't come any slower than Boundless Sea spirit reaches to the rainbow. Boundless Sea used Slap, sending the Elementalist next to him spinning. The Elementalist became a meat shield to block Cloudpisser's attacks. This wasn't Juzukai's target. Cloudpisser continued to move to the side to get to a different angle. Boundless Sea dodged to the other side. Dragon Wave! Chi gathered and formed into a fierce dragon. The Chi moved slower than the bullets, and relying on this difference, the Chi dragon made its way to Cloudpisser. Cloudpisser immediately dodged to the side. However, Dragon Wave could be controlled. It wasn't so easy to escape from. Interrupting the skill was crucial. Cloudpisser aimed his gun at Boundless Sea, but an NPC suddenly came out from nowhere, putting itself in between Cloudpisser and Boundless Sea. Juzukai could only have Cloudpisser take a few more steps. But the Dragon Wave didn't chase after Cloudpisser. Instead, the dragon suddenly went backwards, moving in front of Cloudpisser, blocking Juzukai's sight again. Chi had no color, but when enough of it gathered, the Chi was thick enough to create a masking effect. When Juzukai saw Fang Rui's movements, he immediately felt that something wasn't right. Fang Rui was putting in an excessive amount of effort into blocking his vision. Fang Rui was probably providing cover for another NPC. The NPC that had stuck itself between the two of them suddenly popped into Juzukai's mind. He still remembered that the NPC had been moving towards him, but what class? Battle Mage. Dragon breaks the ranks. The Dragon Wave suddenly moved out of the way, revealing a figure charging forward. Juzukai reacted fast as lightning, but he was only able to act the moment the Battle Mage attacked. It was because the battlefield was too chaotic. The two couldn't only pay attention to each other. They needed to also avoid interference from the NPCs. There were all sorts of things moving around all at once from the left, behind, to the right, to the left. Even so, Juzakai shouldn't have been so distracted as to miss something as conspicuous as a battle mage charging straight for him. Not only had Battle Mage blocking his line of sight, the Battle Mage had borrowed Fang Rui's Dragon Wave as cover to suddenly appear in front of him. Juzakai reacted almost instinctively. Cloud Pisser just barely dodged the Dragon Breaks the Ranks. But a Berserker NPC just happened to be there. The Berserker swung its sword. Behind the Berserker was a Warlock casting a curse. Juzakai had been aware of it. But more importantly, there was Fang Rui. The Dragon Wave was on its way back, blocking his last possible path of retreat. Boom! Countless attacks landed on Cloud Pisser all at once. Chapter 1662. Too smooth isn't good either. Nomiami. Nomiami. This was already Juzakai's fourth match in the group arena. But even when Cloud Pisser had been trapped by Dancing Rain's powerful firing line, he had never been in such a passive state before. He himself had chosen to have Cloud Pisser enter Dancing Rain's firing line. He himself had chosen to charge through Sumuching's barrage. He himself had chosen to put himself in a predicament, demanding that he broke through it. But not this time. In this chaotic battlefield, Fang Rui crafted meticulously calculated plans. As soon as he saw an opening, he would utilize every resource that he had to seize it. There was also his dirty play style that was impossible to grasp. All those added together finally put a stop to Juzakai. It was the first time in this group arena that Juzakai was completely out of options. He had no way to escape from this predicament. Cloud Pisser was trapped. From Boundless Sea's Dragon Wave. From a Berserker NPC's Destruction Slash. From a Warlock NPC's Grasping Ghosts. A Spitfire NPC's Unknown Grenade. A Witch NPC's Acid Rain. The Battle Mage NPC that had missed the Dragon Breaks the Ranks was turning back around. Countless close-ranged classes were charging over aggressively. There were no openings. There was no way out. Besides taking this wave of attacks, nothing else could be done. The flames from the Firebird had yet to recede. Sparks of fire still floated in the air. In an instant, the sparks were swallowed into nothingness by the incoming attacks. And although Cloud Pisser could no longer be seen with all the explosions and light everywhere, everyone could see that he still existed from his rapidly falling health. The NPCs weren't very strong, but there were a lot of them. With so many attacks gathered together in one area, how could the damage not be terrifying? Whether it had been the match between Yishio and Sun Song, or the match where Mo Fan triggered the NPC ambush from above, none of them had taken so many attacks all at once. Fang Rui had fully taken advantage of the chaos. With one move, he threw Cloud Pisser into the abyss. But Fang Rui didn't relax yet. Many of the NPCs were still throwing attacks at Boundless Sea. As he ran around, he paid close attention to any movements from Juzakai. This wave of attacks would inflict heavy damage onto Cloud Pisser, but it wouldn't be enough to kill him. And the NPC attacks wouldn't be as focused and calculated as a player's. There would certainly be an opening after the wave was over. Juzakai would definitely want to escape through this opening. Fang Rui needed to find a way to patch up this gap. Papa. Gunfire. Sure enough, after the wave of attacks, Juzakai made his move. With a roundhouse kick, he swept away the 4 NPCs closest to him. Several gunshots followed one after the other. Juzakai didn't hold back, activating rapid firing to fire off as many shots as possible. At the same time, firearm martial arts. With buffs from rapid firing and firearm martial arts, Cloud Pisser's movements became incomparably quick. Then, he went for the hole that he had opened up, and saw Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. As expected. Juzakai wasn't surprised. He had pretty much grasped Fang Rui's plans. He knew that his biggest obstacle in escaping this predicament was Fang Rui. It was similar to the previous match against Mo Fan. Deception had drawn the aggro from the NPCs, but the one who made it the most difficult for Mo Fan was Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Spiral Chi Rush. Boundless Sea took a step forward and pushed with his palms, sending out a wave of chi. The opening that Cloud Pisser had created for himself was instantly patched up with spinning chi. Cloud Pisser couldn't continue forward. However, there were no ways out from the rear, left, or right either. The NPCs had them blocked. Where could he run to? Juzukai was once again helpless this fast? Many people had this thought, but not Juzukai. It looked like there was nowhere to run, but Cloud Pisser retreated a third of a step backwards. Cloud Pisser raised his guns and fired. Bang! The gunshot was unusually loud, and the bullet looked to be quite big. Anyone who had a sense of how fast a bullet typically moved would know that this bullet was moving very slowly. Stun Bullet. It was a Spitfire low-level skill. However, the stun effect was too useful. It was similar to a freeze. The stun would interrupt and lock up the target's movements and skills. This was why the skill was loud and slow. It had been intentionally designed to make the attack difficult to land. Juzukai had only moved back a third of a step to get off this shot. It could be seen that the distance between Cloud Pisser and Boundless Sea was extremely close. No matter how slow the stun bullet moved, it would cross that distance in just an instant. Juzukai had once again pulled off what everyone had thought was impossible. It was almost infuriating to watch. And because of how easy it was to recognize Stun Bullet, Fang Rui knew how troublesome this attack would be. If he continued with the Spiral Chi Rush, the Stun Bullet would interrupt it. The interrupt wasn't so bad, but the stun. Being stunned when facing the attacks of so many NPCs would be a death sentence. He had to dodge it. Boundless Sea quickly twisted to the side and lowered himself. Fang Rui did everything he could to dodge the bullet. But it was useless. The distance was too close. Juzukai's aim was too poisonous. Boundless Sea had moved before he was hit, but he wasn't able to dodge it. The bullet simply didn't land exactly where he wanted it to land, that's all. The skill effect didn't care about that though. Boundless Sea went rigid. He wouldn't be able to dodge the NPC skills coming after him. Juzukai obviously wasn't going to show him any sympathy. Seizing this opportunity, Cloud Pisser rushed out, but to his surprise, a scythe came swinging at him from where Boundless Sea had turned away from. Juzukai was startled. He wanted to dodge, but the area covered by the scythe was too large. There was only a third of a step between them. With the NPC so close, there was no room to run. Hit! A talisman glowing with the symbol flew out and attached to Cloud Pisser. If a scythe with a talisman effect landed, it could not be dodged. That symbol. Immobilizing talisman. Cloud Pisser was unable to move. At least, compared to Boundless Sea, he could still attack. But for a gunner, relying on just attacks to push off an incoming enemy was impossible. Fang Rui wasn't able to avoid Juzukai's terrifying precision, but Juzukai wasn't able to avoid Fang Rui's follow-up. The stadium screens focused on the two players. Both were smiling bitterly. The storm of attacks instantly swallowed the two characters. Boundless Sea was stunned, unable to move in any way. Cloud Pisser was only immobilized. He could still attack, and was trying his hardest to fend off against the enemy so he could survive longer. Crowd control effects wouldn't last too long, but these short few seconds felt endless to the two of them. Who would recover first? This became a crucial question. Juzukai knew that his stun bullet should last 4 seconds. Accounting for the stats on Boundless Sea, the stun would be reduced to at least 2 to 3 seconds. As for the NPC's immobilization talisman, the effects couldn't be too strong. In the end, Cloud Pisser should be immobilized for around 3.5 seconds. Boundless Sea should recover before Cloud Pisser did, but Cloud Pisser wasn't stunned and could still attack. This would help him defend against Boundless Sea. Juzukai could only hope that there would be no interference from the NPCs during that time. He wasn't able to move, and he was helpless against many of the incoming attacks. He could only bet on luck. 1 second, 2 seconds. Juzakai paid close attention to Boundless Sea. 2.5 seconds. Boundless Sea recovered. Fang Rui also knew that this was a key moment. He could already see Cloud Pisser aiming at him. Fang Rui hastily had Boundless Sea curl up. He thanked the NPCs around him. They were being good partners right now, providing him with exceptional cover. He flipped over his palms and gathered chi. Boundless Sea wanted to strike Cloud Pisser along with the NPCs. Cloud Pisser didn't have much health left. If he was able to land this sort of attack, it would be his win. But Fang Rui didn't realize that there was actually a small opening in the cover provided by the NPCs. The opening was very small, perhaps enough for a single bullet to go through. But it was an opening that Cloud Pisser could use. Bang! A gunshot. Juzakai saw this small opening. There was no time to hesitate. He immediately aimed and fired. The bullet pierced through the crowd. If he was just slightly off, the bullet would hit an NPC, and he wouldn't be able to interrupt Boundless Sea's attack. But his aim was on point. Pu! Blood spurt out. A bullet pierced through this tiny opening, interrupting Boundless Sea's attack. At the same time, it made it so that Boundless Sea wasn't able to dodge an incoming NPC attack. Perfect! Cloud Pisser finally recovered from the immobilization talisman. But at this moment, light glowed from underneath his feet. A pillar of light shot towards the sky. Juzakai hastily tried to get away, but he wasn't able to. Hexagram Prison. A Warlock NPC's attack. If Juzakai hadn't been paying attention to Fang Rui, if he hadn't needed to focus all his attention to attack through that small opening, perhaps he wouldn't have overlooked such a powerful CC attack and would have instead had Cloud Pisser interrupt the Warlock's cast. Sure enough, things going too smoothly against Fang Rui wasn't a good sign. As Juzakai thought about this, Cloud Pisser was swallowed by another wave of NPC attacks and was killed. Group Arena, 5th round, Fang Rui won. Chapter 1663. Fighting to go first. Nomiami. Nomiami. In the end, Juzakai lost. Juzakai had been Samsara's second player in the group arena. His first match was against Happy's first player, Yi Xiao, before finally falling to Happy's fourth player, Fang Rui. Even so, the fans on Samsara didn't feel satisfied. They felt that it was somewhat of a pity. They really thought that Juzakai was playing well enough to pull off a 1v4. Unfortunately, he ended up losing to Fang Rui. He got caught in the trap. The Samsara fans all had the same thought. Fang Rui was truly too cunning. Just take a look at the post-fight numbers. Cloud Pisser had started the fight with 45% of his health, and how much damage did Boundless Sea deal? 13%. What did this mean? It meant that Cloud Pisser had lost 32% of his health to NPCs. An unfair advantage. The Samsara fans were furious, choosing to forget about Juzakai's fight with Mofan. In that fight, the post-fight statistics showed that Juzakai's Cloud Pisser only dealt a total of 23% of Deception's health. The other 77% had been lost to NPCs. Under similar circumstances, players would always take advantage of what they could. It was just that in the Juzakai vs Mofan match, the situation allowed for Juzakai to more easily suppress his opponent. In the Fang Rui vs Juzakai match, what Fang Rui needed to do was far more complicated. As a result, even though the outcome was the same, it seemed much more difficult for Fang Rui to achieve. It was hard not to have a different impression of the fight. Fans would always be in defense of their idols. For Samsara's fans, it was almost to the point of shedding tears for his grievances. But after seeing Juzakai walk out from the player booth, everyone immediately stood up and applauded crazily. Even though it was too bad that it wasn't a 1v4, it was still a 1v3. It was still an unprecedented achievement in the finals. Another brushstroke was added to Juzakai's name in the history books. Juzakai didn't look to talk, but he wasn't like Mofan, who would completely ignore everyone else. As the fans cheered his name, he waved his hands towards them as he walked down from the stage. The players on Samsara also stood up and applauded to welcome their captain back. They were tired of praising him at this point and actually started complaining. "You're so fierce, what's there left for us to do? So you can take care of the team competition by yourself, right?" Ha ha. Juzakai just laughed, but he didn't say anything. Everyone stopped joking around and quickly began discussing who to send for the next fight. "My turn." Lu Boyuan volunteered to go up. In the previous team competition, he and Du Ming had tried to pincer Fang Rui in an alleyway, but Du Ming ended up being the one trapped there. At that time, he could only watch helplessly as his friend was killed. He had already been holding it in by then. Later on in the team competition, he and Fang Minghua had been stalled by Fang Rui alone for an unbelievable amount of time. Fang Minghua was a healer who needed to be protected by him. But let alone push away Fang Rui, he hadn't even been able to get Fang Minghua's laughing song to escape. He had lost badly to Su Muqing in the previous group arena too. Lu Boyuan knew that he had been a huge reason for Samsara's defeat last game. During these 2 days, Lu Boyuan would often think about his time in Season 8. That season's final had been the pinnacle of his professional career. Through his incredible plays, he helped Samsara take down Blue Rain to win the team their first championship trophy. After that final, Lu Boyuan's spot as a top player and an all-star had been established. But now? His chaotic Cloudy Mountains had even better stats than before. At that time, when speaking of Glory's #1 grappler, it wasn't him, but Tiny Herb's flying drops. Later on, in order to help strengthen his chaotic Cloudy Mountains, the team purchased the famous flying drops and dismantled him for his equipment. Lu Boyuan's character had gotten stronger, more famous, but why was he playing worse? Why? Was it because his desire for victory wasn't as great as before? Was it because he had gotten complacent after winning 2 championships? No, definitely not. He wanted more championship victories, more glory. How could just 2 be enough? Lu Boyuan burned with fighting spirit. Seeing Fang Rui on stage, his thirst for battle was stronger than ever. He wasn't the only one who wanted to go up. Du Ming had been playing spectacularly last game, but he ended up losing to Fang Rui in the group arena. The team competition had been even more frustrating. Seeing Fang Rui on stage, he wanted revenge. Plus, after beating Fang Rui, Happy's next player should be that person, no? Thinking of this, Du Ming started getting impatient. Lu Boyuan had just said that he wanted to go, when Du Ming interrupted, "My turn, my turn." "My turn!" Lu Boyuan glared at Du Ming. Me. Du Ming ignored him. Who played next wouldn't be decided by just the 2 of them. He wasn't going to bicker with Lu Boyuan. Du Ming looked eagerly towards his captain, vice-captain, and even Fang Minghua. The people with the most authority on the team was their captain and vice-captain, of course, but number 3 wasn't the talented Sun Song nor their other all-star, Lu Boyuan, but Fang Minghua. Although he was the least famous among Samsara's main roster, he was the most senior member in Samsara. He had started in Season 4, a part of the Golden Generation. That season had too many astonishingly talented rookies, overshadowing many other excellent rookies. Fang Minghua had been one of the nobodies of Season 4. He had joined Samsara and became a part of the main roster. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. The radiance of the geniuses of the Golden Generation shined brighter than ever. Huang Shaoqian, Yu Wenju, Zhong Xinjie, Chu Yunxiu, Su Muqing, Li Xian. Who hadn't heard of them? Yet for all their fame, who among those in that generation had the most championships wins, the greatest glory of them all? Within these 7 years, the Season 4 players who had won the most championships as main roster players weren't Huang Shaoqian, or Zhong Xinjie, or Chu Yunxiu. It was Li Yihui. It was Fang Minghua. Li Yihui had been considered a member of the Golden Generation, an all-star player, winning 2 championships together with Tiny Herb. But he ended up being the first among the Golden Generation to fall. After transferring to Team 301, he completely lost his luster. Within 2 seasons, he quickly became one of the forgotten. But Fang Minghua wasn't a member of the Golden Generation. He had been a mediocre rookie in Season 4, but he was the one who got the last laugh. As the healer, he won 2 consecutive championships in Season 8 and Season 9. He was on his way towards the teams and his 3rd championship win. He wasn't as famous as those in the Golden Generation, but as Samsara's healer for 7 years, his seniority in the team wasn't low. Because apart from just being there for 7 years, his contributions towards Samsara were well received. He had been the one to strongly recommend Juzukai to Team Samsara. He had believed that Juzukai was a player who could not be let go no matter the cost. At that time, Samsara's sharpshooter was their captain, Zhong Yiwei, and he wasn't nearly as confident in Juzukai's potential. It was under Fang Minghua's relentless insistence that Samsara made the decision to take Juzukai. There were even rumors that his firm stance made Samsara's captain Zhong Yiwei extremely displeased with him. However, Juzukai soon proved that Fang Minghua's opinion hadn't been an overstatement. In Season 6, when Fang Minghua recommended Jiang Buotao, the team highly valued his opinion. That winter transfer season, they decisively purchased Jiang Buotao. And once again, Fang Minghua had found another incredible player for Samsara. This mediocre rookie of Season 4 had helped the team wholeheartedly. He had seniority. He had contributed much to the team through great efforts, but he never showed off. He wasn't the captain. He wasn't the vice-captain. But no one on Samsara would ever disregard his opinions. And he had always done his utmost from beginning to end. He hadn't changed these 7 years. Even if he offended the captain and the core player, he would never give up on his viewpoint. If he had a recommendation, he would never hide it. "I think Lu Boyuan should go," Fang Minghua said. Chapter 1664. 3% Nomiami. Nomiami. Fang Rui sat in the player booth, quietly waiting for his next opponent. I won. And it was against Juzukai. He had ended Juzukai's win streak. To many, Fang Rui had already done something worthy of pride. But Fang Rui wasn't satisfied. Juzukai? So what? Did beating him mean that they had won the finals? No. Not only did it not guarantee them the championship trophy, it didn't even guarantee them the group arena. To Fang Rui, Juzukai was just Samsara's 2nd player in the group arena. Yes, he was formidable and difficult to defeat, but more importantly, after him was Samsara's 3rd player. If he beat him, it would only be another small step towards victory. There were even more obstacles that needed to be passed. What was there to be happy about? He was still far from being happy or proud. Next! His goal was to beat the next one. After that, it would be the next one, and then the next one. His thirst for victory would never falter. It was only by constantly beating the next person would he be able to stand on the final podium. So who's next? Come. The next one came. Samsara's 3rd player was Lu Boyuan. In the end, Samsara went with Fang Minghua's recommendation. All of Team Samsara trusted him deeply. This didn't mean that he held the most authority on the team, or that he was taking advantage of his contributions to the team. It was the exact opposite. Everyone respected that he never made a display of these 2 points. He was someone who always judged the matter as it stood, using reasoning to persuade others. Lu Boyuan had his wish fulfilled. He had been overjoyed at having the opportunity to go on stage, but he quickly calmed himself down. By the time he made it to the player booth and loaded into the game, he had let reason take over him. The match officially began. One side was a Chi master, the other side was a grappler. This was a battle between 2 fighters. Lu Boyuan's grappler, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, came in full of energy. As for Fang Rui's Chi master, Boundless Sea, even though he had won against Juzukai's Cloud Pisser, he had lost 47% of his health left. He still had 53% left. After all, Boundless Sea had been under pressure from the NPCs the entire time. It was impossible for him not to have lost any health in the process, yet he had won under these conditions. It was true that it was intentional, but it still made everyone look at him with a whole new level of respect. If they had been the ones playing, would they have been able to do it? However, for this match, it didn't look like Fang Rui planned on doing the same thing. After the match began, his Boundless Sea charged out. Beat his opponent, and then move on to the next one. Fang Rui only had this one thought. He knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to do much more in today's decisive game. Even though he had only been against someone with 45% of his health left in the previous fight, it had exhausted him. The strategy that he had chosen had increased the weight of the burden on him. Whether it was his character's health or his own energy, the chaotic battle that he had placed himself in was much more exhausting than a normal one. His condition hadn't been great to begin with either. He felt the fatigue. He could feel his focus slipping, but he persisted. He had beaten Juzakai, and now, he was going to beat his next opponent. Because he knew that this would be his last fight this season. How far he could go would be how far he went. Today, he probably wouldn't be able to fully recover. He probably wouldn't be able to help the team in the more important team competition coming up. Fang Rui was unsatisfied, extremely unsatisfied. He was Happy's highest paid player with Happy's strongest character. He would never forget that. But when the team needed him the most, in their most crucial game of the season, he couldn't help. Fang Rui hated this feeling. He truly loathed it. But he couldn't be rash. He didn't think about trying to persevere for the team competition. Because from the start, he had known exactly how much he would be able to contribute in today's match. He had originally planned on saving his energy in the group arena, and coming out in the more important team competition. But right now, he could no longer play at 100% for the team competition. He was afraid that he would instead become the team's burden. As a result, all that remained was the present, the group arena. How much he would be able to contribute would be how much he contributed. This here would be his everything. The two characters met in the middle of the canyon. Boyuan was eager to battle. Fang Rui didn't delay because he knew that his condition wouldn't get any better with just a few seconds of rest. He wanted to do everything he could while he still had the ability to. Forward. Boundless Sea continued forward, but chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't cower either. The two sides grew nearer and nearer. As a Chi master, he could have started attacking a while ago, but he didn't. He wasn't planning on engaging in close combat, was he? Of the 4 fighter classes, Chi masters were the weakest at close combat. On the other hand, strikers and grapplers held the top ranks among all the classes in glory. Fang Rui couldn't possibly think about fighting up close. What was he scheming? Everyone was thinking the same thing, including Boyuan. A player like Fang Rui didn't feel trustworthy. What you saw on the surface was always fake. Boyuan didn't even dare to blink. He stared intently at the approaching enemy. Roll. Boundless Sea suddenly rolled. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains hadn't attacked. He wasn't close enough, yet Boundless Sea looked as if he were dodging frantically. The scheme is coming. Everyone thought, including Boyuan. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain immediately made a move. He jumped to the side. Who cared what Boundless Sea was scheming? Moving unpredictably would always be safe. But Boundless Sea didn't do anything. The roll just seemed to be a normal roll. Boyuan kept up his guard. Wasn't it normal to see Fang Rui do something puzzling? He couldn't be careless for even a second. But he still had to try to take the initiative. Boyuan kept his guard up, while Chaotic Cloudy Mountain approached. Grapplers had to get up close to attack. Boundless Sea rolled again. This time, it wasn't forward, or to the left, or to the right, but backwards. The broadcast and the stadium screens immediately zoomed in on Boundless Sea. Everyone thought that Fang Rui was definitely scheming something just like the last roll. There hadn't been anything last time. But this time, Fang Rui didn't let them down. During his roll, Boundless Sea sneakily rubbed his palms together. Boyuan couldn't see it, but the spectators watching carefully could. Everyone suddenly felt a moment of I know what's going to happen next. But even if they knew, it wouldn't be of any use. A chi blade flew out. Boundless Sea kept rolling, changing direction slightly. How devious! The spectators who noticed Boundless Sea's sneaky chi blade immediately knew what Boundless Sea's goal was. His chi blade hadn't been aimed towards chaotic Cloudy Mountain, but with Boundless Sea changing direction, if Boyuan followed along and chased after him, the chi blade would be perfect. The chi blade and Boundless Sea's change of direction had been linked together closely. The angle was even more dirty. If Boyuan was watching his movements carefully, if Boyuan kept up with his tempo and adjusted accordingly, the chi blade would be very easy to overlook. So, was focusing too hard, reacting too fast, a mistake against Fang Rui? Unfortunately for Boyuan, he committed this mistake. He had been eager to fight, but he maintained his calm. He also made sure to be attentive and to react fast. He was playing incredibly well. But that resulted in him getting hit. Chi blade. He only noticed it when the attack landed. A mark from the chi blade appeared on chaotic Cloudy Mountain's body. Everyone felt sorry for Boyuan. Chi blade had a knockback. Boyuan's rhythm was interrupted, and the reason was because he was playing too well. But everyone soon realized that chaotic Cloudy Mountain's rhythm hadn't been disrupted by the attack. The step he had been taking was the step he took. Oh. Everyone realized what it was. Reinforced iron bones. Boyuan had already activated reinforced iron bones. When the replay from his perspective was shown, it turned out that he indeed hadn't seen that chi blade. Boyuan had reacted too fast and adjusted too quickly. However, he had activated reinforced iron bones earlier. He seemed to have predicted that he would definitely fall for Fang Rui's dirty trick and get hit. Hit me all you want, but don't think that'll stop my advance. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain marched forward resolutely. The Samsara crowd erupted with wild applause. 3. At this moment, the number 3 popped up in the public chat. The sender was Boundless Sea, Fang Rui. 3? What did that mean? Everyone stared blankly at the number. Was he intentionally making things mysterious again? Ignore it. Kill him. The crowd once again erupted into shouts. It was 3%. In the stadium, at a remote and inconspicuous corner, which wasn't even considered a seat, there was a person standing there, watching the match. He saw through what the 3s meant. If someone looked back to see who he was, they would probably recognize him instantly. It was Lin Jingyan, who had announced his retirement after the semifinals. Team Wind Howl's Lin Jingyan, Team Tyranny's Lin Jingyan, it didn't matter what team he was on, or if he was retired, he was the person who understood Fang Rui the best. 3. It was 3%. The damage that the chi blade had dealt was 3%. Fang Rui was keeping track of his damage dealt. He was using this method to record how much he contributed to today's match. Chapter 1665. It ends here. Nomiami. Nomiami. Roll, jump, crawl. Fang Rui was like a fish in the water, moving around freely no matter how shameful it looked. Boyuan's chaotic Cloudy Mountain stepped forward with reinforced iron bones active, but in the end, Fang Rui was able to escape. And after seeing that chaotic Cloudy Mountain had activated reinforced iron bones, he took advantage of it to throw out 2 skills without any concealment. Reinforced iron bones was valuable for its super armor buff, and super armor was valuable for allowing the user to ignore incoming enemy attacks. If you dodged and hid yourself while using reinforced iron bones, then you were wasting the super armor. 5. 6. More numbers appeared in the public chat from Fang Rui. No one had thought anything of the previous 3, but after seeing this 5 and 6, people were finally beginning to catch on. Is he counting how much damage he's dealing? How dirty! Everyone sighed. This time, even the pro players thought that Fang Rui was using his dirtiness to engage in a psychological battle, listing out every damage he dealt to increase the mental pressure on his opponent. It obviously wasn't wrong to think this, and it was indeed something Fang Rui would do. But today, it wasn't actually his intention. He was simply using it as a way to remind himself, to keep himself focused. Soon afterwards, 2 more attacks landed on Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. The number jumped to 9. His attacks weren't anything special. He was taking advantage of the fact that Lu Boyuan wouldn't give up on trying to take the initiative with reinforced iron bones activated. If you want to give up, I'll help you give up. But if you don't, then sorry, I won't keep you company. 5 attacks had dealt 9%. But Lu Boyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had closed the distance considerably. Fang Rui wasn't greedy. He immediately stopped attacking and focused on running away. Suddenly, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain flickered, closing the distance at an extraordinary speed. Cloud Body. Many of the viewers immediately thought of this movement skill. It was the striker's movement skill, Cloud Body, and the skill that Lu Boyuan had placed on his weapon. The skill placed on a pro player's weapon wasn't easy to predict. Since there was no way to guard against it, its first usage in a match would always be extremely effective. Relying on this surprise move, the bit of distance between them was instantly closed. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 2 hands reached out to grab Boundless Sea. In the previous moment, Boundless Sea had been focused on escaping. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and threw out a palm. The attack was too fast, too close. It couldn't be dodged, but Lu Boyuan didn't care too much. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain still had reinforced iron bones active. That sort of instinctive attack wouldn't be able to stop him. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 2 hands went for the grab when his body suddenly lifted into the air. Qigong Blast. It had just seemed to be an instinctive counterattack, but it turned out to be the Qi Master's level 70 skill, Qigong Blast. The Qi surged through Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's body and wreaked havoc inside. The leather armor on him seemed like it was about to split apart from the outward pressure. A level 70 skill couldn't be used so easily. Fang Rui had planned this ahead of time. He had pretended to run away, but in actuality, he had been waiting for Chaotic Cloudy Mountain to come. He didn't care if Chaotic Cloudy Mountain used a movement skill like Cloud Body. No matter what happened, Lu Boyuan would want to get close to him as fast as possible. This point would never be wrong. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was hit. However, even Qigong Blast couldn't break through super armor. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was able to get a hold of Boundless Sea in the end. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain lifted Boundless Sea up and tossed him into the air, the low-level skill Fling. The grabs had begun. However, at the same time, his Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health slid down by a large chunk. Reinforced iron bones only increased the user's physical defense. However, Qi Master attacks dealt magic damage. The defense buff from reinforced iron bones was useless. 18. Boundless Sea had been tossed into the air, but Fang Rui was still counting. The damage from this level 70 skill dealt more damage than the previous 5 attacks combined. However, the one with the initiative was Lu Boyuan. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain threw Boundless Sea around like a doll. At the same time, he also reported his damage numbers in the public chat. 3, 6, 11, 15. For skills, for numbers. Grappler skills were powerful. These 4 skills dealt nearly as much damage as a Qi Master's 5 attacks plus a level 70 skill. He wasn't done yet either. Spiraling Whirlwind. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain ended his grappler combi with a level 70 skill. Due to the high grab priority, Fang Rui had no way to escape it. Boundless Sea spun in the air as he crashed to the ground with a boom that echoed through the canyon. 25. Lu Boyuan reported another number. This was the total damage dealt from a single combo, far more than the 18% that Boundless Sea had bitterly built up. This was a grappler. Due to the high priority of grabs, if a grappler could get a single attack to land, the opponent would find it nearly impossible to escape. Grapplers never had long combos, but each attack was extremely powerful. No other class had this sort of consistency in their combos. After the final hit, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain jumped away. Fang Rui had seen through Lu Boyuan's intentions and racked up damage, even getting in a level 70 attack. But so what? In the end, he hadn't been able to control the situation. After the fierce grappler combo, Lu Boyuan was the one who had the advantage. Lu Boyuan had hit back, taking out 25% of Boundless Sea's health. If Fang Rui had been trying to put pressure on his opponent by reporting the damage that he dealt, then it had the opposite effect. With such a powerful counterattack from Lu Boyuan, the one feeling the pressure would be Fang Rui. The dirty method backfired. For the Samsara fans, it was a joyous scene. Pan Lin and Liebor also praised Lu Boyuan's counterattack. The spectating pro players all felt that compared to the 25% health lost, the pressure from this counterattack was even more terrifying. Boundless Sea started rolling around on the ground again. He didn't stand up. He just continued to roll. Fang Rui had started his annoying and unsightly movements again. Chi Bullet. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain easily dodged it. Cloud Pushing Palm. Cloud Splitting Palm. Skills poured out. Fang Rui was practically playing the cooldown game, using all sorts of weak, low-level skills. These skills had low cooldowns and fast startups. With so many attacks being thrown out, it indeed wasn't easy to defend against. But so what if it was hard to defend against? A Chi bullet hit Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. The Chi exploded, but his momentum wasn't impacted at all. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain continued to search for an opportunity to get close to Boundless Sea. 19. Another number in the public chat. After a long struggle, Fang Rui was able to get in a single Chi bullet, but it had practically zero effect on the battle, dealing only 1%. But Fang Rui recorded it anyways. Even with this 1%, he had only dealt a total of 19%, still not enough to catch up to Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's 25%. However, Fang Rui didn't seem to have noticed the 25% he took. He was still carefully keeping track of his damage. 21. After some more back and forth, he finally got another 2%. He didn't feel any pressure from Lu Boyuan's counterattack. The only thing on his mind was his own numbers. Even when Lu Boyuan had typed out 3, 6, 11, 15, 25 during the grappler combo, Fang Rui was only looking at the 18. The number that Lu Boyuan had surpassed in one combo. 19, 21. Fang Rui carefully and patiently increased this number. There was nothing else on his mind. 24, 28. 25 had been passed, but the thought never crossed Fang Rui's mind because he hadn't even seen the 25. 31. Another successful hit. The stadium was silent. In everyone's eyes, the attacks from Fang Rui couldn't be considered as an offensive play. One attack would just be one attack. This sort of mindless fighting was too amateurish in the eyes of the pro players. But this amateurish fighting was actually frustrating Lu Boyuan. For Lu Boyuan, he couldn't read Fang Rui. Lu Boyuan's intuition and experience couldn't be used against this sort of strategy. Fang Rui's playing was pure and simple. Tactics? Schemes? Psychological warfare? All of these things had been tossed out by him because he didn't have the energy to think about any of it. After 31, 32. Another 1% damage. Fang Rui countered it. It was a strategy with no thought to it, and it felt deeply oppressive. Lu Boyuan's Chaotic Cloudy Mountain chased after Boundless Sea fiercely, but he just couldn't grab him. All of a sudden, Boundless Sea would nick him with a tiny poke. Everyone was staring intently at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain 2 hands, waiting for them to grab Boundless Sea, but that moment never happened. Finally, the NPCs on the two ends spawned and began charging towards each other. None of the two characters were the focus of the NPCs, but it was hard not to be implicated in their battle. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain and Boundless Sea were dodging the NPC attacks, but as they dodged, they would constantly be looking for openings to attack. 35. Amidst the chaos, Fang Rui was able to land an attack. The chaos also increased the number of variables being changed. In the end, Lu Boyuan was able to find an opening. 29. he typed out the total damage dealt after this blow, but this time, because of interference from the NPCs, he wasn't able to continue the combo. Boundless Sea was thrown to the ground, not crashing into any NPCs. Boyuan had done this on purpose. The two had been entangled in the battle between the NPCs for a while. Each of them had gotten in a blow on the other, but neither of them had aggroed the NPCs. From this perspective, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had the advantage. Grappler attacks had to be done at point-blank range. It was practically impossible for him to accidentally hit an NPC. Boundless Sea was different, though. Chi Masters had quite a few mid-ranged attacks. His situation was very similar to Juzukai's situation last round. Fang Rui wanted to attack Boyuan, but he also didn't want to hit an NPC. Fighting from a distance was harder than fighting up close, and compared to Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, Boundless Sea was fighting from a distance. Even so, Fang Rui was still proactive. Boundless Sea weaved in and out through the NPC crowd, searching for an opportunity. Boyuan thought that he had the upper hand. He had even been afraid that Fang Rui would run away, although that never happened. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was firmly locked onto him. 39. Boyuan made a careless mistake and was hit by another attack from Boundless Sea. A new number appeared. Does he want to count up to 100? It was still far from 100, but Boyuan was certain. How could he know that 100 wasn't Fang Rui's goal? Fang Rui didn't have a fixed goal. The more the better. 41. 45. 47. 50. 50. Half his health. Not a single attack made anyone feel like Fang Rui had the upper hand, but even so, he had already taken out half of Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health. As for Boyuan, after his powerful 25% counterattack, he was only able to get in one more 4% attack. I'm being toyed with by Fang Rui again? Boyuan couldn't keep himself calm. In the end, he was a rather emotional player. When he was playing well, he could make explosive plays one after the other. But when he tilted, his playing would likely falter. In today's match, he had strengthened his resolve. When he came on stage, he carefully sorted out this resolve, so he wouldn't be impulsive. He had suppressed his emotions. He needed to be rational, calm. But Fang Rui's annoying strategy had truly made him lose his temper. His emotions were in an awful state. He just wanted to vent, to explode with anger. And when Fang Rui counted to 50, his baseline was finally shattered. Unable to endure it any longer, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain suddenly made a move. Spiraling Whirlwind. The level 70 skill made its appearance again, but this time, Boundless Sea wasn't in his grasp. His hands grabbed nothing but air. The centripetal force generated from this attack would suck in nearby enemies, but Boundless Sea was a bit too far. With a roll, Boundless Sea escaped. Boyuan didn't stop, launching a group of NPCs into the air. Boom! Like a meteor, he crashed to the ground, spinning like a tornado. All the nearby NPCs were dragged into the whirlwind, falling down like raindrops. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had provoked the NPCs on both sides. Suddenly, all sorts of attacks were thrown towards him. The attacks were aimed at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, but they wouldn't purposefully avoid Boundless Sea. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dashed towards Boundless Sea. Previously, he had to be careful to avoid the NPCs. This time, he wasn't going to avoid them anymore. Boyuan was going to sweep aside any NPCs in his way. Pa! A chi bullet exploded. 51. Fang Rui countered again. Boyuan threw all caution to the wind. As Chaotic Cloudy Mountain charged forward, he tossed every nearby NPC towards Boundless Sea. Fling, spinning throw, back throw, for a moment, he had turned into a long-ranged attacker. The NPCs nearby were his ammunition. Boundless Sea ran. The incoming NPCs were blocked by other NPCs. Boyuan had made things even more chaotic. 54. Fang Rui was still calm, using every opportunity he saw to get in a hit. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't waver. Reinforced Iron Bones. He had activated it again. This time, he was really planning on just barging through everything in his path. A nearby NPC swung his sword at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't dodge. He leapt into the air. Aerial twist! His two legs latched onto the NPC's neck. With a twist, the NPC was thrown into the air. Before the NPC landed, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain let go, and then latched onto another NPC's neck. Circle Sweep Kick. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain held onto the NPC with one leg, and then twisted. Boundless Sea suddenly appeared in front of him. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had used two NPCs as bridges to close the gap between himself and Boundless Sea. Pa! Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's head was whacked. Chi burst forth, Flash Burst. But it couldn't break apart Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's super armor. His health dropped, but Chaotic Cloudy Mountain had grabbed onto Boundless Sea. Super armor. He had super armor, and Boundless Sea still had 22% health. Amidst this chaos, Boundless Sea wasn't able to completely avoid any injuries. 22%. No matter what, I have to take down that last 22%. The chi burst out from Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's head as Boundless Sea was flung into the air. He quickly looked around him. The NPCs were attacking him non-stop, but with reinforced Iron Bones active, he only feared CC skills that could break super armor. There were none. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain jumped, his health dropping rapidly. There was NPC damage mixed in with that flash burst. But he didn't dodge any of the attacks. He reached out and grabbed the airborne Boundless Sea. Fatal Airdrop. Boundless Sea crashed to the ground. But just 2 attacks wasn't enough to take out 22%. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain dropped down as Boundless Sea was thrown ruthlessly to the ground. After touching the ground, Boundless Sea bounced back into the air from the powerful impact. At this moment, his character was no longer in a grabbed state, so Fang Rui quickly acted. He couldn't move while in the air. All he could do was have Boundless Sea attack his opponent. How much health does he have left? Because Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was still taking damage from the NPC attacks, Fang Rui wasn't certain. Spiral Chi Kill. As Boundless Sea bounced into the air, he frantically sent out an attack. A whirlwind of chi twisted towards the falling Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge because he was also in the air. He reached out with his hands and grabbed Boundless Sea. Overhead Toss. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain twisted his arms and threw Boundless Sea back to the ground. He fell, and Boundless Sea fell. But when he stood up, Boundless Sea was flat on the ground. It wasn't over yet. Boundless Sea still had 2% of his health left. After his first grab onto Boundless Sea, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain remained close. Overhead Toss into Ground Toss. Boundless Sea was lifted into the air and then thrown to the ground. Boundless Sea's health dropped to 0. Fang Rui was still staring at Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health bar. The moment Boundless Sea's health fell to 0, victory was decided, and Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health was locked into place. Fang Rui could finally see it clearly. 84%. Keep going. Fang Rui was still tapping his keyboard and moving his mouse, but he discovered that Boundless Sea could no longer be controlled. His screen was strange, it had turned grey. Fang Rui stared blankly. 84%. So it ends here? Chapter 1666. For victory. Nomiami. Nomiami. 1. Lost? The two players on stage were somewhat dazed. Boyuan had been extremely smug when he came up to battle, but the battle had unfolded vastly different from his expectations. He never thought that he would experience this kind of battle before. He won. He had finally cleaned out Boundless Sea's 22% health. but his instinct still half expected Boundless Sea to flip up in the next instant and scurry into the mass of NPCs, landing a skill upon chaotic Cloudy Mountain in the next second out of nowhere. He was still completely on alert. It wasn't until glory flashed on his screen, until his camera view was changing, displaying his chaotic Cloudy Mountain going through the various victory poses. This was a moment that would normally inspire pride in any player. But right now, Boyuan wasn't feeling any of that. Even he couldn't describe his current mood. He only stared at the screen, watching his chaotic Cloudy Mountain finish the victory poses. The screen then exited the battle, and the wait for the next player began. He won. Next player. Only now did Boyuan suddenly have this kind of feeling. Only now did he suddenly feel like this victory was real. Next player. Boyuan knew that he should already be paying attention to the transition to the next match, but his brain couldn't stop. His mind was still flashing with the scenes from the match that had just ended. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea seemed to be rolling once again. Of course, Boundless Sea could no longer perform any roles. Fang Rui stared at that grayed out world displayed after his character died for several seconds before finally standing up. He walked out of the competitor booth. The stadium seemed very quiet. He looked at the large display screen. Boyuan won, Fang Rui lost. In the end, he'd still lost. Fang Rui lowered his head and quietly walked off stage. The stadium was quiet, and he was very quiet as well. This was unlike his usual self. Normally, he would be inflated with pride after victory, and after a loss he would adopt a wise person reflecting 1,000 times can still make a mistake attitude. What's more, his performance today couldn't be considered a loss at all. He had fallen to Boyuan in the end, but before this, he had defeated Juzakai, fiercely killed Samsara's unstoppable momentum. The significance of this one victory was already extraordinary, and then afterwards, he had used 53% of Boundless Sea's health to wipe away 84% of Boyuan's. Even though there wasn't much worth analyzing in this process, everyone saw one thing clearly: perseverance toward victory. Fang Rui, this dirty player, chased victory without ever looking back. This match he played might not have been pretty, it might not have been nice to look at, but this perseverance and pursuit reached people's hearts. Unfortunately, his perseverance was stopped by Boyuan's sudden explosiveness. Everyone felt the same as Boyuan in his competitor booth. They still hadn't recovered, their heads were still filled with the images of Boundless Sea rolling and weaving through the crowd of NPCs. It wasn't pretty, but it left a deep impression. In this silence, Fang Rui walked back to Happy's player area. Everyone swarmed up to him, and he bravely forced out a smile. He in fact wanted to show off and act cool like he normally did, but after walking all the way back here, he suddenly felt like he didn't even have the spirit to be dirty anymore. Fang Rui sat back down in his seat, stretched his legs, stretched his arms. Chenghua handed him a towel, and he leaned against the back of his chair and placed it over his face. It was over. It really felt like his competitive state had left him. He had already done everything that he could. So why did he still feel so unsatisfied? What? Work hard and you'll have no regrets. Words like that were just to fool people, weren't they? He still wanted to keep working hard. The team round hadn't even been played yet. The towel was cold, but Fang Rui felt like his covered eyes were burning hot. Ding ding ding. Suddenly he heard the alert of a text message. Fang Rui could tell that it was his phone. He truly was in no mood to check, but his teammates were right there, and ultimately, he didn't want everyone to realize that he was acting strange. He wasn't going to be able to play the team competition, but being unable to play, and not being sent to play, the difference between these things was still quite great. As Fang Rui wiped the towel over his face, his other hand picked up his phone. The match isn't over yet, and neither are you. Lin Jingyan. This guy? Fang Rui was stunned. He didn't immediately look for Lin Jingyan, because he knew that even though this guy had already retired, he wouldn't let glory leave his line of sight so easily. No matter in what corner of the world he was now, he would be watching this match for sure. But that was all. Because he had truly said goodbye to this all. Because for him, all of this was truly over. Fang Rui had no reason to talk about anything being over. Because the match was still ongoing, and his own professional career was still ongoing. Fang Rui turned his head and watched Tang Ru walk on stage. This was already Happy's final player, and Samsara, including the still-alive Lu Boyuan, still had 3 players left. Looks like we have to 1v3, Fang Rui muttered. Yes, that's the only way, Yi Xiu said gravely, his arms folded. 1v3, logically, a pro player could never expect a 1v3. They couldn't set a 1v3 as a requirement for victory. But right now, Happy's players held this conviction. They didn't hide their expectation in front of Tang Ru, because they knew that this woman would never be held back by pressure. Of Happy's remaining players, if they had to choose one person who they thought could complete a 1v3, it would be her. As she stepped onto the stage, Tang Ru breathed deeply. 1v3? The reason she had been criticized harshly this entire season was related to this. She was a bit embarrassed of how rash she had been initially, but no matter what, the greater the difficulty, the more she wanted to conquer it. This was the core of her character. 1v3 was a challenge that she always wanted to complete, but the team's victory always came first. And right now, the team's victory and whether or not she could complete a 1v3 were intrinsically tied together. This overlap lifted Tang Ru's battle spirit even more. 7th round of the group arena. Happy's 5th player Tang Ru against Samsara's 3rd player Lu Boyuan. The match began. Tang Ru's soft mist immediately charged forward. This had always been her style, and Lu Boyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain was only at 16% health right now, so there was even less reason for her to hesitate or stall. By now, Lu Boyuan had finally walked out of previous battle. Tang Ru, soft mist. He saw the player he was about to face. This wasn't a meeting that deserved surprise. After the 4 previous players, leaving Tang Ru to anchor was an arrangement within expectations. And Tang Ru's style was very clear. She came on stage not just to knock down the opponent before her, but the one after, and the one after. Her goal would forever be to kill all. 1v3, this was the crazy promise she had once made, and because she had failed it, her name was dragged through the mud. And now, she was faced with a situation where victory required her to complete a 1v3. She must be very excited. Lu Boyuan could think of this point. Because he and the rest of the pro players could tell, this girl aimed for a 1v3 not to prove how strong she was, but because she simply enjoyed this kind of challenge. That was only the regular season, and there were only 3 players in the group arena, so a 1v3 was the most that could be done. If the regular season group arena had 5 players, no one would find it strange if this girl shouted a 1v5. Many people thought there was something wrong in her head, yet many others felt that this was an honest courage. 1v3, 1v5, these were viewed as difficult, nigh impossible. But every pro player had dreamed or imagined of completing such a thing. But they would only think about it, they wouldn't hold any serious hopes toward it. Yet Tang Ru treated this as a challenge, and worked hard to try and fulfill it. However, right now, she was fighting for her team's victory, a higher and more responsible goal. It wasn't like before, where she had been fighting for a careless promise. 1v3. In this moment, Tang Ru didn't think at all about that previous promise. All she thought of was victory. For victory, soft mist charged forward. Chapter 1667. Don't cry, Lu Boyuan. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. 16%. Lu Boyuan looked at the health remaining on chaotic cloudy mountain. There wasn't much health left, but he couldn't retreat. He knew what target Tang Ru was charging toward, and he was determined to strike at her head-on. Chaotic cloudy mountain rushed forth. At the center of the canyon, the 2 characters met. Tang Ru's style was always to charge without hesitation, and her common starting move was the powerful attack Dragon Breaks the Ranks. Lu Boyuan had memorized all of this, and as soon as soft mist appeared in his view, he was already bracing himself. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain no longer traveled in a straight line and instead began to advance in an unpredictable roundabout way to prevent Soft Mist from breaking through with a single dragon breaks the ranks. It seemed like Tang Ru didn't care about that much. Soft Mist's movement was as straight as ever, but her camera view was tracking Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's non-stop movement, keeping him in the center of her field of view. He had chosen this kind of roundabout movement for two reasons. One was to prevent Tang Ru from using her normal method of dragon breaks the ranks, and the other was that this was a common method of closing in on the opponent. Compared to gunners and other mags, battle mags and grapplers were both close-range attackers. But comparing a battle mage and a grappler, there was still a difference in their attack ranges. The attack range of a grappler was basically the length of a character's arms, within 2 units of distance. As for battle mags, their attack range included not only the length of their arms but the length of their weapon. With that, their attack range could reach a max of 5 or even 6 units. So to grapplers, battle mags were also long-range attackers. Breaking through that 6-unit range to get to 2 units, completing the close-in, was a difficult problem to solve. Grappler skills tended to focus on pure damage. Not including the skills of the other fighter classes, there was basically no way to restrict, control, or distract the opponent. Movement was the most realistic way. Today, Boyuan had chosen to put the skill Cloud Body on Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's weapon. It strengthened his movement ability. The two characters moved closer and closer, gradually nearing a distance of 10 units. Tang Ru had held back on Dragon Breaks the Ranks. Right now, with just a few more steps, she could directly initiate attack. Boyuan suddenly changed the rhythm of Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's movement. Originally, he had been moving around 70% vertically and 30% horizontally. But with a sharp turn, his horizontal movement suddenly changed to 80%, and his vertical advance was only at 20%. Instantly, the speed at which the two characters were approaching slowed down. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain, using a large horizontal movement, was swiftly moving to flank Soft Mist. Ordinary gamers might not have been able to detect much, but in the eyes of the pros, this was an extremely old and clever way of using a rhythm change to create a time disparity. Once Tang Ru had gotten accustomed to the approach speed of the opponent, if the opponent suddenly changed speed and direction, her reaction would be slowed by a half a beat or a beat. When close-range classes fought, they needed to take the initiative. 1 beat or half a beat, that was enough to separate who was faster and who was slower. Boyuan seized the initiative. The angle of attack chosen after changing the rhythm was also chosen very well. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain cut into Soft Mist's attack range, but Tang Ru's field of view couldn't keep up. She hastily spun, but she was too slow. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was right next to her, but she couldn't catch him in her sights. She was only off by that half beat. Take the lead first. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was already reaching a hand toward Soft Mist. But a streak of red light suddenly swept across his waist. Tyrant's destruction. Soft Mist's sight hadn't arrived, but her attack had. Just when Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was about to grab Soft Mist, he was sent flying by this Tyrant's destruction. Slow by half a beat? Yes, she was slow. But this half-beat slow wasn't because Tang Ru's reaction was slow. It wasn't because she had fallen into the trap laid by Boyuan's sudden change in rhythm. She was slow by half a beat because she hadn't used her vision to chase Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's movement. She had instead opted to directly control Soft Mist to use an attack. The control and launch of a Tyrant's destruction would always be a bit slower than turning one's camera. This was where the delay had come from. But in the end, Chaotic Cloudy Mountain was sent flying. Falling Flower Palm. Soft Mist slid and forced a palm out, toward the flying Chaotic Cloudy Mountain. With a boom, the palm hit, sending Chaotic Cloudy Mountain flying out even faster, toward the canyon wall behind him. After the falling flower palm hit, the fire chaser it generated shot toward him and exploded against him, swallowing him in a burst of red fire. Chaotic Cloudy Mountain took even more damage. Soft Mist's arms were already wreathed in the strength buff granted by the fire chaser, and Soft Mist charged forward. Dragon breaks the ranks. Dancing fire flowing flame was instantly in front of chaotic cloudy mountain. Soft mist didn't reduce her momentum. Forward, continue forward. Chaotic cloudy mountain's back finally slammed against the canyon wall, sending a boom echoing through the canyon. It was clear how forceful the blow had been. But his path didn't stop there, his body actually continued to sink into the mountain wall, leaving a hole into the stone. Dancing fire flowing flame had already completely penetrated chaotic cloudy mountain's body. Right now, she was extremely close to the other character, at a distance of only 1 unit. For a grappler, this was the optimal attack distance. But chaotic cloudy mountain's arms were stuck on both sides of his body, he had no way of lifting them. No matter how fast Lu Boyuan's hand speed was, no matter how high his technique, no matter how strong his willpower, no matter how great his determination, he couldn't. His health reached 0. Chaotic cloudy mountain died. Tyrant's destruction, falling flower palm, fire chaser, dragon breaks the ranks. For attack surpassed the 16% damage needed to end the life of Lu Boyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain. Victory was decided. The winner, Hapis Tang Ru. The stadium hadn't even reacted yet. In the broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Ibor's analysis of Lu Boyuan's clever rhythm change came to an abrupt stop. What more was there to analyze? Lu Boyuan's chaotic cloudy mountain was already dead. Victory was already announced. No one had really expected Lu Boyuan to win with chaotic cloudy mountains remaining 16% health, but this loss was a bit too quick and neat, wasn't it? The stadium was quiet for a while, until finally, the cheers and applause of Hapis fans rose up from a corner of the stadium. Samsara's fans seemed to be at a loss. They didn't know how they should respond to the cheers of the opposing fans. Tang Ru's clean victory had left them speechless. Hapis cheers resounded in Samsara's stadium for quite a while before finally being suppressed by the random noisemakers of Samsara's fans. They could only take advantage of their numbers, because right now, they didn't have any unified slogan to shout. They couldn't stand up together and yell "Don't cry Lu Boyuan," right? Chapter 1668. Who's better? Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Lu Boyuan came down from the stage. His performance today couldn't be considered terrible, but it wasn't great either. All he did was beat Fang Rui, who only had 53% of his health left. His match against Tang Ru was no different than getting instant killed. Samsara still had the lead, though. The Samsara fans weren't angry at him. There was still applause, encouragement for his efforts. This couldn't cover up the fact that Lu Boyuan's condition wasn't at its peak. He had played poorly in the previous game. In today's game, he had been brimming with resolve, but his performance was much worse than he had expected. What's going on? Lu Boyuan felt like he had lost direction. He couldn't seem to get into the right mentality. He walked back to his seat quietly. Facing the comforting from his teammates, he could only squeeze out a smile. The match continued. Duming was all ready to go. Before he went onto the stage, he couldn't help but glance at the players on Hapis' side. Of course, he didn't see the person he was looking for. Because she was on stage. Duming was getting excited. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and today, it had finally come. Duming hadn't forgotten his previous exchange with Tang Ru. It had been a very short one, though, so there wasn't much to recall. In that exchange, he had been distracted, thinking about other things. On the other hand, Tang Ru had been completely focused on the match, demolishing him. Duming felt extremely ashamed. He had let down the team, and let down such a rare opportunity. That was why he had been hoping for a second chance. He had to have another try. He had to focus on the match, and complete a brilliant conversation by winning. Duming walked onto the stage and into the player booth. The 8th round of the group arena began. Samsara's Duming versus Hapis Tang Ru. The map loaded. The characters loaded. Charge! Soft mist, moon luring frost. The two players didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Soon, the two would meet at the center of the canyon. Neither of them paused to take a rest. The two were both charging towards each other. Sword raised, spear out, clash. The sound of their weapons colliding echoed through the canyon. The two started their attack at practically the same time. Then, both of them adjusted their attacks. In the end, when their weapons collided, it became one of them attacking, while the other parrying. The second, third, and fourth attacks followed. Both players were playing fast. It was an intense confrontation as soon as the fighting began. He's playing well. On Samsara's side, everyone was paying attention to Du Ming's performance. They were very pleased with his playing. His dreams come true. How could he not be playing well? Fang Minghua laughed. Everyone nodded their heads. Du Ming was playing exceptionally well this finals. It was clearly related to their opponents being team happy. This time, Du Ming wasn't as distracted as last time. He had turned these distractions into motivation. As a result, he was always able to perform at his best. That was why Samsara was at ease sending him out onto the stage. And now, he was fighting Tang Ru on stage once again. He didn't think about their encounter the last time, or the time before that, or the first time. In his eyes, there was only the match in front of him. In his heart, there was only victory. He became extremely focused. It was perhaps the most focused he'd ever been in his entire professional career. Openings that he usually wouldn't be able to see were clear as day to Du Ming right now. He saw the tiniest of openings and took it. Downwind sword slash. The sharp sword wind came out of the blue. A split suddenly appeared in the tight battle. Tang Ru could only have soft missed hastily raise her spear to parry with a normal attack, but it couldn't resist the powerful force from downwind sword slash. Her spear, dancing fire flowing flame, was knocked aside. Soft Mist was already retreating, but she couldn't escape from the sword slash. Blood flew into the air, splashing onto the sword light. Tang Ru did the best she could to defend against the attack and reduce the damage she took. But the previous equilibrium had been broken. Sword light flashed, triple slash. Moon luring frost suddenly appeared by Soft Mist's side. This was only the second slash from triple slash. Amazing! The expert blade master, Huang Xiaoqian, couldn't help but give a shout of praise. The attack, distance, angle, and timing, all of it had been perfect. It was impossible to dodge this attack. It didn't matter how fast Tang Ru reacted, it couldn't be done. Another injury was added. Du Ming had the initiative. Sword light flashed, mercilessly flying towards Soft Mist. The Samsara fans were excited. The previous gloom had been swept away. Du Ming looked as unstoppable as Juzakai. They began waving their arms and shouting, cheering for Du Ming. One wave kill. They shouted. It would be the greatest response to Lu Boyuan getting dismantled last round. But one wave. By the second word of the second shout, they had to stop. Soft Mist pointed her spear towards the sky. With a furious dragon strikes the heart, she stopped Moon luring Frost's advance. Even the pro players were dumbstruck. They discovered that they could no longer predict who would win this match. No one knew what the two on stage could do. They were both playing well beyond themselves. Du Ming was playing incredibly well, but Tang Ru was playing even better. She had been suppressed by Du Ming's offense, yet just when everyone was wondering how she would be able to get out, she used one attack to turn things around and start her counterattack. This wasn't normal. This wasn't something that could be explained through logic. The stadium screen showed a replay of the furious dragon strikes the heart, but even the pro players furrowed their brows in thought. How was she able to pull off the attack? How was she able to achieve the outcome she got? The match wouldn't stop because they were thinking. Now, it was Tang Ru's turn to be on the offensive, and Du Ming's turn to defend. Du Ming had the upper hand before, but in an instant, Tang Ru took it from him. Du Ming didn't panic. He calmly observed the situation. His offensive had been cut off. No worries. Just get it back. Du Ming's thoughts were simple but determined. At this moment, he wasn't thinking of anything else. Even though he was playing well because of Tang Ru, he wasn't distracted by her. All of his attention was on how to win this battle. Facing the fiery assault from Soft Mist's dancing fire-flowing flame, Moon-luring Frost fought back with his lingering ice, a clash between fire and ice. He was only defending, but he would always strike at the most critical time, like a fireman staving off a fire. He was waiting for an opening. He didn't know when the opening would come, but he knew that it would come eventually. Formless Phantom Blade. His sword, lingering ice, suddenly split apart. Du Ming's patience was finally about to be rewarded. He seized an opening, and used the level 70 Formless Phantom Blade. Sword light weaved into a net, enshrouding Soft Mist. Her offense was suddenly put to an abrupt stop. But Soft Mist didn't retreat. If her offense had been broken, then just start another one. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Soft Mist also used a high-level skill. Her spear blurred into countless afterimages. Tang Ru focused the attacks towards a single direction to clash with Moon-luring Frost's Formless Phantom Blade. The sounds of collisions rang endlessly. Under the inconceivable microing by the two players, neither side was able to gain the upper hand. But the experts had noticed that this balance wouldn't last forever. Because there would be a final hit. Formless Phantom Blade had a final strike. It was the skill's most powerful strike, dealing high damage and having high priority, knocking the target flying back. On the other hand, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike didn't have such a tyrannical effect. Because of this final strike, Formless Phantom Blade's attack priority would reach a height that 100 Dragon Meteor Strike couldn't contest with. Moreover, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike would end before Formless Phantom Blade dealt its final blow. Who won this clash depended on how the two sides managed this final strike, and this moment was about to arrive. Chapter 1669. All set up. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Red and blue light clashed again and again. Just watching the flashing colors gave the viewers goosebumps. For a moment, the normal gamers didn't know where to look. They simply watched in awe with their jaws wide open. It's here! The experts knew where the key lay. Just when the collision between skills was about to end, all of them grew nervous and put their full attention toward the battle. 5, 4, 3, 2. They had started counting down. The last collision between weapons was about to occur. Next would be the final strike. It had been a stalemate the entire time, but this next strike would end it. She missed her parry? But no one had thought that before the decisive strike, Tang Ru would slip up. Her 100 Dragon Meteor Strike had failed to parry the Formless Phantom Blade sword slash. Blue light invaded her territory, and blood blossomed into the air. Hit! The second to last Formless Phantom Blade hit Soft Mist. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike was interrupted. The red light glowing from dancing fire-flowing flames dimmed. The final slash, the strongest hit. The sword light gave off its most resplendent light, flying towards Soft Mist's head. No blood. No knockback. The sword light was still as brilliant as ever. The sword light was still flying. Shock filled the faces of the ones who noticed what had happened. The final slash, the strongest hit, had missed. Yes, the sword light missed. Soft Mist had retreated during this short window. She had actually ran away. She had always been fierce and domineering, but suddenly, it was as if someone else were playing. This sort of play had Fang Rui's signature written all over it. But in the next instant, in the next moment, the next second, Soft Mist straightened back up and charged forward. Du Ming's Moon-luring Frost was stuck in the end lag from Formless Phantom Blade. There was no way for him to resist. How did things turn out like this? The experts were no longer thinking about the ongoing battle. They couldn't understand what had just happened. If you could escape one of Formless Phantom Blade strikes by taking the previous one, then the skill would be too flawed. However, Tang Ru's Soft Mist had done it, and by taking the second to last hit, she dodged the final one. Then, the ending lag from the Formless Phantom Blade left the opponent with a huge opening. The stadium screen immediately began showing a replay, starting from when the two skills clashed. Once, twice. The pro players could start to see the reason. Watch Soft Mist's movements. Her parries weren't just to defend, but to guide. Pay attention to the last one. The parry that she missed left an opening exactly where Tang Ru wanted him to attack. Yes, taking the hit helped her get to the right position for the next one. She had been setting it up bit by bit, and Du Ming didn't notice it at all. Not just Du Ming, did any of us catch it? Silence. From rookies to gods, the ones who caught on the fastest were only able to catch it on the replay. Finally, she used the sort of microcontrol that Fang Rui specializes in to dodge the final strike. After that, counterattack. Yes, counterattack. While the pro players were analyzing this play, Tang Ru had already started swinging her spear. Fang Rui's dirty style had only appeared for an instant, then it was back to her usual fierceness. Due to being in a stunned state from the skill, Moon Luring Frost was in an even hard-to-break combo. Du Ming didn't understand why his formless Phantom Blade's final strike didn't land. He didn't have the time or resources to carefully analyze a replay like the pro players had done. He needed to worry about the present. How could he get Moon Luring Frost out of Soft Mist's combo, or find an opportunity to counterattack? But Tang Ru wouldn't give him any opportunities. She quickly reached the end of her combo. The combo had been so short that it felt rather wasteful. Rising Dragon soars the sky. Battle Magic transformed into a dragon and flew into the air. Moon Luring Frost was still under Soft Mist's control and couldn't dodge this attack. However, Du Ming let out a sigh of relief. Rising Dragon soars the sky was similar to Formless Phantom Blade. It had a long ending animation, so it couldn't be comboed into anything. As for false combos, that depended on the situation. Moon Luring Frost was sent flying as one would expect. Du Ming didn't see her setting up any follow-ups. Boom! The Rising Dragon soars the sky ended, and the battle magic exploded. The glimmering light enshrouded Moon Luring Frost. Soft Mist was stuck in the skill's ending animation, but after Du Ming's Moon Luring Frost was hit by the attack, he wouldn't be able to move immediately. The explosive battle magic still rippled with power. Tang Ru's Soft Mist finished retracting her spear and immediately attacked again. Ray Spear, charge! Dragon breaks the ranks. That's it? Du Ming was somewhat surprised. Moon Luring Frost had already recovered. Because of the distance, dodging this dragon breaks the ranks wouldn't be difficult. Tang Ru's impulsive usage of the skill would give him an opportunity to counterattack. Although Dragon Breaks the Ranks didn't have a notable ending lag, if she missed, it was still quite a big opening. There was no time to think. Du Ming had Moon Luring Frost dodge the attack. Although it wouldn't be difficult, that was only from a pro player's perspective. For a normal player, Tang Ru's sudden Dragon Breaks the Ranks wouldn't be so easy to react to. Opportunity only came once. Move to the side, counterattack. Du Ming's intentions were clear. After figuring out the timing, he made his move. Move to the side, unsheath sword, and swing, all in one breath. He turned and unsheathed his sword, but he unexpectedly wasn't able to move to the side. He looked to the side. In front of his eyes was a giant wall. A wall that was very, very close to him. As a result, he wasn't able to fully swing his sword. The sword light was blocked by the wall. Du Ming stared blankly. He had missed the timing. Soft Mist had arrived. Dragon Breaks the Ranks. Her spear, dancing fire-flowing flame, struck Moon Luring Frost. Du Ming felt himself getting pushed on both sides. His viewpoint began getting smaller and smaller. A scene suddenly floated into Du Ming's mind. In the previous round, Lu Boyuan's chaotic cloudy mountains had been pinned to the wall by the Dragon Breaks the Ranks and was killed. A hole the size of a person had remained in the wall. In the group arena, damage to the map would remain. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky had sent him into this hole. The exploding battle magic interfered with his sight, and pushed him even deeper. At this moment, Dragon Breaks the Ranks. Moon-luring Frost was sent even deeper. He was trapped inside the hole. Left, right, retreat, jump. He couldn't. There was only one direction, forward. And forward was soft mist. Chapter 1670. The Booze of the Home Stadium. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. After the rising dragon soars the sky sent moon-luring Frost flying, the audience could already see where he would be blasted. Du Ming, who was in the middle of the battle, was perhaps the last person to realize the situation. However, even though ordinary gamers could see it, they didn't react so quickly. The pros were different. As soon as they saw the direction in which moon-luring Frost was flying, they were caught off guard for only a moment before quickly realizing that this was intentional. What came next confirmed their hypotheses. A pit that initially didn't seem that deep. Alone, that wasn't enough to limit a character's movements. If Du Ming had detected it from the very beginning, if he had chosen to move in a more diagonal direction, he would have had enough time to get out of the pit and dodge the dragon breaks the ranks. But unfortunately, he hadn't paid attention to this detail. He took the opportunity to counterattack by moving horizontally, but then he was impeded by that shallow indentation in the mountain wall. With that one obstacle, the opportunity was lost. It was too late to make any other response. The dragon breaks the ranks into rising dragon soars the sky pushed moon-luring Frost even further into the wall. Now, it was no longer an obstacle of one moment. Now, Du Ming's moon-luring Frost was stuck in the pit for good. Move, there was only one direction. Attack, there was also only one direction. And this one direction wasn't even available to every attack. For example, downwind sword slash, even though it was a straight-line forward attack, moon-luring Frost was stuck firmly into the pit and didn't have the space to perform the starting motions for this skill. Naturally, the skill couldn't be used. Du Ming lost. In this moment, everyone was confident in making such a judgment. No freedom to move, no freedom to use skills, he couldn't even jump. Soft mist blocked the entrance, and dancing fire-flowing flame was already stabbing inward. Skills? Were they even needed? Even if Tang Ru controlled soft mist to only use ordinary attacks, Du Ming had no way of controlling moon-luring Frost to dodge. In a situation where he couldn't move, parrying the attacks became imagination. Soft Mist's attacks landed with 100% accuracy, which only made Du Ming even more at a loss as to what to do. In this situation where attacks were landing upon him non-stop, even if he had hundreds or thousands of skills that could instantly allow him to move outside of the hole, he wouldn't be able to use them. Just like that, he fell. Du Ming lost even more helplessly than Mo Fan had in the fourth battle, where he'd been unable to land a single hit on Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Mo Fan, at least, had had space to move. He could at least demonstrate attempts, even if they hadn't succeeded in the end. But Du Ming? Even his right to attempt was stolen away. He was stuck in this hole, stabbed by soft mist again and again, all the way until he died. It was pathetic to the extreme. Winner, Happy's Tang Ru. The system dutifully announced the result. The happy fans were thrilled, jumping and shouting in the stadium. The Samsara fans were dumbstruck. When Juzukai had completed his 1v3, they'd thought that victory was already theirs, that Happy was done for. But now, Happy had actually catching back up to them. Tang Ru's soft mist still had 73% health left to face Samsara's final player. Under these conditions, the final outcome of this group arena couldn't be predicted. How did this happen? The Samsara fans were still stuck in a daze. When Juzukai, with a Cloud Pisser that was almost at half health, accomplished a 1v3 to reach Happy's second-to-last character and player, everyone felt that this was a gap that couldn't be closed. And then, had it ever felt like Happy was catching up? There hadn't been that feeling, it seemed like. Everyone was waiting for the result to be finalized. But then, the situation had suddenly become what it was right now. Suddenly, Samsara's insurmountable lead had shrunk to only this much, 100% against 73%. The audience couldn't restrain themselves. This was the deciding match of the finals, the time in which the team needed the most support and encouragement, and yet at this moment, Team Samsara heard the sound of booing. Glory's demonic home stadium. The place where Team Samsara was invincible. Then, last match, Happy had destroyed Samsara's home game win streak. And this match, Happy caused Team Samsara to hear the sound of booing in their own home stadium. Not long before this, the stadium had still been filled with the excitement of winning the championship. The mood had swung from one extreme to the other. It was clear how greatly the fan spirits had fallen. On the sidelines, Boyuan was sitting on pins and needles. When Du Ming walked out of the competitor booth and felt this atmosphere, he was also somewhat hesitant and frightened. The performance of their first player Sun Song had been fine. Juzakai had played flawlessly, and he was the one who had ignited the excitement of winning the championship. But after him, Boyuan, Du Ming, Samsara's decline from prosperity had occurred on their heads. Juzakai had been eliminated by Fang Rui, but in that battle, Cloud Pisser had lost less health than Boundless Sea. But then it was Boyuan, and then Du Ming. Now the two of them had both lost, yet the two of them combined had been unable to kill off a single whole life on Happy's side. The audience was in no mood to reflect upon the process. Just this outcome was intolerable. In such an important match, the rare scene of the home fans booing the home team actually appeared. Samsara's fans were upset because they had held too high hopes for their team. But the pro players? Their stance was more neutral, but in comparison, they felt that it was more interesting for the Black Horse Happy to overthrow the two-time champion Samsara. Happy had gone from being left far behind in the dust to suddenly catching up like this. Even the more logical watchers among them felt that this was extremely exciting, and they wanted to see if the situation would become even more interesting. Would this be a 1v3? At last, it was time for those standing on Happy's side to hold this kind of hope. Juzakai had completed a 1v3 against Happy, and now it was Tang Ru's turn to return that 1v3 to Samsara, a 1v3 that would decide the final outcome of the group arena. Was there anything more wonderful than this? 1v3. Happy's fans were already shouting in the stadium. This angered the Samsara fans even more, and their boos became louder. They hoped that the team would quickly wake up. Originally, it was their side's 1v3 that had created such a beautiful lead, and now their opponents were yelling about a 1v3. How humiliating was that? Amidst the away fans' shouts of a 1v3 and the home fans' dissatisfied boos, Samsara's vice-captain Jiang Butao stood up. Under this pressure from both sides, he walked on stage. The boos suddenly quieted down, proving how popular Jiang Butao was in the hearts of Samsara fans. He'd been voted into the top 10 and even the top 5 All-Stars for the past 2 years, which absolutely required a large number of supporters. Samsara's fans were extremely upset with the situation, but the two players who'd put them in this situation had already lost and left the stage. Right now, it was their vice-captain stepping forward, so many Samsara's fans' hopes were once again lifted, and the booing quieted down. Even so, the amount of pressure that Jiang Butao felt wouldn't decrease at all. He knew very clearly that even though the booing sounds were quieter, that was because their final hopes were on his shoulders now. If he also could not give a satisfactory result, then the boos that he would suffer when he came off stage would surge even more than they had just earlier. This battle, he couldn't mess up. It wasn't just the mood of the fans, but the morale of their team as well. If they experienced this kind of blow, then they would be at a great disadvantage entering the team round. He had to figure out a way to stabilize the overall situation. Jiang Butao came on stage. His movements were neither too fast nor too slow. He walked over to report to the judge, and then entered his competitor booth. It was all carried out in an unhurried, orderly fashion. He was adjusting his own mood, letting himself be as calm as possible, not letting himself worry. Character loaded, map loaded. The 9th battle of the group arena, the deciding battle, began. Happy's Tang Ru, character Soft Mist, 73% health, Samsara's Jiang Butao, character Empty Waves, 100% health. Soft Mist charged forth. It was just like last battle, like last battle. Without thought, extremely decisive. This was Tang Ru's style. She had always been like this. But now, no one would think of Tang Ru as so simple ever again. In the battle that had just ended, despite being in an extraordinarily brave state, Du Ming had ended up losing in such a pathetic way, not by control, nor by technique, but by calculation. And these calculations had been done without any change to her normal behavior, so much so that before the situation happened, no one had realized. Those who would play against Tang Ru now knew to be more prepared. The pro players in the audience gave themselves a word of warning for potential future meetings with this best rookie. Chapter 1671. A calm and unhurried opening. Nomiami. Nomiami. Others were thinking of the future, but Jiang Buotou had to face the present. The match began. Tang Ru's soft mist rushed out. As for Jiang Buotou, his playing was the same as his walk to the stage, neither slow nor fast. His spellblade, Empty Waves, marched ahead comfortably. The center of the map still had numerous holes left behind by chaotic cloudy mountain and moon-luring frost. At the start, everyone had been discussing whether Jiang Buotou would be thrown into the holes as well. But when they saw Jiang Buotou's unhurried pace, the discussion ended. With the difference in speed between Jiang Buotou's Empty Waves and Tang Ru's Soft Mist, the two sides wouldn't be meeting in the center. But then again, Tang Ru could just wait at the center of the map for Jiang Buotou to arrive, no? Not long after these guesses were made, Soft Mist continued right past the center of the map. As a result, the two met on the half of the map closer to Samsara's spawn point. Soft Mist didn't stop and continued forward. This was how Tang Ru always played, but after seeing her performance today, it was hard not to give her playstyle another thought. As for Jiang Buotou? Would Jiang Buotou think differently and play more carefully? No one knew. All they saw was his Empty Waves lift his sword. Earth Wave Slash. Spellblades had mid-ranged attacks, so it was common to see them attack first against close-ranged enemies. Earth Wave Slash was the Spellblade's lowest-level Spellblade skill. Even though its damage wasn't high, it was quick and possessed high priority. Jiang Buotou's opening move was nothing out of the ordinary. It was an opening that Spellblades used 80% of the time. Calm and unhurried. The battle had begun. Jiang Buotou's performance could be described with these three words. Was this the playstyle he was going to use in today's match? Playstyle. When this word fell onto Jiang Buotou, most people would furrow their brows in uncertainty. He was an all-star player, the vice-captain of a championship team. He had a stellar reputation in the pro circle and was very popular amongst the player base. However, no one could say what exactly his playstyle was. Even Samsara themselves weren't sure. When they first discovered Jiang Buotou's talent in tactics and strategies, they had thought of elevating him to the level of a master tactician, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to shine bright enough and the matter was left inconclusive. Jiang Buotou didn't have a distinct playstyle. But after a long time, people started to gradually realize that this was perhaps his true style. His ability to adapt was extraordinary. He could use any playstyle he wanted to battle. He was always the team's most sturdy pillar. This was why he was able to synergize perfectly with Juzakai and Samsara. The glue, jack of all trades, timely rain, tinker. Jiang Buotou had started in Season 6. It hadn't even been 5 years, and he had countless nicknames. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to pinpoint his play style. But through these numerous nicknames, it was also able to show his strengths. There was one common aspect with all these nicknames. All of them described Jiang Buotou through a team perspective. As for his individual prowess, even today, it seemed to be a difficult question. Everyone only knew that he was skilled, that he wasn't easy to deal with. Anyone who played against him had to be on guard. He could play aggressive. He could play dirty. He could play a mental battle. He could do what seemed to be illogical choices. But no matter what, you couldn't relax even a single moment. A single moment of carelessness could result in you losing. Jiang Buotou made this ordinary opening move, making it hard to predict what he would do next because there were simply too many possibilities. This was precisely his aim. He wanted to create a situation filled with possibilities, so he could calmly observe Tang Ru and find a way to win. Even though Samsara needed him to re-establish their morale, he couldn't act rashly. Because in his view, different opponents needed to be played against differently, and Tang Ru definitely wasn't someone he could fight against with brute force. Jiang Buotao was waiting for Tang Ru to act. That earth wave slash seemed to be bait for Tang Ru to attack. His sword had already come out. Next was to wait to see how Tang Ru would react. Even though he had seen a few peculiarities from Tang Ru's previous fight, he was pretty certain that Tang Ru would meet force with force. Jiang Buotao guessed correctly. Soft Mist moved to the side a bit without wasting any movements, just barely dodging the earth wave slash. Then, she raised her spear, dancing fire flowing flames, and accelerated. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru went with her usual opening move, charging forward the instant she dodged the earth wave slash. Her timing was good, but all of it was within Jiang Buotao's calculations. He had been ready for all of the possible reactions to his earth wave slash bait. Dragon breaks the ranks had been the most likely possibility, and Jiang Buotao was on guard against it. Dodge. Empty waves rolled to the side twice. Because just one roll wouldn't be enough. With Tang Ru's reaction speed, she would have enough time to change the direction of her dragon breaks the ranks to cover a target that only rolled once. Jiang Buotao's deduction was correct once again. As expected, as soon as Tang Ru saw him roll, she immediately adjusted. Soft Mist leaned to the side, altering the direction of the dragon breaks the ranks. Empty Waves noticed it and did the second roll. Dragon breaks the ranks had missed, and the instant Empty Waves got up from the roll, he swung his short sword, Divine Chains. Wave Wheel Slasher. A grab attack that broke through super armor. Even against the powerful dragon breaks the ranks, Wave Wheel Slasher out-prioritized it. The attack, the timing, the angle, all of it had been incomparably cunning. Would it hit though? Jiang Buotao wondered. From his calculations, there was around a 50% chance he would fail. It depended on Tang Ru's condition this fight. Tang Ru's condition today was outstanding, but she had already gone through 2 fights. Perhaps she couldn't keep up her focus, or perhaps she was too excited, or perhaps she was thinking too much about making a comeback. Countless factors could decide whether she reacted fast enough. Would it hit? The sword light flew through the air. It missed! Soft Mist had cancelled the dragon breaks the ranks at the last moment, giving her time to leap to the side, dodging the wave wheel slasher. She dodged it. Jiang Buotao was a bit regretful, but with how well Tang Ru was playing today, this outcome had been more likely. Jiang Buotao wouldn't linger on this for too long because he had already thought that Tang Ru would likely counterattack the moment she dodged. What would she counterattack with? Dancing fire flowing flames whistled through the air, 2 streaks of red flickered. Oh, it's double stab. Empty Waves calmly raised his sword, guard. Chapter 1672. Counterattack timing. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Ding ding. Empty Waves knocked aside the 2 spear shadows. Double stab as a counterattack. Jiang Buotao wasn't surprised in the slightest. He had been ready for this sort of attack. While using guard, Jiang Buotao had Empty Waves step back. Sure enough, after the double stab, Soft Mist stabbed again. With Tang Ru's skill, stabbing 4 times during her jump wouldn't be a problem for her. Since she had started with double stab, there would definitely be another 2 following. After Empty Waves stepped back, Jiang Buotao had more room to maneuver. Seeing that the stab was just a normal attack, he had Empty Waves swing his sword and parry the strike. Soft Mist landed on the ground. She didn't follow with a dragon tooth after the normal attack. Tang Ru had seen Empty Waves block her attacks in succession, letting her know that anything further would likely be blocked as well. Falling Flower Palm. As soon as she landed on the ground, she launched a new attack. Falling Flower Palm could be charged, and could also be used while sliding on the ground. The distance between Empty Waves and Soft Mist was perfect for a slide. Empty Waves retreated again, taking another step back. Tang Ru's follow-up had been within his calculations as well. Boom! The magic shockwave from falling flower palm hit nothing but air. Empty Waves was very, very close to Soft Mist, but he was still just a bit too far. Empty Wave swung his sword. The distance was too close. Although wave slashes were instant cast spells, its startup was slower than close-ranged skills. As a result, Jiang Buotao chose to use a normal attack instead. Normal attacks dealt little damage and had weak priority, but if they landed, they would still hinder the opponent's movements. Tang Ru couldn't completely ignore the attack. Soft Mist swayed to the right, dodging the slash. At the same time, she thrust her spear. Tyrant's Destruction? Jiang Buotao saw Soft Mist sway to the right and immediately thought of this skill. After moving to the right, whether it was her posture or her angle of attack, both were perfect for a Tyrant's Destruction. Sure enough, dancing fire-flowing flames tore through the air, Tyrant's Destruction. Empty Waves jumped back to dodge the Tyrant's Destruction. This time, the distance between them was enough for a wave slash. Divine Chain slashed out. Ice Wave slash. Ice crystals formed wherever the blade passed through, sweeping across the ground. Empty Waves had attacked, but Soft Mist was in a good position after the Tyrant's Destruction, giving her enough time to react. Dodge! Attack! Empty Waves' offense was quickly put to a stop, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Ru held the initiative again. The Samsara fans let out sighs of regret. The way things were going worried them. However, through glances with each other, the pro players had a different opinion. It was true that Tang Ru held the initiative, but that was from an attack and defense perspective. In terms of the flow of the match, then that might not be the case. Tang Ru was on the offensive, but it mainly because Jiang Buotao was letting her. It had only been a few exchanges since Tang Ru's opening with Dragon Breaks the Ranks. If Jiang Buotao had wanted to seize the initiative, there were at least 2 opportunities for him to do so. However, Jiang Buotao had only counterattacked after dodging Dragon Breaks the Ranks and Tyrant's Destruction. The other 2 times he could have counterattacked, he hadn't. Was it because Jiang Buotao hadn't noticed these 2 other opportunities? It didn't seem like it because neither of those 2 opportunities had been hard to see. Most of the normal players had noticed them. In that case, why did Jiang Buotao choose to give up on these opportunities? The pro players didn't understand at first, but after seeing Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves try to counterattack after dodging the Tyrant's Destruction, they had a rough idea of Jiang Buotao's strategy. He wanted to make things simple. He didn't want anything too complicated. Just take those 2 opportunities that he gave up on. If he had succeeded, he would have been the one on the offensive, but if he had failed... For those 2 opportunities, Tang Ru had too many options available to her. There was no way for him to take them all into consideration. As for the 2 opportunities that he did take, he had completely read what Tang Ru would do and easily dealt with whatever she responded with. This was Jiang Buotao's general strategy for this match. Make things simple, so his opponent only had a few choices, and then take control. Only a few exchanges had happened. Jiang Buotao had spent most of his efforts on thinking. The Ice Wave slash had missed, and when Tang Ru's Soft Mist started her offense again, Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves retreated. Dragon Tooth or Circle Swing. Or maybe even Draconic Crusher. Jiang Buotao thought of Tang Ru's possible choices. Dragon Tooth. The more that he saw Tang Ru stay within his predictions, the calmer Jiang Buotao became. He wasn't at all worried like the fans outside were. Dragon Tooth missed. Okay, next is Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart. Sure enough, Furious Dragon strikes the heart. Miss again. Dragon Rises from the Sea? Or Cloud Whirling Windstorm? Oh, Dragon Rises from the Sea. Dodge. Soft Mist attacked several times, and each time, Empty Waves retreated. The fight looked completely one-sided. The moment a potential counterattack from Empty Waves appeared, Soft Mist instantly crushed any chances of it happening. But even the ordinary viewers had started to notice that even though it looked like Jiang Buotao was losing, the one who should be worried probably wasn't Jiang Buotao. Tang Ru had been on the offensive for quite a while now, yet Jiang Buitao's defense looked to be unbreakable. It was as if didn't see any of her attacks as a threat. Soft Mist had attacked for so long, but had only taken out 7% of Empty Wave's health. She was still very far from wiping away the lead that he held. It's about time for him to counterattack. The pro players who understood Jiang Buitao's plans took another step ahead of the normal viewers. Jiang Buitao was playing this fight very intelligently. He understood clearly that Tang Ru wasn't an opponent he could deal with through brute force. Facing her fierce offense, no one could be completely confident. Tang Ru was playing incredible today as well. Even the slightest slip-up, and she would punish you heavily for it. As a result, Jiang Buitao was using defense as his offense. From the start, he had been guiding Tang Ru's attacks. All of her attacks had been within Jiang Buitao's predictions. Not only did it make it easy for him to defend, it was a mental test for Tang Ru as well. Having completely seen through her, Jiang Buitao knew when exactly his counterattack would be most destructive. It was about time. The pro players all thought the same. Through Jiang Buitao's control, Tang Ru's mix-ups were becoming less and less varied. At this point, her attack pattern was practically linear. What attack she would do next was something everyone could shout at. Falling Flower Palm? Everyone guessed. Boom! Soft Mist used Falling Flower Palm. Draconic Crusher? Sure enough, Dancing Fire Flowing Flames pressed down, Draconic Crusher. He can counterattack whenever. Everyone thought. His opponent could be read like a book. Making a counterattack was no different than children's play, no? Right now, it was just a matter of when the counterattack would be the most harmful to Tang Ru. Dragon Tooth! The crowd shouted out Soft Mist's next attack, which Empty Waves dodged. Counterattack! Quite a few people shouted inwardly. They felt like a counterattack now would be quite good. But Jiang Buitao didn't seem to be satisfied with it. Empty Waves rolled backwards, dodging the following circle swing. How greedy! Everyone thought to themselves. He wasn't even going to take that? Was Jiang Buitao really going to wait until an opportunity where he could kill her in one combo? Circle swing was dodged. Dancing Fire Flowing Flames leapt into the air, Sky Strike. Empty Waves leapt back, while also putting up his Divine Chains in front of him just in case. The weapons clashed. A light chaser formed behind Soft Mist and shot directly towards Empty Waves. The distance was too close. The chaser was too fast. This time, Jiang Buitao couldn't dodge the attack, and was hit with a face full of sparks. Hava hava! The pro players laughed out loud. Jiang Buitao is being too careful. Someone said. If he hadn't put up his sword, there wouldn't have been a chaser. He just gave her a free hit. Yeah, and it's a light element one. It'll increase her attack speed. Some of the pro players remarked in this way, but some of the others had a change in expression at this moment. Had the parry been unnecessary? The stadium screen coincidentally showed a replay of this scene to show the light chaser hitting Empty Waves again, but the pro players were more interested in how the chaser was formed. Sky Strike. The distance, the parry wasn't necessary. Everyone thought to themselves. The Dancing Fire Flowing Flames quietly inched forward a bit as it arced upwards. Quite a few people blinked their eyes, confirming that they hadn't misjudged. Yes. Dancing Fire Flowing Flames had inched forward. This Sky Strike wasn't the same. Tang Ru had intentionally left some room for her to change things up a bit. Because when facing a battle mage, it was best to avoid parrying or blocking the 5 low-level battle mage skills. If the skills hit, chasers would be formed. Blocking and parrying were considered as hits. Tang Ru had used this common knowledge to her advantage. She had intentionally made it so that it didn't seem like her attack needed to be parried, but just as the attack was made, she suddenly changed the trajectory. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. It required very precise inputs to make these sudden changes. The light chaser hit, and Soft Mist continued to attack. Even though Empty Waves was able to dodge her attacks, he was clearly having a harder time than before. Still not counterattacking? Someone was still thinking. But a portion of people were now thinking, could he still counterattack? The mix-up from the sky strike hadn't been accidental, but was this the only time she had made this mix-up? Whether it was the broadcast or the live stadium replay, none of them would rewind too far back. The pro players had only noticed the problem with this sky strike. They had no way to go back right now and check if she had done it before too. Could it be that? Jiang Buta had not counterattacked, not because he was waiting for the right moment, but because he was actually being suppressed. From when did this start? Chapter 1673. Top Rookie. Nomiumi. When did it start? Jiang Buta was also asking the same question. He had been leading Tang Ru around, controlling the pace of the match. He had always felt like his strategy had been successful. Everything was in his grasp. He could read every mix-up that came at him. Not once did any of Tang Ru's actions fall outside of his predictions. He had planned in advance, waiting patiently for an opportunity. He hoped to finish the match decisively with an overwhelming counterattack. This sort of finish would be more reliable, and it would improve the team's morale. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the opportunity never came. Jiang Buta couldn't help but admire Tang Ru. On this grand stage, in the decisive Game 3 of the finals, she was attacking but with no success, yet she didn't become impatient and persevered. Let alone a rookie, even an experienced player might not have such strong mental toughness. She persevered. Jiang Buta didn't back down either. Keeping this same pace would be favorable for him in the long run. The flow and tempo of the match was completely within his grasp. All he needed was one reliable opportunity, whether that was a mistake on her part or a slight lapse in concentration, just one was enough. But there was none. The previous Dragon Tooth, Circle Swing, and then Sky Strike, Jiang Buta predicted them all. After the Dragon Tooth, many people felt like he could counterattack, but Jiang Buta hadn't. It hadn't been because he felt like the opportunity wasn't good enough, but rather in his eyes, he hadn't seen an opportunity. At that moment, he felt a shock go through his heart. Dragon Tooth into Circle Swing, it had been a quick follow-up. If he had counterattacked after the Dragon Tooth, he would have been caught by the Circle Swing. As a result, he couldn't counterattack, and could only dodge. Dragon Tooth and Circle Swing had been both easily evaded by Jiang Buta. Then, Sky Strike. As expected. Jiang Buta's empty waves hadn't stopped to take a rest. After rolling away from the Circle Swing, he had jumped to avoid the following Sky Strike. If he didn't need to parry, he wouldn't. This sort of common battle mage knowledge wasn't something he would overlook. But at that moment, Soft Mist's spear had suddenly extended forward. Had he seen that wrong? Jiang Buta didn't know if he had seen it wrong, but he wasn't going to take the risk. He had parried, giving Tang Ru a light chaser. But compared to getting knocked into the air by Sky Strike, he definitely preferred the former. Thus, he had put up his sword Divine Chains. His question was answered. Soft Mist's dancing fire-flowing flames struck empty waves Divine Chains. The light chaser shot out. Even if Jiang Buta had wanted to dodge, chasers had auto-targeting. The chaser hit, and Soft Mist's attack speed increased. Her offense continued. The single chaser hitting hadn't been enough to give Tang Ru much of an opportunity to injure his opponent. The normal players didn't think too much of it. After all, she had been on the offensive the entire time. It wasn't possible for Jiang Buta's empty waves to take absolutely zero damage. Even though he had dodged most of the attacks, he had still lost 7% over the course of the battle so far. However, the pro players knew that this time was different. Because this time, Jiang Buta had lost his calm. He didn't have the same foresight as before. The parry had been in haste, meaning it had been outside of his expectations. The tempo was no longer in his control. The flow of the battle was no longer completely dictated by him. Pu. Not long after the chaser hit, Jiang Buta's empty waves was suddenly hit again. Even though it was just a normal attack with low damage, the pro players were no longer looking at the numbers. Jiang Buotao's control over the fight was slipping.
Had Jiang Buotao not been able to think of this normal stab?
No, impossible. The attack had been obvious. Even a normal player understood that this follow-up would be next. He knew, but he couldn't avoid it. It wasn't just a slight shock through Jiang Buotao's heart, but rather a deep sense of danger. It wasn't any sort of crazy mix-up, nor was it anything new. This was a change done through force by relying on one's reaction speed and technique. This was what it meant to have talent. And right now, Tang Ru was putting her talent on display. She wasn't just recklessly erupting with hand speed, but meticulously manipulating the details to create changes. Incredible! No one knew who said it. No one responded, but everyone knew that this praise wasn't towards Jiang Buotao, but Tang Ru. At this moment, everyone realized that Happy's rookie could no longer be seen as a rookie. This rookie had probably already established herself among the top players of Glory. Compared to the top rookies each season, Season 2's Blossoms and Blood, Season 3's Wang Jishi, Season 4's Golden Generation, Season 5's Juzakai, during their debut season, all of them had already reached the level of gods. However, as the competition got fiercer, and the alliance grew, the luster of the top rookies seemed to decline with each season. After Season 6, only Sun Song had been given the title as one of the gods after his rookie debut in Season 7. As for the ones after? Season 8's best rookie, Zhao Yuzhe? He wasn't even an all-star. Season 9's best rookie, Lu Hanwen? He had attracted a lot of attention because of his age. The mental fortitude and maturity at his age won much praise. Everyone was certain that he would have a glorious future, but no one thought that he was at the level of the gods yet. As for Tang Ru? When comparing these rookies, everyone suddenly realized that Tang Ru's situation was similar to Lu Hanwen's, but also different. Lu Hanwen had been given some lenience because of his age. Everyone's expectations for him were naturally lower. As for Tang Ru? Because of the 1v3 fiasco, a whole bunch of people cursed her the entire season. Everyone's expectations for her were very harsh. If she didn't do a 1v3, then all sorts of criticism and ridicule were thrown at her. But 1v3, what sort of criteria was that? Using a 1v3 as a criteria wasn't just harsh but deliberately making things difficult for her. If people had looked at her performance over the entire season without bias, then the alliance giving her the title of best rookie should have been indisputable. High ambitions, strong mental fortitude, frightening talent, and constantly improving in glory knowledge and technique. Of the many traits that Tang Ru possessed, the only flaw that she had was her age. Tang Ru wasn't too young of a player at 23 years old. In the early years of the pro scene, many players this age would choose to retire. In the current scene, her age was where her skill and experience should be at its peak. As for how long this peak period lasted, it depended on the person. On average, there would usually be a decline after 1 or 2 years. But for Tang Ru, this was her first season. Her skill was still increasing, but her age wouldn't be able to carry her to the peak. Truly a pity. Everyone thought to themselves. But apart from pity, there was also a bit of joy. After all, she was an enemy. Even though it wasn't the manliest of thoughts, who cared if you were born at the wrong time? Those retired top players during Yi Chio's reign probably all had thoughts of if only there was no Yi Chio. At this moment, Tang Ru had unexpectedly given them thoughts of running away. Everyone wanted to run, but Jiang Buotao couldn't. He can't hold on. When everyone's focus went back to the match, they saw Jiang Buotao's empty waves continuing to retreat in defeat. His previous retreat had been out of free will. He had been guiding Tang Ru along. But his current retreat was out of helplessness. He didn't have a second choice. I can't keep retreating any longer. Jiang Buotao was clear about this point. If this continued, empty waves would lose too much health. An explosive counterattack might not be enough to win. Right now, he needed to be unyielding. He needed to fight against Tang Ru blow for blow. There should be an opportunity to do so, no? Jiang Buoto observed and thought. He had been giving in to her offense the entire time. Tang Ru should have formed a certain mindset by now. If he suddenly rushed forward, even if he couldn't make it an explosive counterattack, it should at least mess up her rhythm. Tyrant's destruction. Soft mists dancing fire flowing flames swept outwards again. Jiang Buoto had also finished formulating his plan. Now. He had to do it now. Too much thinking and too much preparation would actually make it easier for Tang Ru to be on guard. He needed to move suddenly and unexpectedly. He needed to create an opportunity when it wasn't one. Empty waves jumped forward as if he were planning on crashing straight into Tyrant's destruction, but when he jumped, empty waves curled up his legs so that Soft Mist's spear would be beneath him. Just this isn't enough. Jiang Buoto knew it clearly. He had experienced Tang Ru's speed from a close distance. Although it looked like he had already dodged Tyrant's destruction, Tang Ru could definitely adjust in time. But he wasn't afraid because empty waves had made his move. Jiang Buoto wasn't looking for a breakthrough with this attack. He just wanted to shake things up, make a trade. For him, the trade would be favorable for him. Unyielding. Jiang Boyao showed that he could be unyielding too. Tang Ru didn't retreat. She obviously wouldn't. As long as she was still fighting, there was no such thing as retreat. Sword light flashed, magic waves jumped, empty waves wave wheel slasher arrived. As for Tyrant's destruction? Tyrant's destruction seemed to have stopped, but there was no change. Soft Mist raised her other hand. Magic quickly began to flow around her. Not good. Jiang Buoto realized what it was. His heart burned with worry. He just hoped that his attack would reach in time. But in the end, the magic waves surged, locking in place an afterimage. Teleport. The bonus skill on her weapon. A battle mage choosing teleport wasn't anything surprising. Sung Slong often chose this skill. Jiang Buoto hadn't overlooked this possibility, but he just didn't think she could teleport at this distance. The attack was already upon her, and she actually used teleport? This confidence and bravery exceeded his imagination. It seemed more likely that the teleport wouldn't go through in time, but Tang Ru wasn't afraid of the outcome. What she showed was her determination to win even if the wave wheel slasher had hit. Only by having this determination would she be so decisive during these moments, and it was only by being decisive was she able to successfully dodge the wave wheel slasher with teleport. Soft Mist instantly vanished from Jiang Buoto's sight. Behind. Jiang Buoto immediately guessed. However, empty waves was in the air. He immediately cancelled the skill and used Falling Light Blade to try alter his fall, but he was too late. Dancing fire flowing flames struck his waist, circle swing. Empty waves was thrown back, but he didn't slam into the ground. Tang Ru had thrown aside the circle swing's damage, using it just to get empty waves closer. The skill was cancelled, and empty waves regained his mobility. Jiang Buoto reacted quickly, using Falling Light Blade again. But what welcomed was him. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. After images of dancing fire flowing flame appeared all around him. Tang Ru didn't think about where he would dodge to. She used this skill to block all of Jiang Buoto's options. Falling Light Blade immediately collapsed in front of 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Empty Waves was instantly skewered countless times. Empty Waves was knocked back, and Soft Mist chased after him, attacking as she moved to deal as much damage as possible with 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. She wasn't done yet. Dragon Tooth. After the 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, she followed with a Dragon Tooth. Hit, stun, there was no need to ask whether the next attack would hit. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru followed with a high-level skill. Soft Mist wielded dancing fire flowing flames, pressing against empty waves. Forward, 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 there was only forward. With unstoppable momentum, empty waves was pushed far back. Jiang Buoto was waiting for the instant the skill ended. Boom! Dragon breaks the ranks reached its end, the condensed magic burst apart in the air, creating an explosion. Empty waves flew back from the shockwave, but he didn't miss this opportunity to attack. Light wave slash. The fastest wave slash instantly formed, slicing towards Soft Mist. Jiang Buoto reacted extremely fast, his timing was on point. But Tang Ru didn't lose out. After Dragon Breaks the Ranks ended, Soft Mist jumped back and pointed with her spear. Furious Dragon strikes the heart. Dancing fire flowing flames passed through the light wave slash. One was physical, while the other magic. The two skills collided, neither interfering with each other. Pu. Pu. Soft Mist was hit by the light wave slash, leaving a sword mark on her leather armor. Empty Waves wasn't able to dodge the pursuit of Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart. The magic pierced through his back. Soft Mist stumbled, but quickly steadied herself. Empty Waves had been hit by the Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart while in the air, and was sent flying back. Land, roll, he immediately steadied himself, but the scene to his left and right made Jiang Buoto feel a little strange. In front of Empty Waves was a wooden sign. He was looking at the back of the wooden sign. It was very rough, and there was nothing there. What he couldn't see was the front of the wooden sign, the 3 words, Death to Intruders. Chapter 1674. Good thing there's no more. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. There were no words on the back of the crude wooden sign, but Jiang Buoto already realized what this was. He had actually retreated for so long, for so far. And now, he had taken one step inside. Could he still leave? Empty Waves didn't immediately die. It was like Wei Chen had predicted. The design of this map did not include insta-kill. Previously, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea had taken one step into the Forbidden Zone, causing the NPCs to appear and attack him. And Jiang Buoto's Empty Waves had actually let his entire body enter the Forbidden Zone. In just 1 second, the NPCs appeared. In just 1 second, Empty Waves was surrounded. In just 1 second, the back of the wooden sign vanished from Jiang Buoto's sight, because sword slashes and all sorts of attacks now blocked his view. The situation was very bad, but Jiang Buoto didn't plan to give up so easily. 1 second for the NPCs to appear and attack, 1 second was enough for a skilled pro player to make many judgments and complete many controls. Nebula Wave Slash. At the same time as the NPCs attacked, Jiang Buoto's Empty Waves was also already attacking, without holding anything back. Surrounded on all sides, that was the perfect time to use the powerful Nebula Wave Slash, that both attacked and defended. The wave energy swirled, expanded, enveloped, hit. With Empty Waves at the center, a half-sphere steadily grew. In the system statistics, Empty Waves' combo count was leaping like crazy. In this moment, unleashing such a powerful attack, who knew how many targets he'd struck simultaneously? It was very satisfying, very cool. But no one could smile. Even though he'd used this powerful attack, Jiang Buoto had only managed to prevent Empty Waves from getting trapped in the encirclement of NPCs. But now? Now, he still had to continue to struggle with these NPCs. This one powerful attack couldn't completely clean them up. Moreover, there was still Tang Ru. Correct, Tang Ru was still there. 1 second, the NPCs appeared, the NPCs attacked. 1 second, Jiang Buoto controlled Empty Waves to use Nebula Wave Slash, breaking the encirclement. 1 second, Tang Ru's Soft Mist charged forward. Stop and watch? No, not at all. If not for sending Empty Waves flying with an attack earlier, which put some distance between them, she might have beaten the NPCs to attack him now. In the end, Soft Mist's attack was only late by this 1 second. Nebula Wave Slash still hadn't ended. The wave energy was still rippling along Empty Wave's short sword. A red silhouette suddenly appeared above him. No retreating, no dodging, Soft Mist charged forth, shattering the lands, a level 75 battle mage skill, shaking against Empty Wave's Nebula Wave Slash. Boom! Soft Mist was like a scarlet comet piercing through the nebula. She couldn't help but take some damage, but the shattering the lands continued forth. Jiang Butter had no way to dodge, and Empty Waves had nowhere to dodge. Shattering the lands, the magic energy barreled forth, hitting Empty Waves and carrying the NPCs. Tang Ru didn't care about all that. She let everyone witness her plan. But in this moment, what everyone saw was her letting everything out, from top to bottom, so much so that Jiang Butter's Empty Waves seemed like a dead man. Empty Waves wasn't a dead man, but he wasn't far from it now. When attacking by defending, Soft Mist had whittled away some of his health. Then after losing the initiative, many of Soft Mist's attacks had landed upon him. And now, fallen into the Forbidden Zone, he faced the focused fire of the NPCs, and then Soft Mist's powerful attack that ignored all else. Too difficult. Blasted by shattering the lands, Empty Wave staggered, and his control of Nebula Wave slipped. The NPCs didn't care whether they lived or died, they didn't know where the flaw was in Jiang Butao's control of Nebula Wave was. They ignored everything else and simply attacked in the most convenient way, and instantly there were countless attacks crashing in. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was included as well. The shattering the lands had drawn the aggro of some of the NPCs, but she was as focused and determined as before as she continued to turn Empty Waves into a dead man. Helpless? Jiang Butao didn't give up, but Empty Waves' health was gone. Just like that, it was used up. Originally, he could have fought his way out of the crowd, circled around, perhaps even taken advantage of the NPCs like Fang Rui had. However, Tang Ru's attack was only late by 1 second. And this 1 second wasn't because she hesitated, but because Soft Mist needed this 1 second to reach him. Tang Ru's resolve extinguished Jiang Butao's last hope. 1 second, they were close, yet 1 second had decided who lived and who died. Soft Mist lived, Empty Waves died. The stadium was silent. Tang Ru won? Happy won? This was a 1v3? After Fang Rui's diligent chase and Tang Ru's returned 1v3, the huge advantage that Juzakai had won for Samsara with his 1v3 was erased just like that? Happy had made their comeback? Before this round, the fact that Happy had closed the gap was already enough to cause the upset Samsara fans to boo their home team. And now, not only had the gap shrunk, they had lost. They'd had such a big advantage, such a big lead, and then Fang Rui, Tang Ru, two of Happy's players had completed a reversal. Samsara's fans were beyond upset, they were upset to the extreme. At this moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in the chat. No more opponents, I still have a lot of health. Soft Mist was going through the victory poses with the air of triumph. But behind her, Tang Ru was actually sighing, regretful. 1v3 still wasn't enough, did she still want to fight another for a 1v4? How arrogant, how presumptuous. But seeing how much health Soft Mist had remaining, Samsara's fans felt that they couldn't do anything. Soft Mist still had 52% health left, a little over half. Against Lu Boyuan, perfect win. Against Duming, used 27% health. Against Jiang Butao, used 21% health. Not only had Tang Ru completed a 1v3, it was an extremely good 1v3. Killing 3 characters had required less than half her health. It wasn't any exaggeration to call this one-sided. And the opponents she'd faced were strong. Duming's fame might have been a little smaller, but he was still part of Samsara's main, championship roster. Jiang Butao and Lu Boyuan didn't need to be talked about, these were all-star level players. And then, a mere rookie, even if she was the best rookie using less than half health, had defeated all 3 of them. This was an even stronger showing than Juzakai. After Juzakai completed his 1v3, Cloud Pisser had 45% health remaining, less than half. At that time, the whole stadium had been cheering for a 1v4. So now, for Tang Ru with a character at 52% health to sigh about not having the chance for a 1v4, was it excessive at all? The Samsara fans were extremely depressed. Finally, Happy's fans came back to their senses. 1v3, Tang Ru had actually done it. In the group arena of the finals, she'd made a comeback against the championship team Samsara. In just one moment, some people were laughing so hard they started to cry. The image of Samsara's stadium cheering for a 1v4 after Juzukai's 1v3 was still vivid in their minds. And now, seeing Tang Ru's Sai, they felt that it was extremely appropriate. Thus, Happy's fans quickly began to shout in answer, "Good thing there's no more." It was common for fans in the stadium to spit trash talk at each other. Samsara's fans understood this kind of mockery. They'd lost the battle, that was fact. They couldn't find anything to retort. Their players weren't making a good showing. So, when the group arena officially ended and the two teams left the stage, Samsara's fans weren't polite. Boos! Last round, Jiang Buitao's outstanding performance had led the crowd to sing, but this time, they were extremely upset, seething with anger. The booing was non-negotiable. They'd had such a huge lead, yet the opponent had caught up, and ultimately they'd been beaten by a rookie completing a 1v3. It was frankly a disgrace. What were the players doing? Had they gotten too proud and complacent after their lead? The crowd booed like crazy, not just to vent their frustration, but also to send a reminder to the team, to make their players wake up. They couldn't continue like this in the upcoming team competition. During the rest period between the group arena and the team competition, the stadium never quieted down. After the huge ups and downs of the group arena, both Happy and Samsara chose to return to their prep rooms to rest. Both player areas were empty, yet the booing didn't stop. And after seeing high point after high point during this group arena, the pro players watching had also gotten excited, and could no longer watch from a purely rational perspective. I'd place a bet, if Samsara really could send up one more person, Tang Ru would have actually gotten a 1v4. Huang Xiaotian's excitement right now was rather evident. Samsara's morale has definitely suffered a heavy blow. Their adjustment during this intermission is especially important. Xiao Shiqin liked to make general observations. Even Samsara's fans can't take it anymore. Zhong Jiala felt the atmosphere of the stadium. He was fairly sensitive to the mood of fans. "This is the first time I've heard Samsara get booed here," sighed Yang Song, who'd been competing in the pro circle for 7 years now. "Same for all of us," said a number of people. "Honestly speaking, do you guys think Samsara was playing poorly?" Chu Yunxiu suddenly said. "Sun Slong was pretty good, Juzukai doesn't need to be mentioned." There was no debate about these two players that Tang Hao named. "And after these two?" "Lu Boyuan's condition wasn't very good," said Han Wenqing. "Du Ming's condition wasn't too bad, though," Wang Jieshi nodded. Jiang Buitao's plan was fairly clear, and the execution was also quite good, but unfortunately, Yu Wenju trailed off. Unfortunately, Tang Ru's performance was better. After the three major captains commented, Zhong Xinjie finished the sentence that Yu Wenju had left unspoken. Yes, that was how it was. Whoever played better would win. The principle was just that simple. Competitions really were decided by one side doing well and the other doing worse and losing. One side does well, yet the other side does better. This kind of helplessness was the main theme on the battlefield. The pro players didn't really agree with the boos of the stadium, but there was nothing to be done. Tang Ru had played a 1v3. That performance was just too sharp, too powerful, too domineering. Even though Du Ming and Jiang Buitao had been in good condition, they could only pale in comparison. How would the two teams play the team competition? Right now, everyone was already thinking about the team battle that would decide the final victor. The map for the team competition had already been randomly chosen. Because the two teams had both returned to their prep rooms to rest, when the map info was broadcast to the stadium, it was simultaneously sent to the prep rooms of the two teams. Chapter 1675. The team roster to sprint for the championship. Nomiami. Nomiami. Abandoned capital in the heavens. When the audience saw the information about the final team battle map, Happy and Samsara got the information at the same time in their respective prep rooms. The digital display screen, the holographic projection, the televised broadcast, and the small screens in the two teams' prep rooms, they all simultaneously presented an overview of this map. Everyone was shocked. In the holographic projection, what appeared on stage was a circular island peacefully floating in midair, bathed in starlight. The pro players immediately began discussing what they saw. Instakill map? This was the first thing they thought. A so-called instakill map referred to a map that had areas where a character's health would instantly drop to 0. In the inevitable confrontation map of the group arena just earlier, both ends of the map had an intruders die area, which made it seem like an instakill map. However, because those intruders die areas didn't directly kill the characters, but rather relied on the NPCs attacking them, this meant that the players could still defend themselves. Therefore, inevitable confrontation couldn't be considered an instakill map. On the other hand, this abandoned capital in the heavens map was floating in the air. If a character reached the edge of this map, they would fall off. This could be an instakill mechanism.
The final battle would take place on an instakill map?
The pro players all discussed amongst themselves. The more important a match, the more a team would tend to be conservative and cautious. Unexpected things tended to happen on instakill maps, so if a team had the choice, they would tend not to select an instakill map for an important match. Everyone hoped to achieve victory through their own strength and hard work, rather than be suppressed by this kind of unexpectedness. Yet now, the final battle of the playoffs was taking place on an instakill map. Just as everyone was talking about this, they suddenly saw a veil of light expanding above the island, eventually enveloping the entire map. Next, a simple explanation appeared, and the first sentence ended the pro players' discussion. This was not an instakill map. The shroud of light would protect characters from falling off of the island. The pro players instantly starting booing.
Couldn't have said that earlier.
Made everyone discuss for nothing. The camera zoomed in, beginning to display the features of this map. A bleak and desolate expanse of ruins appeared before everyone's eyes. 2 structures that looked like Aztec pyramids were the most preserved features of these ruins. A quiet river flowed behind the 2 structures, and on the other side was a tranquil stretch of forest. Bathed in starlight, the tree trunks, leaves, the shades of grey all seemed to be tinted a faint blue. In front of the 2 structures, trees were also growing out of the city ruins, quietly erasing the remnants of this ancient city. As the various pro players saw this map, they automatically began drawing up strategies and how they would play, based on their team's style and class roster. Unhappy and Samsara, after seeing this map, began to formally decide their roster for the team battle. The atmosphere in Samsara's prep room had been oppressive this whole time. After being overtaken by the opponent performing that kind of 1v3, their morale would take a blow, no matter how strong or solid their confidence was. Right now, everyone was fairly depressed. At times like these, someone needed to say something. But Samsara's captain was Juzukai, who'd had a flawless performance in the group arena. Forcing him to say something now would just be too hard on him. Vice-captain Jiangbuta was usually the one who led the motivational words and such before a match, but in the group arena just now, he had been the anchor who was unable to stop Tangru from playing a 1v3 and completing Happy's comeback. He was part of the reason for damaging Samsara's morale, so if he said something now, the effect probably wouldn't be very good. Jiangbuta clearly understood this point, and so he didn't say anything either. So, when they returned to their prep room, the first to open their mouth was actually Sun Strong. "Everyone, get your spirits up. It's only 1 point, all we need to do is win it back in the team competition," Sun Strong said. These were the words, this was the logic, everyone nodded after hearing it, but after that, there was no after that. Everyone heard Sun Strong's words, and they tried to snap out of it, but ultimately this depression in their hearts couldn't be dispelled. At that moment, the map that they would be using for the team competition was announced. "Let's look at the map first," Fang Minghua said. The prep room quieted down. Everyone watched the map introduction. Very soon, the introduction finished. Abandoned capital in the heavens, it floated in mid-air very close to the stars, but the contents of this map weren't especially new or unique. It was just another environment that they weren't too familiar with. But faced with this unfamiliar environment, they still needed some strategy and planning. Before that, they needed to decide on their roster so that their plans could be specific. Everyone realized what was about to happen next. Samsara's reserve players, even though they knew that it was extremely unlikely that they would be appearing in this finals match, still couldn't help but hold a sliver of hope in their hearts. Who would be fighting in the final match? Fang Minghua finally spoke once again. Boyuan, your condition today isn't too good. Lu Boyuan was startled. He knew what Fang Minghua meant by these words, and he was saddened. Of course, he didn't want to lose the chance to appear in the final battle, but he knew that Fang Minghua spoke the truth. Last match he hadn't been in good condition, and during the 2 days rest he was in deep sorrow as he made up his mind to play well today. Yet, it hadn't played out the way he'd hoped. The team hadn't immediately given up on him when they'd seen his subpar condition. They gave him time to adjust. But now, in the team battle that would determine the final victory, this truly wasn't the time to place a bet on whether he could settle back into his normal condition. Yes, Lu Boyuan was saddened, but he wasn't surprised. He couldn't let his subpar condition continue to drag down the team. He accepted Fang Minghua's judgment, and he would respect the decision that was coming. Fang Minghua discussed with Zhu Zikai and Jiang Butao for a few moments, and finally this decision was announced. Then, Boyuan, you can take a break during the team battle. Ultimately, it was Jiang Butao, as vice-captain, who made the announcement. Understood. Lu Boyuan nodded. He was unhappy, but the team's victory was the most important. Individual feelings had to be set aside for now. Team competition, Wu Qi, you'll replace Boyuan in the starting lineup, Jiang Butao announced. All right. Wu Qi nodded. Before Sun Strong had joined, Lu Boyuan, Wu Qi, and Duming were all part of Samsara's main roster. After Sun Strong had joined and firmly taken up one spot, there were only 2 spots left for the 3 of them. Lu Boyuan was an all-star, somewhat more famous than the other 2, so his spot was naturally a bit more stable. Thus, Wu Qi and Duming entered into rotation. Last match, Wu Qi hadn't played. This time, now that Lu Boyuan's condition wasn't good, this player who'd also been a main part of their consecutive championship roster finally had the chance to play in the final battle. Even though his popularity was a bit lower than Lu Boyuan's, within the team, everyone had the same trust in him as they did for every other player. Play well. Lu Boyuan was the first to go up, patting Wu Qi's arm. I will. Wu Qi nodded. He didn't seem very outwardly excited. At this moment, Duming's heart was beating very rapidly. Wu Qi's spot was confirmed, and Zhu Zikai, Jiang Butao, Sun Slong, Fang Minghua, the spots of these 4 players were very set. Then for the final spot, would he be playing? Even though Duming frequently appeared in the starting roster, his position wasn't stable. Even Lu Boyuan had been switched off, which instantly caused him to worry. After all, he had been 1v3d in the group arena. Duming. But just as he was worrying, he suddenly heard his name called. Duming immediately stood up. Team competition, you'll be 6th player. Ah? Oh. Duming was overjoyed. But he was considerate of Lu Boyuan, who'd just been switched off, so all he did was quietly clench his fist. After that, it was basically a formality to announce Zhu Zikai, Jiang Butao, Sun Slong, and Fang Minghua. No one would think that these players would sit on the bench for such a critical match, unless they were in really bad condition. Then, let us 6 players chase that 1 point. Fang Minghua said, after the roster was finalized. No fierce speeches, no light humor. But in the very normal process of studying the map and deciding the roster, the mood of the Samsara players gradually returned to normal. When the roster was finalized and they announced they were going to win this point, everyone's spirits were jolted. For the championship. Everyone was very clear on what they'd been chasing all this time. Did it need to be said? No. All they needed was to walk on stage and win. They'd done this kind of thing once, twice, 3 times, many times. In these past 3 years, they were the team that best understood how to win. Let's go. In the end, the silent captain Zhu Zikai only said these 2 words. In this aspect, he really couldn't be considered a satisfactory captain. But after saying these two words, he walked at the very front, leading all of Samsara's players, those who would be playing and those who wouldn't be. Together, they walked that player passageway that was neither long nor short, returning to the main stadium area. Booing? There was no more booing. The booing had been to express their dissatisfaction with their earlier condition. And now, as Samsara walked toward the moments that would decide their final victory, what they needed was encouragement, and so what the fans gave them was encouragement. Applause and cheers greeted Team Samsara's players. And not long after them, Happy's players also returned to the main stadium area. It wouldn't be long until the final team battle began. Everyone was paying attention to the player areas, guessing at the team rosters. The judge appeared, and called for the two teams' players. In each of the two-player areas, 6 players stood up. Samsara, Zhu Zikai, Jiang Buotao, Sun Slong, Wu Qi, Du Ming, Fang Minghua. Applause. No matter who from Samsara was playing, the Samsara fans in the audience would give nothing but support and well wishes. And Happy? They also already had 6 people walking toward the stage. Yishio, Su Muqing, Tang Ru, Qiao Yifan, Bao Rongxing, and Wenyi. Chapter 1676. We will. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. When Samsara's 6 players went unstage, everyone instantly noticed that their roster lacked Lu Boyuan, but no one was too surprised. After all, everyone had seen that he wasn't doing too well, and so it wasn't unexpected that he would remain sitting in the player area. But on Happy's side, when the 6 players came out without Fang Rui, everyone was shocked. Even Samsara's fans were confused as to why Happy didn't send Fang Rui up. After all, in recent matches, Fang Rui's performance had been too eye-catching. Last match, MVP, just that was enough to prove this. And today, in the group arena, even though Tang Ru had been the one to complete the comeback with her 1v3, the sound of comeback had begun with Fang Rui, who had been the one to ultimately take down Zhu Zikai, who just completed a 1v3 and whose character was still at 45%. Fang Rui, and who had been the one to knock away most of Chaotic Cloudy Mountain's health. Also Fang Rui. Such an outstanding performance, yet he wasn't playing in the final battle. Discussion began in the audience, and those who paid attention to news after matches immediately remembered the press conference of last match. They'd asked about Fang Rui, and Yishio had indeed said Fang Rui had worn himself out, and it was uncertain if he'd be able to play in the final match. Most people had treated this as a misleading smoke bomb. Especially when Fang Rui did finally appear in the group arena, many people who remembered this started discussing it again. But now, Fang Rui was still sitting in the player area. As Happy's players began their final sprint toward the championship, this player on their team with the highest salary and the strongest character was watching from the sidelines. Watching the backs of those 6 as they walked unstage, Fang Rui was also saddened. But he knew clearly that now wasn't the time to challenge his own spirit and stamina. He would be better off trusting his own teammates. Happy's players were all outstanding. Who said that they couldn't do this without him? This excellent chance to shine, I leave it to you youngsters. After returning to the prep room, this was what Fang Rui grandly announced. He couldn't see it himself, but from the worry revealed in the eyes of his teammates that couldn't lie, he knew that he couldn't hide his condition from them anymore. Great, leave it to me, Steen Bun said enthusiastically. Fang Rui was gratified. If everyone could be like Steen Bun, he thought, this would certainly be a very sweet world. Senior, you've worked hard. Qiao Yifan was always rather sincere. He clearly understood the reality of the situation. Fang Rui patted Qiao Yifan, and his attitude was also very sincere. Without me, you guys will be the ones working very hard. Everyone laughed. But after laughing, they felt that these words, although shameless, were true. Fang Rui's strength, boundless sea strength, was stronger than the new players and new accounts of Happy. Without him, the rest of them really would have to work very hard. Then we'll work harder. Yishio nodded, and began listing names. Team Battle, me, Muqing, Qiao Yifan, and Wenyi. He named for first, and those who'd been named all nodded. Yishio's gaze turned to Tang Ru. Tired after that 1v3? I'm still sunk in regret. Tang Ru said. Yes, regret. Those words that Tang Ru had said after that 1v3, almost everyone thought that it was mockery, but in reality, it really was regret, pure and simple. She felt that she could still challenge more players, but unfortunately, because of the match format, there'd been none left for her to fight. Alright, you're about to have 6 more opponents, Yishio said. Team battle, we 5 will start, and then, 6th player. His gaze swept over. Luoji's heart rate quickened, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Will it be me? The finals? Final battle? Me? I'm nervous. But I'm excited. These imaginings were suddenly shoved into the wall by Steamed Bun. Move aside, this sort of thing should obviously be left to the eldest brother. Steamed Bun said. 6th player will be Steamed Bun. Yishio announced, and then he quickly explained to Luoji, but it's not because you can't beat him. I understand, Luoji nodded. And standing in the corner, Mo Fan, who always had an emotionless expression, now showed a flicker of disappointment across his face. But he didn't step forward to try and argue anything, and only squeezed his hands into fists. Yishio saw it, and he knew that Mo Fan was very dissatisfied. Of the 5 people who'd appeared in the group arena, he was the only one who'd accomplished nothing, all because he didn't know the design of the map and accidentally triggered the ambushing troops. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, he'd still lost completely. Mo Fan wasn't in poor condition. If not for that accident, no one knew how that battle would have played out. But in the end, Yishio still chose not to have Mo Fan appear in the team battle. Mo Fan didn't say anything, but Yishio still gave him an explanation. What he said was simply what he'd told him long before, a sentence that was very simple and very ordinary. For now, you're still not used to playing in the team battle. Mo Fan's face was still expressionless, like every time Yishio said anything to him. But this time, his fists, which were already clenched, tightened further. It wasn't that he hadn't played in a team battle before. During the regular season, Yishio would still sometimes put him into the team battle. But unfortunately, after this season, although Mo Fan had made breakthroughs in his individual technique, he was still lacking when it came to playing in a team. Perhaps it was because of his natural personality, but even though he understood that team battles required teammates to coordinate, his performance was still extremely mechanical and clumsy. Not used to it, not suitable for it. Other people could see it, and Mo Fan himself could feel it even more clearly. Yishio only repeated this point, but it was convincing enough, because that was just the reason. And then, Wei Chen. For him, Yishio also had an explanation, but it was only 2 words. You understand, Yishio said. You bastard, don't you dare lose. Wei Chen slapped Yishio. Every season you were here, I was the champion, Yishio said. Fuck. Wei Chen's expression darkened, but it was the truth. During those 2 seasons, he and Yishio had still been enemies. So this time, it should be the same, Yishio said. As long as we win, I'll be your mascot, Wei Chen said vehemently. Mascot, everyone stared at Wei Chen. How disgusting, just give me a cigarette. Yishio said decisively. Let's go, the final battle. Happy walked out of the prep room. And now, Yishio was walking with 5 others onto this ultimate battlefield. Once again, standing in this moment. Yishio felt it was very familiar, and yet at the same time, not. Cheers, shouts, applause, it was all for the title that was about to be claimed. Who will be the champions? We will. Samsara's 6 players said. We will. Happy's 6 players also said. The battle began. Chapter 1677. Came, left. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. The battle began, the map loaded, the characters loaded. The abandoned capital floating in the sky seemed so close to the stars. The entire world seemed to be in only one color, that grey-white suffused with a hint of pale blue. Under this starlight, even the multicolored equipment of the characters who had just loaded in seemed to be layered over with this light. Soft Mist lifted her spear, 1-Inch gripped his tachi, and they waited for Yishio's instructions. Yishio was a seasoned veteran. From the glory game to the professional stage, there was nothing he hadn't experienced before. But in this moment, he couldn't help but feel emotion swelling in his heart. From a small level 1 character in the new server, after 2.5 years, he was finally standing here once again. Right now, the two standing in front of him were the ones who had been walking alongside him since that very beginning. Aside from them, there was also Steamed Bun, still waiting in the substitute area, ready to come on stage at any time. And Su Mooching, who had experience with him the defeat they'd suffered the last time he was in this moment. It was this group of people. 2.5 years ago, they were still in the new server of glory, fighting with the pioneers of the other team guilds for dungeon records. Today, after 2.5 years, they were directly engaged with glory's top team, striving for that proof of ultimate glory, the championship. They did it! Yishio knew that, in this moment, there were certainly countless people who thought this. Starting from a new server, starting from zero, starting over, and at last, reaching the finals. It was simply incredible. Yes, it was indeed incredible. But did that mean that they'd done it? Did this count as success? Not yet. The standard dictionary definition of success was obtaining the anticipated outcome. Achieving a goal, that was called success. The result they'd anticipated, the goal they wished to achieve, there was only one, winning the championship. Thus, they were still one step away from success. Start! Yishio's order came down, and Lord Grimm took the first step outward, closely followed by the other 4 happy players. Start! Is Yishio treating this as running a dungeon or killing a boss? Still saying start. In the broadcast, Pan Lin was chuckling, ridiculing Yishio's choice of word. Heck, these people here, most of them were players Yishio pulled from in-game. Liabor said. Happy had been playing the Alliance for a year now, and they'd garnered such attention as they fought their way into the finals. They'd accepted a number of interviews by now, and everyone knew a lot about their history. Aside from Su Mooching and Fang Rui, who had officially transferred, the rest of them, including Blue Rain's former captain Wei Chen, were all people that Yishio had encountered in-game and pulled together to build this team happy. In the beginning, they might have really been like what many ordinary gamers were familiar with, just a group of close friends in-game. But after they'd fought down this road together, this group of close friends was already standing on glory's highest stage. Start! This time, their goal was no longer any dungeon record, or a wild boss, it was Team Samsara, it was the championship. Happy's spawn point was on the west, and right now, the 5 of them were moving eastward in formation. There weren't any clear road signs or markings on the map, but Happy's direction was quite clear, they were headed toward the Western Aztec-style pyramid. Once they were close, however, they didn't stop below this pyramid, nor did they climb it. They turned north and circled around to the back of the pyramid. The backside winked with light. It was impossible to see if the tranquil river was flowing. Happy tested how deep the water ran, but they didn't take the water route. They simply continued east along the back of the pyramid. From this moment, everyone became even more vigilant. The 5 characters' views were pointed in 5 different directions, covering every inch of their surroundings. Theoretically, even if the 2 teams were moving toward each other at the highest speed, it was still too early for them to meet. Even so, after the experience of last round, where the team spawn points were random and not necessarily opposite each other, both Happy and Samsara included this possibility in their calculations, and entered battle condition early. Soon, Happy's 5 reached the end of the pyramid's back. The other pyramid that was still intact now entered their sight, and then, they saw the silhouettes of Samsara's 5. Samsara's choice in the beginning of the match was also to first reach the pyramid that was close to them, but afterward, unlike Happy, they hadn't continued to advance. After reaching the pyramid, they began to investigate the surrounding area. Right now, the 5 characters were all studying, and although they seemed to be scattered, in reality, they maintained a formation that allowed them to coordinate battle at any moment. When Happy walked out from behind the pyramid and saw Samsara, Samsara also immediately saw Happy. In that moment, both sides stopped moving. They maintained their distance and observed from afar. The scene was still, but their chats instantly began flying with messages. Because it was a completely unknown map, they couldn't make any detailed plans based off of the simple introduction given right before the battle. In battles on random maps, there was significantly more communication and direction. Now that the two teams saw each other, Samsara's side instantly began laying out plans, messages flashing out one after another. There was rapid discussion and a final conclusion. But the players' characters didn't move, not until the messages practically filled the screen. Finally, there was a message, "Go." Everyone had read every line of instructions. When the final order came, the 5 players and the 5 characters began moving simultaneously. Long range, short range, healer, each of the classes performed their duties and joined together, taking advantage of the special characteristics of the map that they'd observed so far. They swiftly arranged themselves in a satisfactory formation. And then, on Happy's side, an order was finally issued as well. "Retreat," said Yi Xiao. Happy left. They'd arrived casually from the back of the pyramid, without probing, without spying. The 5 characters had rushed out as though pressed for time, and stopped as soon as they saw Samsara. And then Samsara had carefully arranged themselves, making all sorts of preparations for battle, able to advance and attack, able to retreat and defend. They'd taken everything into consideration. And then Happy retreated. Samsara had actively prepared everything, but they didn't have an opponent. In the channel, Juzakai sent a rare message. It was just a string of ellipses. Even though he didn't speak much in the first place, reticence and speechlessness were still 2 very different moods. "What's Happy doing?" Pan Lin exclaimed. Over on Samsara's side, because of the numerous communications and instructions, even though there were many code-like abbreviations, everyone could still understand the basics. But Happy's side had no communications. Yi Xiao said start, and they'd set out, Yi Xiao said retreat, and they'd withdrawn. Watch for now, Liabor said. It wasn't clear whether watch for now referred to Happy's plan, or was directing the audience to simply watch for now. Right now, the ones who wanted to understand Happy's plan the most was still Samsara. But they didn't make any move. After expressing speechlessness, they immediately resumed their investigation of the area, as though Happy had never appeared. No clash, just a sighting. The ordinary gamers were baffled, and the broadcast commentators needed to watch for now, but the pro players were already beginning to discuss. Happy probably wants to sound out Samsara's mood. Yu Wenju said. Happy's plan, that basically meant Yi Xiao's plan. It wasn't just Pan Lin and Liabor, even Yu Wenju, a master-level player, didn't dare to speak confidently. Samsara seems very steady, Xiao Shichin said. Things on the psychological level weren't easy to see through. But just from the way that Samsara ignored Happy's baiting-like movement, at least they weren't carelessly led by the nose by Happy. Then, what next? Next, the broadcast screen and the live projection were both split in 2, so that everyone could clearly see both sides' movements. Samsara continued to investigate that area. Happy began to move upward along the pyramid from the back side. But Yi Xiao's Lord Grimm, after walking about halfway up, suddenly circled around from the back of the pyramid. Samsara, naturally, was waiting for any movement from this side. As soon as they saw Lord Grimm appear, they immediately had preparations. Don't panic. Yi Xiao actually sent a message in the chat. I just came to take a look, said Yi Xiao, and then his Lord Grimm actually just sat down right there on the eastern slope of that pyramid. You guys keep working, Yi Xiao continued. Little Jew, look at 3 o'clock behind you, isn't that platform perfect for some sniping cover? Yi Xiao actually began to point out things to Samsara. Chapter 1678. Hitting the mountain to warn the tiger. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Everyone was stunned. This was the finals, the final battle, the moment that would decide the outcome of a year of hard work. Unity, tension, seriousness, those should all be expected, but surely they could pass on liveliness. Yet now, while Samsara was very seriously studying the environment and preparing for battle, what was Yishio's Lord Grim doing? He was like a hooligan. A hooligan would be squatting at the intersection just next to the school and whistling at the cute girls that passed by. Lord Grim was sitting on the pyramid and throwing all sorts of critical comments at Samsara. This scene wasn't right. It wasn't serious. But no matter how wrong it was, Yishio was doing just this, and the words were already spoken. This match simply had this kind of style and rhythm. It still had to be watched, and the explanation and analysis still had to be made, no? And so the broadcast followed what Yishio said, cutting to a close-up shot of the 3 o'clock direction behind Cloud Pisser, particularly that platformer that Yishio mentioned. Once this close-up was given, everyone took a look, and those that understood realized that Yishio's words were completely correct. This location really was a very good sniping point. Little Jiang, your wave slash can completely lock that path on your left, did you realize? Wu Qi, that ambush point in the 11 o'clock direction is a pretty good place to hide. Minghua, did you find the best place to heal from? If you found it, then go and stand there, what are you still spinning around for? And also, Guy using one autumn leaf, did you notice the distance between those 2 broken walls behind one autumn leaf? If evil annihilation is held horizontally, it can't pass through that space.
Did you guys increase evil annihilation's length?
It wouldn't have been like this before. In an instant, 1 sentence per person. The broadcast couldn't even keep up switching back and forth between shots, and ultimately just split the screen into multiple sections. These 4 people who were pointed out by Yishio, each got their own section of the screen. Everyone immediately realized, just like when he'd been talking to Juzakai, Yishio wasn't just making things up. The things he'd pointed out about these 4 players, whether big or small, were all very real issues. But would the Samsara pros really be incapable of discovering these things themselves? Of course not. After all, they'd been investigating this area for longer than Yishio had. But the thing was, Yishio's Lord Grim had just casually sat down on the pyramid and casually said these things, yet every needle he'd sent had drawn blood. This demonstrated his skill. Added onto his bearing, it really felt like he was giving pointers to Samsara. Immature. Shameless. Disgusting. A few Samsara fans decried Yishio's actions. It had to be said, trash talk could sometimes attack even the audience. But those who were at a higher level, especially the pro players, knew that this wasn't that simple. Yishio's actions weren't just to show off from above. He was hitting the mountain to startle the tiger, warning Samsara by saying, "Be careful, I can see through all of your plans." And to be able to do this, Yishio had made good use of the map. The 2 pyramids on this map could be called the high points, but because they were so large, even a launcher, the class with the longest attack range, could not effectively use supportive attacks when standing on the very peak. Furthermore, attacks from halfway up the pyramid would be extremely limited. Therefore, the high points of these pyramids could only be used as observation points, not any strategic points. Thus, Yishio discovered the reconnaissance use of this location, and looking down upon them, he began to analyze Samsara's deployment. Before anything else, he was attacking Samsara on a psychological level. If Samsara could not restrain themselves and immediately came to attack Yishio's Lord Grim, then they would definitely suffer for it. Lord Grim didn't need to be mentioned, and the other 4 happy players were already prepared at another side of the pyramid. If Samsara came their way to attack, Happy would have the map advantage. But when it came to pro players, the chances of that happening were far too small. In this kind of critical battle, Samsara definitely would not take an action like this that would put them at a clear disadvantage. But Happy still prepared for this possibility. Even though this was such a small chance, they would not pass it up. Samsara, as expected, was not so hasty. After being criticized by Yishio, they only hesitated for a moment, but afterward, everyone began to carefully discuss in their team chat. Directly charge Lord Grim, sitting halfway up the pyramid? That possibility wasn't even mentioned. The match seemed to be locked in a stalemate. The small chance that Happy had hoped for didn't happen, and Samsara, having had all their plans and strategies exposed by the opponent, weren't sure how to continue. Switch to an area that Happy couldn't observe? Then what if Happy just didn't come? Would this battle of this match be triggered by the judge getting involved and forcing the two teams to meet? Happy was patiently waiting for Samsara's movements, and Yishio wasn't idle. He helpfully named another few places on the map for Samsara to use, even some that accounted for strategic coordination between the players. Samsara was finally no longer silent. Godyi has seen through us completely. Vice Captain Jiangbuotao spoke. What, like it's hard? Yishio said. Since you've seen through us, why not come give it a try and attack? Jiangbuotao said. It was a very clear provocation, so clear that it was uninteresting. Sure, coming. Who would have thought that Yishio's Lord Grimm actually just stood up, and Happy's other four players immediately appeared on the side of the pyramid and began to charge down. Beat them at their own game, make the opponent second guess. Watching the match, Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi guessed at the intent behind Yishio's actions. Such a clear provocation, yet Happy had actually directly accepted it. In Samsara's shoes, who wouldn't be second-guessing? Wang Jieshi had the omniscient view, and could see Happy's team chat, so he knew that Yishio hadn't given any detailed strategic instructions to Happy. If not for that, he might also be wondering whether Yishio actually had a strategy that could break through their arrangement. He definitely doesn't. If he did, he would have attacked way earlier. Right, and Happy doesn't have any plans in their team chat. This is a random map, they only just saw this map for a bit from above. Their communication through glances isn't that incredible, right? Yeah, it's just a false show of strength, to make Samsara worry. Then after that, the pro players were all discussing, and their opinions were essentially the same as Wang Jieshi's. But after that, they all got stuck on this question. After that? Let Samsara second guess, and then? And then Happy would just charge forth and chaotically fight, without any sort of plan. That was completely illogical. This was an advantage of random maps for the audience. Because the teams couldn't make any secret preparations before the match, more directions were needed during the battle. The strategic plans of the two teams could be completely seen from their team chats. But right now, Happy had actually had no plans. This was simply too irrational. What were they trying to do? Chapter 1679. Wording. Nomiami. Nomiami. Was it a feint? Or was it a bluff? There seemed to be only these two possibilities. Which one was it? The viewers were merely guessing for the fun of it, but for Samsara, the guessing would affect whether they won or lost this match. As a result, Samsara's guess was crucial. Everyone was staring intently at Samsara's team chat, observing the rapid discussion taking place there. Samsara didn't hesitate. They didn't waver because of these possibilities because they didn't even bother discussing whether it was a feint or a bluff. From the beginning, the direction of Samsara's discussion was to look for a solution to both possibilities. Samsara rushed out. Whether it was a feint or a bluff, Yishio was targeting their understanding of the terrain. Samsara had given up on utilizing the area that they were familiar with. Instead, they chose to leave and welcome Happy directly. Did Yishio's words really have that much of a psychological impact on them? Not necessarily. But Samsara didn't lower their guard. It was similar to when Happy had been on top of the pyramid, fully prepared in the unlikely scenario that Samsara would brainlessly charge up the pyramid. In contrast, instead of just being prepared, Samsara wanted to eliminate even the unlikeliest of scenarios. Because of Yishio's imposing air, everyone felt like the atmosphere of the match had been ruined. In reality, from these small details and from the way both teams approached this fight, the atmosphere wasn't ruined at all. It was completely in line with how the finals should be, careful and cautious as if this was their last hope, refusing to let even the slightest possibility go. Finally, the two teams met. Samsara charged out from the ruins, while Happy charged down from above the pyramid, losing their height advantage. The two sides gradually approached, intentionally controlling their pace. Their footsteps were neither too fast nor too slow. Dancing Rain raised her hand cannon. Cloud Pisser raised his dual guns. These two long-ranged classes were about to enter each other's attack range. But the first to erupt wasn't the two long-ranged attackers, but Happy's team chat. Fall back. Tang, right, go around 3. Xiao, right, follow 2. Su, stay back, go high. For orders in quick succession.
Go around 3?
Follow 2? Most of the viewers were confused. A few of the more attentive ones, who paid attention to how teams communicated with each other, could understand the general meaning behind these two phrases. Pan Lin and Liebor, the two commentators, had to be mentioned. Even though the two often made mistakes in their analysis, the two were quite diligent with their work. If they weren't skilled enough to understand the team's intentions, then there wasn't much they could do about it. However, the two had spent time going over things that could be studied, like how the team shot callers worded their orders to the team. Although Happy was a new team, their shot calling style and wording wasn't too strange. After all, their shot caller was Yishio, who had led Excellent Era for close to 8 years. His same shot calling habits had been brought over to Happy, so Pan Lin and Liebor didn't need to put in much effort to grasp it again. Most people were confused by the phrases like go around 3 and follow 2, but Pan Lin was already yelling in astonishment, go around 3? Follow 2? This map? Pan Lin's astonishment wasn't towards Yishio's arrangements but the way he worded his orders. Because from what he understood, the phrases go around 3 and follow 2 were frequently used in their home game matches. In other words, they really only used these phrases in maps that they were familiar with. The numbers 2 and 3 weren't coordinates, but rather an agreed-upon direction. It was suitable for some maps, while unsuitable for others. But for a random map. A random map? Pan Lin blanked. Liebor had realized it faster than Pan Lin. He had been trying to piece together his understanding of these two phrases and the map's terrain, and he soon discovered that the pieces fit together perfectly. This terrain. Happy had observed this terrain from up on top of the pyramid, Liebor said. But they never communicated anything about it in the team chat. Pan Lin said. Certain agreed-upon things don't need to be communicated, Liebor said. Changes had begun happening in Happy's formation. Tang Ru and Xiao Yifan started moving towards the right, while Su Muqing and Wenny had started moving back. Yishio's Lord Grimm started moving to the left, leaving the front completely open. For a moment, Happy's healer was in Samsara's direct line of sight. This seemed to be a good opportunity for them to charge right through the middle to him, but Yishio, Tang Ru, and Xiao Yifan were clearly planning on surrounding them. A pincer? It looked like one. But seeing the orders go around 3 and follow 2, Liebor explained that Happy's intentions were to separate the enemies. A random map has its advantages. Liebor sighed with emotion. His eyes were practically brimming with tears of excitement. If every match had shot callers clearly listing out their team's every move, then he would never make humiliating mistakes in his analysis. Communication through glances, tacit understanding, Liebor hated those deeply. Let's see how Samsara will respond. Right now is indeed a good opportunity for them to directly go for Happy's healer, but that would only be the case if Happy's goal is to pincer them. In reality, Happy's goal is to separate Samsara, as a counter to Samsara's attempt to charge straight through the middle, Liebor said. What will Samsara do? They haven't said anything in their team chat, but they're starting to make adjustments too, Pan Lin shouted. Cloud Pisser is lined up in the middle, one autumn leaf in front, healer at the center, Jiang Buotao and Wu Qi behind. Samsara is planning on engaging in a frontal assault. A frontal assault? The expressions on the spectating pro players were grave. That was what their formation looked like, but it was too early to tell if that was their plan. Pan Lin elaborated on the positions of each of Samsara's players, but he didn't go in order of when they moved into position. This ordering was crucial. Communication through glances was done starting from one character, creating a butterfly effect where everyone else would react and fall into place. Samsara's change in formation had started with Juzukai's Cloud Pisser, and Pan Lin had mentioned him first. By the time he had started discussing this point, Samsara's formation had been completed. He had just been going in order from front to back. But if you looked more closely, there was a difference in who moved first and who moved later. Juzukai had been the first to move because he was the team's core. Next was Jiang Buita's Empty Waves, and then Fang Minghua, Wu Qi, and finally Sun Srong. Sun Srong moving last wasn't because he was the new player on the team or because he was the most lacking in synergy with the team. It was actually the opposite. Sun Srong moving last was precisely the reason for why the ordering mattered. If Samsara had truly been planning on a full frontal assault, Sun Srong's One Autumn Leaf, the team's spearpoint, should have been the fastest to react to Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Because this frontal assault would be led by him. He needed to be the first to act so that the others could respond to his actions accordingly. But he moved last. The average viewer might not find anything strange about it, but to the pro players, it was suspicious. If Samsara's intentions were for a frontal assault, then this would be considered a mistake on Sun Srong's part for being absent-minded. However, this wasn't a mistake. The steadiness that Samsara displayed in their formation gave the pro players a sense that Sun Srong's lateness was to cover up something. But what was it? There wouldn't be a replay for it. For a moment, no one could see through it. They could only wait and see what would happen next. Samsara continued forward. It really did look like they planned on charging straight for Happy's healer. Happy's left and right flank had formed and were beginning to converge. Charge! A character suddenly rushed out from Samsara's formation towards Happy's healer. One Autumn Leaf? No, Cloud Pisser. Samsara's offense had begun, but the one at the front was Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Chapter 1680. Erupt. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. The sound of a gunshot wasn't surprising to anyone. Long-ranged classes almost always made the first attack. However, Juzukai's Cloud Pisser didn't just attack, he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Sun Srong's One Autumn Leaf was left behind. What kind of rhythm was this? Everyone watching was astonished, but their doubts didn't last long. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser started attacking, and the rest of Team Samsara soon followed. Did they attack too? No. None of the other four players coordinated attacks with Juzukai. The four characters contracted the formation. One Autumn Leaf, Laughing Song, Cruel Silence, the three of them formed a triangle, protecting the one in the center, Jiang Buita's Empty Waves. Empty Waves began casting. Magic started to emanate around his short sword, Divine Chain, as if it were trying to establish a connection with some sort of power. Lightning Wave Formation. The experienced players noticed the sparks of lightning flashing from Divine Chain and its surroundings, and deduced what Empty Waves was casting. The pro players immediately figured out Samsara's plans. It didn't matter whether Happy was trying to surround or separate them with a pincer. Under the protection of the Spellblade's lightning formation, Samsara would not be in danger. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser became Samsara's main attacker, while the other four became his support. Samsara wasn't going to give Happy even the slightest opportunity. Can Happy interrupt it? Pan Lin spoke. He realized where the crucial point lay. The cameraman quickly switched viewpoints. The focus was first given to Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. Then, the camera moved towards Empty Waves. Empty Waves' position was very subtle. It was just outside of Dancing Rain's range. The camera turned again to Happy's other long-ranged character, Lord Grimm. Ishio. Countless people were looking forward to what he would do. He always seemed to be able to do the impossible. Sure enough, Lord Grimm started to move. He had originally been hiding in the ruins. Suddenly, with a flicker, he came out from behind a broken wall. Gunshot! But no sound could be heard. Because gunshots had been ringing the entire time. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser had open-fired. Ishio's Lord Grimm's sudden gunshot was perfectly in line with one of Cloud Pisser's gunshots. The two overlapped, one obscuring the other. The only sign that Lord Grimm had fired his gun was a flash of light. Everything had happened in an instant. The broadcast couldn't keep up with these changes just by switching between viewpoints. Fortunately, for the live audience, the stadium's projection technology allowed them to see a more comprehensive view of the battlefield. It was just that the details needed to be caught by the viewer themselves. Bang! A seemingly silent bullet shot out and exploded. Lightning was still crackling around Empty Wave's divine chains. Lightning began to gather around, creating a net of electricity. The interrupt failed. The bullet had been blocked by a jet-black streak of light. Spear, evil annihilation! The awe-inspiring one autumn leaf stood in Yi Xiu's way, putting a stop to his plans. This wasn't the first time, but no matter how many times Chen Guo saw this scene, she would always feel uncomfortable. The gunshot was blocked, and it was no longer possible for Yi Xiu to try again. Lord Grimm couldn't even see Empty Waves anymore from his position. Move, get to another position. But the cast time for lightning wave formation wasn't very long. There wasn't much Yi Xiu could do in that short window. There wasn't anything more Lord Grimm could do. But Happy's plan was to pincer Samsara from two sides. The left wing had been blocked, but the right wing had only just started. The two players on the right wing didn't have long-ranged capabilities. To interrupt Empty Waves, they needed to get close. Tang Ru's soft mist rushed forward. Too impulsive. How crazy! The pro players let out sighs. They clearly didn't agree with Tang Ru's decision. The other side had 4 people in a fully defensive formation, yet she wanted to get close and break through it. She was practically sending herself into the tiger's mouth. Even if she successfully interrupted Empty Waves, what next? Soft Mist would be surrounded by 4 players. Even if Yi Xiu and Qiao Yifan were close by, Happy would be in a very bad position. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist charged forward as if she were unstoppable, bringing her unrelenting momentum from her 1v3 in the group arena. Up maybe actually. Seeing her grandeur, some of the people who felt like Tang Ru had been too impulsive suddenly weren't sure anymore. They felt like maybe she really could break through Samsara. Samsara responded as if they were facing a huge threat. They needed to put their all into their defense, but the one who stepped forward to face Soft Mist made everyone surprised. Laughing Song? Fang Minghua's Laughing Song, Samsara's healer, looked like he was planning on stopping Dragon Breaks the Ranks. How is that possible? Countless people cried out in astonishment. Laughing Song raised his cross, Angel's Protection, and began casting a spell. This is... A white light flew out in front of Laughing Song. Halo Smash. A paladin's skill. At max rank, it was an unbreakable shield whether it was magic or physical, no attack could break past it. But Laughing Song was a cleric. This Halo Smash was a bonus skill on his weapon, and could only be at rank 1. How could a rank 1 Halo Smash stop Soft Mist's Dragon Breaks the Ranks? The pro players quickly calculated in their heads. Halo Smash. Even at max rank, it would only be able to just barely block the attack. But at rank 1? Dragon Breaks the Ranks would be mitigated somewhat, but Laughing Song would certainly take a huge hit. But then again, looking at his positioning, as long as he could mitigate the blow, Empty Waves would be protected. Soft Mist would no longer be able to interrupt Empty Waves' cast. Then, there was no then. Her attempt would be done. The cast would be completed. Soft Mist's Dragon Breaks would be stopped, and she would no longer have any more opportunities. Samsara was different though. Wu Qi's Cruel Silence had his dagger ready for when Soft Mist and Laughing Song collided. Silent Thunder. This was the name of the dagger in his hands. It kept a low profile, almost invisible inside Cruel Silence's sleeves. As expected, it won't work. Seeing Samsara's response, everyone who had thought that maybe Tang Ru could do it suddenly changed their minds. But to everyone's surprise, just before Soft Mist's Dragon Breaks the Ranks collided with Laughing Song's Halo Smash, Tang Ru cancelled the skill. Turn, sidestep. Using the leftover momentum from Dragon Breaks the Ranks, Soft Mist suddenly slid to the side.
Was there an opening there?
The sudden change had astonished everyone. The others on Samsara had to put their attention on Soft Mist. But empty waves wouldn't be interrupted. The surrounding electricity suddenly formed a net. Lightning wave formation had been set down. But at the same time, on the ground where the lightning crackled, a flower of darkness quietly unfurled. Chapter 1681. Unevenness and Surprise. Nomiami. Nomiami. Phantom Demon. 1-inch. Even though the live audience had the projections in the center of the stadium, giving them a comprehensive overview of the battlefield, many of them had still overlooked Qiao Yifan. No one had expected that from Yishio to Tang Ru. Both of them had only been trying to get the enemy's attention. The one to complete the attack was Qiao Yifan's 1-inch. And 1-inch's attack target clearly wasn't to interrupt, but to trade. The lightning wave formation that Jiang Buitao's empty waves placed down was primarily for defense. It was to stop Happy from getting close to them. In this sense, Samsara had succeeded. Neither Yishio's Lord Grim nor Tang Ru's Soft Mist could get close. After Tang Ru cancelled Dragon Breaks the Ranks, she quickly moved away. Instead of trying to force her way in through another opening like everyone thought she would do, she ran as fast as she could out of the lightning wave formation's range. Then, there was Qiao Yifan's 1-inch. He didn't get close. He didn't need to get close. While Yishio and Tang Ru attempted to interrupt Jiang Buitao's cast, he hid himself and quietly began casting his own spell. Whether the interrupt succeeded or failed, Samsara's attention would be drawn away from him. By the time 1-inch appeared, he would be done casting, and it would be too late for Samsara to try and interrupt him. Dark Boundary. Darkness descended. The screens of 4 of Samsara's players went black as if the power had been cut off. The crowd went into an uproar. The battle had just begun. After only a single clash, the kings, Samsara, had suffered a huge loss. There were only 5 of them on the field, and 4 of the 5 had been caught in the darkness boundary. It was truly a rare sight. Samsara had overlooked Qiao Yifan's existence. This was absolutely a mistake on their part. However, at the same time, Happy's ingenious ploy had to be given credit as well. Because of how uneven it felt. An unevenness in skill between players was a common issue in new teams. Happy was a new team. There was Yishio, one of the greatest players of all time, leading the way. Then, there was Su Muqing and Fang Rui, 2 all-stars. After that, there was just a bunch of rookies. This unevenness was extremely apparent. And Wenny was considered Happy's weakness precisely because of this disparity in skill. However, Happy took advantage of this problem, creating a lot of strategies revolving around it. In this match, they once again utilized it. Compared to Wenny, Qiao Yifan had never been viewed as Happy's weak point. In fact, he was looked upon quite highly. Many Tiny Herb fans criticized the team for letting of such an outstanding player. Qiao Yifan shouldn't have been overlooked. The gap in skill between him and the top players on the team shouldn't have been so apparent. However, Happy set their own pace, creating this false image. First, Yishu's Lord Grim charged out. Samsara had to focus their attention on him and answer back. Next, Tang Ru's Soft Mist charged out like a fierce tiger. Tang Ru had just achieved a 1v3 against them. Samsara obviously couldn't relax against her. The 2 of them quickly drew in all of Samsara's attention. In front of their imposing presence, Qiao Yifan seemed to be invisible. It was almost inevitable. Qiao Yifan didn't disappoint. He seized this opportunity well. There hadn't been any communication in Happy's chat during this time, but each of them seemed to naturally know what to do. The pro players, who paid attention to the details, also noticed that Wenny's little cold hands had drawn in the attention of Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain couldn't be ignored by him either. Not only were Wenny and Su Muqing defending against Juzukai's one-man assault, they were also taking away his attention. They had lured him to a position where he wouldn't be able to see 1-inch unless he turned his head back. It seemed to just be a mistake from Samsara, but how could it be so easy for such a low-level mistake to happen to Samsara? This was a match between the two top teams in the alliance. Most of the time, mistakes didn't just happen. The opposing team made the mistakes happen. Happy had successfully set up a situation that led to Samsara making a mistake. Now, 4 of Samsara's players were blinded. Don't leave anyone out. Fang Minghua reminded everyone in the team chat. Although the 4 of them had been blinded, they could still use the team chat. Everyone, forward! Jiang Buotao shouted. Forward? Which way was forward? Zhu Zikai's Cloud Pisser was forward. It seemed to be a fairly vague order, but everyone on Samsara immediately understood. The ones who hadn't been facing forward turned around. Despite being blinded, they were pretty close. Afterwards, move. No disorder could be seen. The team moved together as one. Jiang Buotao's empty wave swung his sword again. Nebula wave slash. He unexpectedly went with this level 75 skill. It could be considered as quite wasteful just for defense, but wastefulness had its value. Tang Ru had originally been planning on rushing into the lightning wave formation to attack them, but she had no choice but to change her mind. Although Jiang Buotao was blinded, he was able to create a powerful barrier around the 4 of them with Nebula Wave Sword. However, moving together as one wasn't exactly the wisest choice to escape from a ghost boundary. This was because the enemy Ghost Blade could just set up another ghost boundary wherever they were going towards, catching them in another net. Samsara did it anyways because they had one person who had not been caught. Zhu Zikai, Cloud Pisser. After seeing his teammates' movements, he immediately started assisting them. His first task was to stop Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash from placing down another ghost boundary. Turn fire. The bullets flying towards Little Cold Hands instantly shifted towards 1-inch ash. However, Cloud Pisser couldn't actually see 1-inch ash from his position. Even so, with the help from his teammates, he could get a rough approximation of 1-inch ash's location. His attacks might all miss, but they would still seal off the areas where ghost boundaries could be placed. 1 step, 2 steps. Samsara's 4 players stayed together, and it looked like they would soon exit the range of the darkness boundary. Zhu Zikai didn't need to protect them for long. Su Muqing's dancing rain fired artillery shells at him to interfere. Tang Ru's soft mist dashed over. It looked like she wanted to body block Cloud Pisser's bullets. Troublesome. Zhu Zikai immediately had Cloud Pisser move. No matter what, he needed to stop 1-inch ash from placing down another ghost boundary. This moment was crucial. It's coming. 1-inch ash stopped moving. Only a tiny bit of it peeked out. He had a clear view, and he was positioned at the right angle. He had finished casting his ghost boundary. He just needed to set it down. He swung his tachi, and soft mist was just about to reach him. A gunshot. The ghost soul's power began to spread from 1-inch ash's blade. It's impossible. The stadium screens and the broadcast showed Cloud Pisser's perspective. There was no 1-inch ash in his line of sight. Tang Ru's soft mist had covered him completely. This bullet would definitely be blocked. Pu. A hit. Blood spurted into the air from the bullet wound. Tang Ru didn't feel soft mist get hit, but then, the ghost god's power began to fade from 1-inch ash's weapon. It hit? Qiao Yifan himself couldn't believe it, but the wound on 1-inch ash was real. The damage wasn't much, but his ghost boundary had been interrupted. Where did the bullet come from? Qiao Yifan was puzzled. Tang Ru was clearer than him. The bullet had gotten past soft mist, yet soft mist and 1-inch ash had been perfectly lined up. Curve firing. The stadium screens put on a slow-motion replay. Cloud Pisser had activated curve firing. The curve of the bullet had been extremely small. The extra time that it took for the bullet to curve was short enough that it could still reach 1-inch ash in time. If he had acted slightly slower, 1-inch ash wouldn't have been interrupted. Fortune had come. Even Zhu Zikai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had dealt with this predicament. The final step. Samsara's four characters finally rushed out from 1-inch Ash's darkness boundary. Their eyes finally saw the light of day, when their screen suddenly turned black again. What? In that instant, the four on Samsara were wondering if their computers really had lost power. They had clearly seen the light. How could it have turned dark immediately afterwards? Even if 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary hadn't been interrupted, it couldn't have been another darkness boundary. He had cooldowns. Wait, Xiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash couldn't use darkness boundary again, which meant it had to be Yishio. Lord Grimm. Their screens had been dark, so how could they know what Yishio was doing? And by the time Juzakai noticed it, it was too late. Yishio's Lord Grimm had patched up the gap, placing down his own darkness boundary. Samsara had overlooked another person, and this time, it was Yishio, the person who they should never overlook. But the pro players could completely understand. No matter how amazing Juzakai was, he was only one person. Happy had put up a nearly impenetrable defense for 1-inch Ash. He had miraculously interrupted him with a curved firing. There hadn't been any time for him to look at Yishio's Lord Grimm, even if just a glance. That bastard was simply too shameless. He had added a ghost boundary to his umbrella, darkness boundary. Dual-linking ghost boundaries. The pro players looked towards Team Void's 2 ghost blades. Because this was exactly like Team Void's signature move, including the unexpectedness of it. Of Team Void's ghost blade duo, Li Xian's Crying Devil was a standard phantom demon, primarily using ghost boundaries. On the other hand, Wu Yu's Carved Ghost was a hybrid class. What ghost boundaries he used were a mystery in every match. In the pro scene, Wu Yu's Carved Ghost was absolutely the craziest about resetting his skill tree. Every single match, he would reset his skill tree. No one knew which ghost boundaries he would coordinate with Li Xian in their dual-linking ghost boundaries. Wasn't this sort of unexpectedness the same as what Yishio's Lord Grimm was giving to Samsara? Right after exiting a darkness boundary, Samsara's four had entered another darkness boundary. Chapter 1682. The response of the top pros. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. In terms of damage taken, Samsara was actually doing quite well. The damage from darkness boundary was negligible. It was a prime example of a skill that was effective for its ability to create openings through its crowd control effects. However, despite being blinded in Xiao Yifan's darkness boundary, Samsara didn't take much damage. It wasn't that Happy wasn't trying. It was just that they had to respond to Samsara's answers. With 4 characters blinded, most teams would scatter to make it easier to escape from the darkness boundary. Even if 1 or 2 were focused down by the enemies and delayed, the others would quickly escape and be able to turn around and help their teammates escape. But this wasn't what Samsara did. After being blinded, the 4 of them moved together as one unit. It seemed like a disaster in the making, but Jiang Buitao's empty waves created a beautiful protective barrier for them with Nebula Wave Slash, preventing Happy from reaching them. They had made mistakes and overlooked certain players on the enemy team, but when it was time for them to take on the necessary burden, they didn't panic. They maintained the confidence and calm that a championship team should possess. The 4 on Samsara couldn't see what was going on around them, but they had their characters turn and move, calmly leaving the darkness boundary under the protection of Nebula Wave Slash. The only one who hadn't been blinded, Juzakai, had also given them the greatest support possible. Under Su Muqing's barrage of artillery fire, he had miraculously interrupted Xiao Yifan's follow-up ghost boundary. Unfortunately, Xiao Yifan's 1-inch wasn't the only one with phantom demon capabilities. Yishio, Lord Grimm. While Juzakai was completely preoccupied, Yishio was easily able to set up a darkness boundary, linking it together with 1-inch Ash's. As soon as the 4 on Samsara exited the first, they stepped into the second. The Nebula Wave Slash from Jiang Buitao's empty waves didn't last forever. Providing protection for them until they left the first darkness boundary was its limit. Both the Lightning Wave Formation and Nebula Wave Slash were now out of the picture. Darkness surrounded them, and they were no longer protected. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was already rushing towards them. This time, how would Samsara stop Happy's advance? Juzakai? He was only one person. Happy was attacking from 4 directions. It was impossible for him to take care of all of them. Pincer, go around 3, follow 2, fall back. These were Happy's initial arrangements. And at this moment, their characters were shining with brilliance after completing them. It was because of their positioning that Samsara had overlooked an enemy player twice. It was because of their positioning that the number 1 player, Juzukai, had no way to protect the other 4 on Samsara. The other 4 on Samsara had finally responded though. They had been a bit surprised at first, but they quickly regained their composure. Jiang Buto immediately shouted "Scatter" in the chat. Samsara had moved together as one previously because of Nebula Wave Slash. The skill had provided them with a protective barrier that enabled them to push forward without worry. Once they left the darkness boundary, they would be able to launch a fierce assault towards Happy's healer. However, they hadn't expected dual-linking ghost boundaries from Happy. Given their current situation, they had no way to protect everyone all at the same time while blinded. As a result, they could only go with the usual tactic, and scatter. Everyone on Samsara was a top player. It might be the same tactic, but it was completely different when executed by Team Sarsmara. When normal players scattered, it would be every man for himself. The more that got away, the better. However, when Samsara scattered, there was logic and order to it. They scattered to minimize the casualties. The key, the healer. If all 4 scattered, who would be the easiest for Happy to focus down? The healer. No one mentioned it in Samsara's team chat because no one needed to. Any one of the others could be focused, but if Fang Minghua's laughing song was taken into Happy's grasps, Samsara would be in an extremely terrible position. This was the difference between pro players and normal players. Minimizing the damage taken wasn't necessarily the most optimal goal. Keeping the situation balanced, maintaining intact formation, controlling the tempo, etc. All of these aspects needed to be considered. The first thing Samsara did was provide support for Fang Minghua's laughing song. This task obviously couldn't be given to the other 3 who were blinded. Unless they had another skill similar to Nebula Wave Slash, they wouldn't be able to protect him from all sides. The only one who could take the task was Juzukai. Scatter! Attack! All of these thoughts, all of these changes happened in a split second. Dragon breaks the ranks. Shining cut. 2 figures dashed out. 1 autumn leaf and cruel silence. Blind didn't stop them from using skills. Both of them used movement skills. As for which direction they went in? Forward. Both of them went forward. The order was to scatter, but neither 1 autumn leaf nor cruel silence did. The 2 characters rushed out towards the same direction. They were running away, but in the process of doing so, they didn't forget to keep up the pressure on Happy. Of course, their aim wasn't the most accurate because of the blind. The direction that they went in might not have any targets, but even so, they might be able to escape from the darkness boundary. Even if they didn't, they would be 1 step closer to their objectives. Dancing rain, little cold hands. The 2 were in this direction, and both were very afraid of an enemy getting close. Sun Slong and Wu Qi coordinated their escape and rushed forward together. During their escape, they needed to keep up the pressure on Happy. At this moment, there was nothing they could do about Happy's attacks towards them. However, by doing this, Happy would need to take into consideration how much of a threat Sun Strong and Wu Qi would be to Sumuching and Weni. Would they need to prepare countermeasures against this threat? This was Samsara's response. This was a response befitting a top team. Their response forced the enemy to answer back. Even if 4 of them were in a bad position, their reply back was filled with aggression. At the same time, Jiang Buotao's empty wave swung his divine chain. Ice Wave Slash. Ice crystals swept forward without a target. Empty Wave stepped on the path of ice that he paved, moving in the opposite direction of 1 autumn leaf and cruel silence. This direction, shattering the lands. Tang Ru charged forward, the moment the 4 Samsara players scattered. 1 autumn leaf and cruel silence dashed out, while soft mist used shattering the lands. The two characters had used movement skills, allowing them to escape from Shattering the Land's range. Unfortunately for Jiang Buotao, he was heading straight towards it. He couldn't see, but there was one person in Samsara who could. Jiang, right 30-foot Shattering the Land's Juzakai warned the moment Soft Mist attacked. His meaning, Jiang Buotao, 30 degrees to the right, Shattering the Lands. If the attack was there, then the character was there. How to respond? Juzakai didn't say. He didn't have the time to give too detailed of a response. Empty Waves hadn't even taken 2 steps along the icy path that he paved, when Jiang Buotao noticed Juzakai's warning. Shattering the Lands was an AoE attack. It was 30 degrees to his right and had already come out. Empty Waves had taken 2 steps in that direction. His chances of avoiding it, 0. I can't dodge. I can only attack back. Empty Waves turned around. He turned right 30 degrees and swung his sword. Jiang Buotao couldn't see anything, but in his mind, he could see the Shattering the Lands descending. Light Wave Slash. The fastest wave slash shot out. Would it hit? Jiang Buotao didn't know, so he didn't stop there. Empty Wave swung his sword again. Fire Wave Slash. The strongest of the wave slashes flew out at an angle slightly lower than the previous light wave slash. Boom! Shattering the Lands crashed down. Magic swept the ground. However, at the same time, everyone could see that Soft Mist was engulfed in flames. The fire wave slash had hit. Chapter 1683. The Center of Cruelty. Nomiami. Nomiami. Hit. Fire wave slash landed. Through Juzakai's concise tip in the team chat and his own intuition, Jiang Buotao was able to land fire wave slash on Soft Mist while blinded. Although his Empty Waves wasn't able to dodge Shattering the Lands, there was nothing else he could have done. He had been on the back foot, but was able to force a trade, and quite an impressive one too. Battle magic erupted, raging flames blazed. The two skills displayed their destructive power. The earthquake triggered by Shattering the Land sent Empty Waves tumbling. At the same time, the fire wave slash swallowed Soft Mist, sending her crashing to the ground in a blaze of fire. Fire hit. Juzakai confirmed the hit in the team chat. He was telling Jiang Buotao that his fire wave slash had hit. It was equivalent to telling Jiang Buotao where Soft Mist was. Jiang Buotao understood. His stumbling Empty Waves raised his sword. The crowd cheered and clapped excitedly at this play, but the pro players were truly stunned. Not for the fire wave slash, but for the raise of his sword. Because this time, Empty Waves was bearing the brunt of Shattering the Lands. Battle magic battered him, sending Empty Waves stumbling the entire way through. Empty Waves was still blinded too. Even under these conditions, Jiang Buotao was able to keep Empty Waves' balance and prevent him from falling to the ground. This was incredible enough already, yet he was also able to keep his sense of direction. Sword raised, gunshot. Cloud Pisser fired. Juzakai wasn't only paying attention to Tang Ru and Jiang Buotao. As the only person on Samsara who could see, he needed to keep track of everything taking place on the battlefield. Sun Slong's One Autumn Leaf and Wu Chi's Cruel Silence launched a sudden assault. To no one's surprise, Su Muqing and Unwenny chose to retreat. They knew that once the two left the darkness boundary, it would be disastrous if they got too close. Thus, they might as well take precautions. As they retreated, they also took the opportunity to attack. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain fired mercilessly towards the two blinded characters. Boom boom boom. Dancing Rain's artillery shells bombarded One Autumn Leaf. Samsara's fans didn't think much of it. However, many of Happy's fans consisted of former Excellent Era fans. This scene made them feel quite uncomfortable. One Autumn Leaf, Dancing Rain, best partners for 4 consecutive years. To the Excellent Era fans, they were used to seeing Dancing Rain providing cover for One Autumn Leaf, and One Autumn Leaf protecting Dancing Rain from enemies getting close. But now, Dancing Rain was trying to kill One Autumn Leaf. This wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. Perhaps the scene of the two characters fighting together shoulder to shoulder might never appear again. But no one knew how long it would take for them to get used to this scene. Maybe it would be like this forever. Whenever Dancing Rain and One Autumn Leaf appeared on the battlefield together, everyone's first thought would be the two as partners, not enemies. Enemies. Every Glory fan who held a deep impression of these partners couldn't help but repeat these words in their heads. Then, they saw One Autumn Leaf charging towards Dancing Rain, not to protect, but to pressure her. They saw Dancing Rain aiming at One Autumn Leaf, not to provide cover, but to stop his advance. I'm sure a lot of you are feeling sad seeing this scene. Even Panlin couldn't help but comment on something outside of the scope of the match. But this is one of the cruelties of competition. The viewers watched the cruelty happening, and felt for the players on stage. Gunshot. A bullet flew from Cloudpisser's gun towards Dancing Rain. Juzakai was pressuring Dancing Rain. It could be considered as an attempt to interrupt this cruelty. However, Su Muqing was the center of this cruelty, and she needed to persevere and continue for her team. She dodged Cloudpisser's attack and continued to bombard One Autumn Leaf with artillery shells. You really are strong. Yishio was also on stage. He could see everything as well. He knew that facing One Autumn Leaf was perhaps even more difficult for Su Muqing. When Yishio saw One Autumn Leaf, he at least knew that he himself wasn't the one there. But to Su Muqing, One Autumn Leaf had always standing beside her. He was still standing there, but now, his spear was pointed at her. One Autumn Leaf might not be a friend anymore, but I still am. Cloudpisser fired at Dancing Rain. Empty Waves raised his sword. By relying on his intuition, he was going to attack Soft Mist again. A figure suddenly flickered in front of him without any warning. Yishio, Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm had been wandering around the left side, mainly using long-ranged attacks to strike Samsara's holes. Suddenly, a shadow clone was left there, his real body cutting to the center of the battle. Colliding stab. Lord Grimm made his move. Jiangbuta had no idea what was happening. Juzakai, who was supporting Sun Song and Wu Qi, hastily shifted targets in response to this sudden change. Warning Jiangbuta in the team chat would be too late. Boom! The myriad manifestations umbrella struck the plate armor on Empty Waves. Empty Waves still swung his divine chains, but the gathered magic brushed past Soft Mist's side. Jiangbuta felt Empty Waves move. He felt Empty Waves getting hit by an attack. Who? By what? Lord Grimm pressed his sword against Empty Waves, planning on bringing him away with him using Colliding Stab. Cloudpisser's gunfire arrived, but another person on Happy had arrived as well. Qiao Yifan. He coordinated together with Yishio's Lord Grimm from the right wing. Yishio's Lord Grimm had entered the darkness boundary, but he didn't. His 1-inch quietly circled around behind Cloudpisser. There was only one pair of eyes on Samsara. Juzakai had too many things he needed to take care of. His vision was limited. Happy had intentionally been focusing the main battle in one location, leaving an opening for Qiao Yifan to take advantage of. Get close, good enough, cast. The ghost god's power gathered around his blade. Qiao Yifan was extremely nervous. Would his attack hit? He stared intently at Cloudpisser's back. He was afraid that Cloudpisser would suddenly turn around and aim his gun at him. Cloudpisser didn't turn around, but he did suddenly move. As he moved, his dual guns erupted in a blaze of sparks. In an instant, his bullets reached every part of the map. Rapid fire. Random firing. Juzakai was planning on using this type of burst to cover the entire battlefield by himself. Chapter 1684. Happy's plans. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Cloudpisser whirled around, bullets flying towards every critical point. Even under the effects from random firing and rapid firing, his aim was as precise as ever. Bullets. Qiao Yifan didn't even see Cloudpisser's gun aim towards him. He just saw him flash by him for an instant, and a bullet was flying towards 1-inch Ash. Just a bit off. Qiao Yifan was somewhat unwilling to let the opportunity go, but there was nothing he could do. The cast time for ghost boundaries wasn't something that he could control. Dodge. He could only dodge. If he didn't dodge, he would be interrupted. But just when he dodged the bullet, he saw another one flying towards him. Juzakai wasn't only focused on Qiao Yifan. There hadn't been any pauses both times Juzakai faced towards him, but his bullets went for him nonetheless. It wasn't just him, but Unwenny's little cold hands, Su Muqing's dancing rain, Tang Ru's soft mist, Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. The crowd went wild. This was what they had been hoping for. This was what made Juzakai so captivating. Using godlike inhuman skill to sweep away everything in his path. Random firing and rapid firing. A normal player would have no way of aiming properly, but Juzakai was able to guide each bullet to wherever he liked. 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary failed. Sun Slong and Wu Qi suddenly acquired a powerful shield of bullets. The two finally rushed out from the dark boundary, recovering their sight. They immediately set their eyes on Dancing Rain and Little Cold Hands. The situation had changed. However, there was one part that hadn't. Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. Although Cloud Pisser's random firing and rapid firing had shot him full of bullet holes, it didn't stop him from using Colliding Stab. Juzakai realized that something was wrong. With Cloud Pisser covering every member on Happy, he saw all of Happy's movements clearly. Su Muqing and Unwenny looked like they were retreating. Tang Ru's soft mist seemed to be trying to force his way through the rain of bullets to Cloud Pisser's side. Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash was behind him, dodging his bullets, but unable to complete any of his spells. Their movements. Lord Grim. They were coordinating with Lord Grim. In other words, Jiang Buotao's empty waves was their true target. Too far. After realizing this point, Juzakai came to the conclusion that the distance between empty waves and Samsara was a problem. It might be a small one, and it was different from the coordinated assault from One Autumn Leaf and Cruel Silence. Samsara hadn't prepared for this change. Lord Grim's Colliding Stab had created it. Gunfire focused. The random and rapid firing hadn't ended. Juzakai suddenly focused his efforts onto Lord Grim. A single bullet hitting had negligible hit stun. It wasn't enough to interrupt a skill cast, but when multiple bullets chained together in quick succession, the hit stun could no longer be ignored. Blood splattered into the air. Lord Grim's movements had clearly become slower, and Empty Waves was pulling away from the umbrella sword pressed against his chest. The dense gunfire was forcefully slowing down Colliding Stab, while also dealing quite a bit of damage to him. This sudden outburst created a new peak in energy from the crowd. The bright red blood was incomparable joy to the Samsara fans. But it was only for an instant. The wave of red blood stopped abruptly. Lord Grim was actually able to dodge the bullets. The viewers, the pro players, all of them felt their eyeballs fall out of their heads. What sort of inhuman skill was needed to be able to evade such dense and heavy gunfire? The control needed was astonishing, and Lord Grim was moving quite fast too, making it even more inconceivable. Yi Xiu didn't pause for everyone to ponder over it. After dodging to the side, Lord Grim used another skill. Falling Flower Palm. A palm flew out, striking Empty Waves and sending him flying backwards. Empty Waves had finally left the darkness boundary. Jiang Buotao could see again, but what he saw was his Empty Waves flying away from his team. Before he could get a read on the situation, Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella once again slammed into Empty Waves. Charge! Falling Flower Palm wasn't enough. Lord Grim used Charge, evading Cloud Pisser's pursuit, while also pushing Empty Waves even farther away. Happy's plan was already very clear at this point. Lord Grim was doing whatever he could to bring Empty Waves away, separating him from the rest of Team Samsara. The normal viewers had yet to catch on. What they saw was Sun Srong and Wu Qi pressuring Su Muqing and Unwenny. What they saw was Juzakai's godlike shooting. What they saw was Fang Minghua's laughing song casually walking out from the darkness boundary. Jiang Buotao's empty waves was being pushed back, but in their eyes, it was just a small flaw in the overall situation. Moreover, Happy had paid a significant price to achieve this. Lord Grimm had taken quite a bit of damage from Cloud Pisser's burst even with his unbelievably fast evasion. Even if he dodged, what could he do? The big stadium screen put on a slow-motion replay. It was only through this replay did people realize that Lord Grimm had used a skill to get away from the rain of bullets. He had used the speed from Shining Cut to escape. But this made Yishio's play even more terrifying. The window that he needed to do it in had been minuscule. It practically wasn't even a window, yet he was actually able to make it. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Even the average viewer knew how terrifying such a feat was. To do it just to keep on attacking empty waves, was this small flaw really that small? From Yishio's choices and his determination, quite a few people began to realize that empty wave situation might not be so simple. Everyone began to shift their attention to that end. Empty waves, Lord Grimm, are speeding bullets. Juzukai's full attention was directed there. Besides him, no one could immediately step forward to obstruct Happy's plans. Sun Srong and Wu Qi had used their movement skills to get out of the darkness boundary. Then, in order to put pressure on Su Muqing and Wenny, they chased after them. From Empty Wave's position, the two of them were running away from him. Fang Minghua's laughing song, who people thought would be Happy's main target, hadn't really been targeted at all. In the end, Laughing Song took his final step and made it out into the light. However, the first thing he saw was 1-inch Ash's blade, emanating with ghostly light. Chapter 1685. The target to shoot. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Interrupt. Fang Minghua's first thought was to interrupt Qiao Yifan's cast. However, his laughing song was a cleric. He didn't have any skills that could instantly stop 1-inch Ash from completing his spell. 1-inch Ash was nearly done with the cast. When the Ghost God's power finished gathering, the ghost boundary would be complete. Ghost! All Fang Minghua could do was warn his teammates. However, Sun Srong and Wu Qi were both close-ranged characters, and were far away from him. Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves was Happy's main focus. Empty Waves was even farther away. Even if Empty Waves had long-ranged skills, it wouldn't be enough. There was only Juzukai and his Cloud Pisser. Juzukai's full attention was on assisting Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves. He hoped to stop Happy from reaching their goal. If he could help Jiang Buotao win even the slightest opening, Jiang Buotao would be able to get out. But he couldn't. Yishio had Lord Grimm dodge what attacks he could, and tank what attacks he couldn't. Also that he could continue with the plan. In short, Juzukai had to keep his focus there. He needed to keep trying. But at this moment, he received Fang Minghua's warning. Juzukai was helpless. He could only have Cloud Pisser turn. He had to interrupt Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash. If not, the ghost boundary would certainly prevent him from attacking Lord Grimm. Juzukai acted swiftly. Cloud Pisser turned quickly, but no matter how fast he acted, it would still affect his pressure towards Lord Grimm. The ghost boundary was interrupted again. This time, let alone Juzukai, even the pro players outside felt like they had swallowed a housefly. These ghost boundaries are too tricky. Even if they fail, they mess up Juzukai's rhythm. It's extremely helpful for Yishio. If it were me, that would be the best I could do as well. Glory's #1 phantom demon, Li Xian, didn't hide his admiration for Qiao Yifan. He was giving him praise in all regards. Stop sticking gold onto your own face. Have you noticed his positioning? Chu Yunxiu added. The pro players immediately paid attention to 1-inch Ash's positioning. Li Xian continued, of course. His position behind 1 autumn leaf and cruel silence. He's also lined up with Empty Waves and Cloud Pisser, using Cloud Pisser to block Empty Wave's sight of him. If Fang Minghua's laughing song had stepped out of the darkness boundary even a step later, the ice boundary would have likely succeeded. What if it were Crying Devil? Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie suddenly said. "Ah, that's the unfortunate part," Li Xian nodded his head. His crying devil was the number 1 phantom demon, and all phantom demon skills required cast times. As a result, cast speed was a top priority. His crying devil was 1 tier above Qiao Yifan's 1 inchish in terms of stats. If 1 inchish had been crying devil, Fang Minghua's warning would have been too late. The pro players only took a few seconds to discuss all this. However, Happy and Samsara hadn't stopped to wait for them. Numerous changes had happened in these few seconds. Samsara, who had been on the back foot the whole time, were in a much better situation than before now that the 2 darkness boundaries had disappeared. Even if none of Samsara's players had been inside the darkness boundaries, it still separated them from each other. Now that this forbidden zone vanished, Samsara could finally move around freely between the 2 sides. The first thing that Fang Minghua did was step into the previous forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, only Sun Strong remained to put pressure on Su Muqing and Wenny. Wu Qi's cruel silence had turned around and was moving towards empty waves. Because of Qiao Yifan's timely interference, Juzakai wasn't able to suppress Yi Xiu's Lord Grim. Once Tang Ru's soft mist made her way over, it became impossible for Juzakai's Cloud Pisser to hold them down alone. However, the darkness boundaries were gone. Fang Minghua's laughing song and Wu Qi's cruel silence rushed over, and in an instant, Samsara splitting apart earlier looked even more beautiful. The separated empty waves had been linked back together with the team. Happy opened the match with 2 darkness boundaries to trap 4 of Samsara's players. Their opening was undoubtedly in their favor. However, despite their spectacular start, the outcome wasn't as great as they would have liked. They hadn't been able to deal much damage while their opponents had been trapped by the darkness boundary. Their plan to separate empty waves seemed like it had failed after the 2 darkness boundaries disappeared. Had Happy played it badly? No one thought so. Starting from their pincer formation, Happy's tactics had been extremely effective. Every player had performed their task outstandingly. However, Samsara's responses weren't inferior at all. They had been at an extreme disadvantage, yet they had minimized the losses. It was true that they had lost more health, but they didn't let Happy take control of the battle. Happy's crucial darkness boundaries had disappeared. Samsara began to actively take back the initiative. Juzakai had been a huge reason that Samsara was able to keep things together during this period of time. Without his existence, without his strength, who knew how badly the situation would have spiraled out of control? Cloud Pisser's rapid firing was still active. However, the random firing skill duration had come to an end, reducing his firepower significantly. Samsara had finally stabilized the situation though. The next act was now beginning. But to everyone's surprise, Juzakai used dual load, instantly refreshing Cloud Pisser's random firing. He's going to keep it up? Everyone was astonished. The opening confrontation had been intense. Even though Happy wasn't able to establish an overwhelming lead, they were winning right now. Samsara's players were rather scattered about right now. It wasn't the best time to counterattack. Samsara didn't even have an immediate target to focus on. In any case, Juzakai had already started. Bullets rained down again on the battlefield, except this time, Juzakai no longer took care of everyone. He was unexpectedly aiming mainly towards Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash. As he fired, he even started moving towards 1-inch ash. Qiao Yifan was clearly Juzakai's target. There was Yi Xiu, who had beaten him in the 1v1. There was the all-star support, Su Muqing. There was the best rookie, Tang Ru, who had just 1v3'd Samsara in the group arena. However, Juzakai's target was actually Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan hastily had 1-inch dodge and retreat, but Juzakai's Cloud Pisser wasn't letting up. When everyone looked again, at this rate, the 2 would be separated from the rest of their teams. Could it be? Boxer 1. Blue Rain's captain, Yu Wenju, said doubtfully. Chapter 1686. True Box 1. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Yu Wenju wasn't certain. As one of Glory's for master tacticians, there was no way he wouldn't recognize a common tactic when he saw one. It was just that Juzukai's focus towards Xiao Yifan didn't seem to fit the goals of a box of one. The purpose of a box of one was to shut out the opposing team's most important player. Everyone recognized Xiao Yifan's capabilities. Happy's advantageous opening had required his darkness boundary. Yishio separating Jiang Buotao from the rest of Samsara had been thanks to Xiao Yifan's interference towards Juzukai. He had been a crucial component in Happy's plans. But was Xiao Yifan's importance to Happy greater than Juzukai's importance to Samsara? In a box one, the core player rarely carried it out because you would lose your own most important player. It wouldn't be an effective play. If it were core versus core, then it was sort of understandable. But with Juzukai carrying out the boxes one, didn't it seem like Samsara was the one losing out? Yu Wenju glanced towards Xiao Shiqin. Xiao Shiqin glanced towards Zhong Xinjie. The three master tacticians all looked at each other. In the end, no one was able to give a reason. But this was the way the match was going. Cloud Pisser chased after 1-inch Ash. With random firing and rapid firing, Cloud Pisser had been able to cover all 5 players on the enemy team. Now, his focus was entirely on one target. Xiao Yifan had no way of fighting back. His only option was to run for his life. One ran, one chased. Xiao Yifan obviously didn't want to lose contact with his team, but with Juzukai chasing closely after him, just being able to dodge attacks was impressive enough already. How could he have the time to pick where he wanted to go? Is Juzukai planning on taking advantage of his class? Xiao Shiqin suddenly thought of something and said, what was the advantage that sharpshooters had? As pro players, the answer was practically instinctive. Combined with the present situation, everyone instantly understood that Xiao Shiqin must be talking about their range. Because Cloud Pisser was a long-ranged attacker, while he chased away Xiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash, he could still provide support to his other teammates. In other words, his boxes one wasn't only to separate an important component in the opposing team's tactics, he was relying on his class's advantages to continue coordinating with his own team. Xiao Shiqin also played a gunner, so he figured it out a bit faster than Yu Wenju, Zhong Xinjie, and the other players. When everyone realized what he was saying and looked back at the match, they felt like that really was the answer. Once Xiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash was pushed far enough away, Cloud Pisser suddenly turned around and fired a few shots at Lord Grim and Soft Mist. For now, Juzukai wasn't Samsara's core, but he could still help the rest of his team. His attacks towards Lord Grim and Soft Mist hadn't been random. He was perfectly in sync with his team's tempo. With Wu Qi's Cruel Silence arrival and the assistance from Juzukai's Cloud Pisser, Jiang Buotao was finally able to find an opportunity. Empty Waves used Earth Wave Slash. Mid-swing, he changed directions, turning it into a wave wheel slasher so that he could threaten both Lord Grim and Soft Mist. Although neither of the attacks landed, he was able to create an opening for himself. Retreat! Empty Waves immediately retreated. Lord Grim and Soft Mist were too close to him to the extent that even after Wu Qi's Cruel Silence joined in, Jiang Buotao still felt like he was in trouble. Spellblades needed enough space to fully utilize their strengths. Although wave slashes were instant cast skills, their startup animation was slow compared to most other close-ranged skills. It was easy for spellblades to get overwhelmed at very close distances. After taking a step back, his situation became much better. For a top player like Jiang Buotao, a distance of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Light Wave Slash. Empty Wave swung his sword as he retreated, using the spellblade's fastest attack. Before, there hadn't been enough time for the attack to start up. But with a bit of distance between them, the attack would come out, and it would be too late for the other side to dodge. Light flashed. Saying that the attack arrived in the blink of an eye would be an insult to the speed of the attack. A distance of one step was practically non-existent. As soon as Empty Wave swung his sword, the attack landed. This wasn't something that you could react to unless you had predicted it. As a result, Jiang Buotao didn't attack Lord Grim. In his eyes, Yishio was more likely to predict it, so he went for Tang Ru instead. Sure enough, Tang Ru wasn't able to dodge it. But just because she wasn't able to dodge it didn't mean that she hadn't done anything. Tang Ru had reacted. After dodging Empty Wave's Earth Wave Slash and seeing Empty Wave's retreat, she had reacted. It was just that her reaction wasn't to dodge Empty Wave's following attack, but to immediately give chase. Soft Mist took a step forward. She stabbed with her spear, and the sword light arrived. Hit! The light wave slash left a bloody mark on Soft Mist. As for Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves, he had been hit by Soft Mist's spear and thrown into the air. Circle swing. It didn't matter which attack hit first. In any case, neither of them was able to interrupt the other. Soft Mist was hit by light wave slash, and Empty Waves was hit by circle swing. Tang Ru's control over the skill wasn't affected. Empty Waves, who had just gotten away, was thrown back in the blink of an eye. Yishio's Lord Grim quickly followed. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. He positioned himself so that Empty Waves was pincered by Lord Grim and Soft Mist. Wu Qi, who had been ready to rescue Jiang Buotao, missed. Just like Jiang Buotao, he hadn't been ready for Tang Ru's sudden attack. Cruel Silence was very close to Empty Waves, but Lord Grim and Soft Mist were closer. Not only that, the two had Empty Waves pincered. Wu Qi couldn't directly charge in. Suddenly, a gunshot. Cloud Pisser's attack came again, forcing Yishio and Tang Ru turn their attention towards it. If the two dodged Cloud Pisser's attack, they would give up their positioning. Empty Waves was getting back onto his feet right when Cloud Pisser attacked. And with Yishio and Tang Ru distracted for a moment, Empty Waves was able to get back up. Sure enough. The pro players were certain now. Juzukai was doing what they thought. Not only was he pinning down Xiao Yifan, he was also using his range to provide support to his team at crucial moments. Jiang Buotao had Empty Waves get up. Wu Qi didn't miss this opportunity for Cruel Silence to attack. Along with Cloud Pisser's support, the two on Samsara quickly switched positions. Empty Waves was finally protected behind Cruel Silence. As a result, Samsara was able to relieve the pressure on Jiang Buotao's Empty Waves. Yishio and Tang Ru originally had a firm grasp of the situation. However, Juzukai's interference had broken it. Rather than saying it's a boxy one, it feels more like a star tactic, Xiao Shiqin said. Everyone nodded their heads. The true boxer's one is on the other side, Zhong Xinjie suddenly said. Zhong Xinjie emphasized details. When he saw Juzukai supporting Jiang Buotao and Wu Qi again and again, he immediately realized that something wasn't right. Yishio and Tang Ru weren't receiving any help at all. This was truly strange. Happy had one of Glory's best supports, Su Muqing. Her synergy with Yishio, and her synergy with Battle Mags were second to none. Her support towards Yishio and Tang Ru should be excellent. Yet where did she go? Everyone had been focused on the battle taking place on one side, but Zhong Xinjie had started paying attention to the other battle long ago. Su Muqing was being forced back by Sun Slong. But Zhong Xinjie wasn't someone who would jump to a conclusion, so he spent more time looking at the battle taking place there. Now, he was completely certain. This was the place where the true box of one was being carried out. Sun Slong versus Su Muqing. One Autumn Leaf versus Dancing Rain. Boxel 1. Chapter 1687. The Weakest One. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Happy's in a bad situation. Seeing the box 1 that Sun Slong executed against Su Muqing, the pro players came to a unified conclusion. A random map required many strategies to adapt to variable conditions, but facing an unchanging opponent, a few general strategic directions could still be established beforehand. Just like how Happy's plan to target Jiang Buotao had been revealed earlier, the current situation showed Samsara's general intent when facing Happy. First, there was Yishio. Last round, Samsara had tried a 3v1, but Yishio had managed to hold out for a long time. So, this time, they didn't try to focus fire on Yishio to take care of him quickly. Tang Ru, after completing a turnaround for Happy with her 1v3 in the group arena just now, had dealt a great blow to Samsara's morale. However, after the team round began, Samsara didn't seem to hold any fierce grudge against her or her soft mist. They simply fought her normally. Against Xiao Yifan, Samsara sent their core player Juzakai to personally restrict him. This seemed more like an on-the-spot arrangement. On one side, he restricted Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash, on the other side, he still gave powerful support to his own team. Juzakai made thorough use of his class's specialty to attack in two directions at once. And Sun Strong's box of 1 against Su Muqing, this seemed like a strategy that had been planned beforehand. Samsara's line of thought in this match had been to take Su Muqing, this master of support and coordination, out of the battle. However, Samsara's strategy wasn't limited to just this. Right now, there was still another player on the battlefield. Unhurried, Happy's healer, the cleric Little Cold Hands, was standing on the battlefield unscathed. The battle had already unfolded, but when Sun Strong's 1 Autumn Leaf and Wu Qi's Cruel Silence charged toward his Little Cold Hands and Su Muqing's Dancing Rain, he had already felt that something was off. He was the healer, someone who would always be an important target of attack. When these two had approached, he hurriedly retreated, seeking Su Muqing's cover. But very quickly, he realized something. Whether Sun Strong or Wu Qi, these two characters seemed to be entirely focused on attacking Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. He healed from the side, he used a few of the cleric's controlling techniques from the side, but those two people were simply on guard against his interference, nothing more. Their full attention was on Su Muqing. If not for these two pincering her, how could Su Muqing have been pinned down so easily? It was because of Wu Qi's help that Sun Strong had been able to successfully establish a box as 1 against Su Muqing. And at that moment, Wu Qi had run back to help Jiang Butao without a glance back. And when he had already been feeling that something was wrong. At this, his fingertips grew cold. He saw Samsara's strategy, including Samsara's attitude toward him. All this time, because he had been viewed as Happy's weak point, he had often become the opponent's target of attack during the team round. Happy had performed many strategies to take advantage of this. But today, in this battle that would determine to whom the championship would belong, and when he suddenly discovered that he was disregarded. And when he was always calm and logical, but this time, his emotional state suffered a blow. View him as the weak point, he accepted it. He admitted that his skill was insufficient, even among the batch of rookies in Happy, let alone the pro circle as a whole. But now, Samsara's attitude wasn't just treating him as the weak point. They were completely and wholly ignoring him. When Sun Strong and Wu Qi's characters closed in, they came only toward Su Muqing, without sparing him half a glance. Right now, his Little Cold Hands was only standing there. He had no protection of any sort, but Samsara had no intention of attacking him. This attitude was simply expressing, his existence didn't matter. His cleric simply could not affect the final outcome of this battle. Were they looking down on him? Or, was this really the only value he had? When he'd been treated as the weak point, he could still draw the opponent's attacks, and from there become the center of a trap for the opponent. But now, in the eyes of the mighty Samsara, was he really nothing? And when his hands were cold, and his heart grew cold as well. He knew his shortcomings, he knew that he might not have any talent, but he hadn't given up, he had kept working hard. Even when he was the weak point known to all, he had used his identity as the weak point to contribute to the team. He appeared calm only because he was logical, only because he clearly recognized his own ability and limits. He did not resign himself to this fate. He had been working hard all this time so that he would no longer be viewed as the weak point. And so, he'd had a few shining performances, not as the bait or the trap, but as a cleric. He had even earned the recognition and praise of his idol, Glory's #1 cleric Zhong Xinjie. This let Unhurried felt that his hard work hadn't been for nothing. Perhaps he was no longer the weak point, perhaps he would soon be able to shine. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. In the eyes of Samsara, this strongest team in the alliance, he wasn't even considered the weak point. He was no more than a worthless piece of trash. No one could know the sheer loss in Unhurried's heart right now. He had been working hard all this time, but in the end, was the difference between him and everyone else really still so large? Had his so-called improvement been no more than wishful thinking? In reality, was he still that most useless one? Something's wrong with Happy's healer. Once again, it was Zhong Xinjie, who would observe every detail on the battlefield, who noticed first. Right now, neither Samsara's Fang Minghua nor Happy's and Wenny had encountered any harassment. But it was for different reasons. Happy was currently unable to spare any hands to target the healer, while Samsara was purposely ignoring Happy's healer. All of the pro players could see this quite clearly. It seems like he doesn't know what he should do. Thunderclaps Xiao Shichin said, after observing Little Cold Hand's actions. All this time, he struggled to survive under high pressure. Today, now that Samsara's ignoring him, does he not know what to do? Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi tried to figure out Wenny's current mood. None of them correctly guessed Wenny's mood, because these god-level players had never met this kind of treatment before. The weak point, the flaw, the dead last, these descriptions had never been associated with them. Those who could feel the distress in Wenny's heart right now were only those who had experienced what he had, those who'd been ignored, who'd been treated coldly, who hadn't been valued. Wind Howl's Tang Hao was smiling bitterly. This disregard from Samsara put him in a particularly bad mood. Blue Rain's Captain Yu Wenju also sighed, and said, he's suffered a psychological blow. A psychological blow? Many of them exchanged glances. It was inevitable that Happy would be somewhat lacking on technique or strategy. But psychologically, on this team, the old and the young, the strong and the weak, they were all demons. When had they ever revealed any kind of psychological problems? Samsara's given Wenny a fatal blow, Yu Wenju said. What do you mean? A number of people asked. Denied his worth once and for all, said Yu Wenju. Denied Wenny's worth once and for all? Everyone's gazes returned to the battlefield, as the situation on the battlefield grew more and more intense. Happy had already been at a disadvantage, and the performance of their healer was currently unusually clumsy. This kind of performance was the so-called pig teammate, more terrible than a godly opponent. There is a problem, and it can only be mental, many people said, nodding. Wenny's skill wasn't anything special, but in this kind of situation where there was no interference, his judgment and accurate grasp of timing combined with the high intelligence and high crit stats of Little Cold Hand should be enough to serve as Happy's most solid backing. But now, it seemed as though he'd lost his mind, that he had no idea what the thought process of a battle should be. A psychological problem was always a big problem. Especially for those who always seemed to be very psychologically strong, who never had any problems. As soon as a problem did appear, then it would be even more difficult to deal with. Wenny lacked self-confidence because he was too logical. He logically recognized that his strength still wasn't enough, and that he therefore shouldn't have self-confidence. Carefully, bit by bit, he built up his confidence. But now in this battle, the final battle, the battle that would determine everything, Samsara's total disregard shattered the confidence that he had so carefully raised. It destroyed all of those hopes he'd had for himself, hopes that had been born with such difficulty. By now, he had no idea how to continue, he needed to help. Hey! At this moment, a message appeared in Team Happy's chat. Hurry and heal. It was Yishio speaking. It looked like he was just reminding Wenny to keep up with the tempo. Don't think too much. It's true, you're not very exceptional. Who would have thought that Yishio would suddenly send another sentence? This kind of sentence, appearing at a moment like this? In the eyes of any pro player, this was practically cooperating with the psychological knives that Samsara was throwing. This guy is insane. Is this considered curing poison with poison? Everyone was shouting. But a transition appeared. Even if you're a piece of straw, when you're tied to a deluxe mitten crab, then you have the worth of that crab. Everyone was stunned. These words seemed to have some philosophy to them. It was just that this metaphor, it seemed a bit self-inflating. What the mitten crab in the metaphor referred to couldn't be clearer. This guy, he was simply too shameless. Did he know how to be humble? But when he saw these words, he too was taken aback. That was right. No matter how worthless he was, he had a group of beautiful teammates at his side. Relying upon their light, even if he could reflect only a little bit of it, he would be bright enough that he couldn't be ignored, right? My skill isn't as good as your healer's, and my control of the situation definitely cannot compare to that of your experienced and thoughtful Fang Minghua. But even if what I can do is only 1/10 of what your Fang Minghua can, even if you think it's a negligible, insignificant 10%, what if our Happy only needs that 10%? No need for doubt, no need for confusion. He only needed to do all that he could do, and the rest of it, he would leave to his teammates. What was he thinking about? Had he gotten too used to being treated as the weak point? Did he think that he was the core that the opponent needed to take care of? That had never been the case. He had always been no more than the weakest player in Happy. That had always been the case. The fortunate thing was, he had a group of amazing teammates. Chapter 1688. The Weaklings Counterattack. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. No matter how bad I am, I'm Happy's healer. And when he regained his calm, regained his reason, he quickly observed the present situation. Things weren't going well for Happy. Everyone on the team had been separated. Even Su Muqing's Dancing Rain, with her ultra-long range, had lost contact with the team. Which side needed the most help? And when he immediately examined each of the battles taking place, Su Muqing's Dancing Rain was pinned down by Sun Song's One Autumn Leaf. Even if he tried to help, a launcher would have a hard time forcefully breaking past a battle mage. What about Yishio and Tang Ru? It was a 2v2 against Jiang Buotao and Wu Qi. Jiang Buotao's empty waves had escaped from their grasps. Wu Qi had joined up with him, and now, the two sides were going back and forth. For a moment, neither side seemed to be able to gain the upper hand. However, behind Jiang Buotao and Wu Qi was Fang Minghua's Laughing Song, who was providing support to them. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser would also help from time to time. In the long term, it seemed like he would be needed there. However, and when he didn't immediately go over to help, he turned towards Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash. Although Su Muqing was pinned down by Sun Song, the one in the worst shape was actually Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan had no way to use any of his skills. Ghost boundaries had cast times. Without any place to hide, any attempts to place down a ghost boundary would be interrupted. Juzakai wouldn't let him out of his sight. With random firing and rapid firing active, the previous wave of attacks had sent 1-inch ash fleeing like a mouse. The duration of those two skills had ended, but Juzakai was still keeping Qiao Yifan in check. Anytime 1-inch ash tried to swing his sword, a bullet would fly his way. Qiao Yifan was helpless. He could only keep moving, while searching for an opening or a place for him to hide. However, Juzakai never let up. If 1-inch ash moved, he would move too. Utilizing the sharpshooter's range, Cloud Pisser had an exceptional radius of defense. Against many classes, this defense would appear somewhat lacking, but for a spell-based class like a Phantom Demon, it was more than enough. Qiao Yifan needs help. Seeing 1-inch ash struggling to break free from Cloud Pisser's pursuit, Unwenny reached a conclusion. As a result, Unwenny's little cold hand started moving. What is he thinking? The pro players had seen Yishio's words to Unwenny, but they didn't know how much help those words would be to Unwenny. When they saw Little Cold Hand suddenly start moving, they had no idea what he was thinking. It didn't seem like he was trying to reach a place where he could cast spells. As Little Cold Hands approached his target, everyone started to see Cloud Pisser. Unwenny's Little Cold Hands was actually charging straight towards Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. What is he thinking? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this upside down? The weakling that Samsara had chosen to ignore was actually running towards Samsara's greatest, most dazzling player. Had he gone insane? Is he planning on giving up his life to block the bullets? Someone guessed. And when he had done this many times in previous matches, the other teams would regard their healer as the target that needed the most protection. On the other hand, Happy would sometimes throw their healer out to the wolves to act as a meat shield. What's wrong with that? The healer's job is to protect the team. Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie said. True. Protect the team. Everyone understood the healer's responsibility, but was this sort of method really that effective? Juzakai just needed to turn his attention to him for a second to stop him, no? And when he obviously understood this reality. This was also why he chose to charge directly towards Cloud Pisser. Ignoring me? Fine. I'm going to run at you, so keep on ignoring me. And when he thought to himself. He wasn't sulking though. It was a logical decision. He was certain that by doing this, he would lure away Juzakai's attention. Switch targets to him? Stop him from approaching? All of those could happen, but Unwenny believed firmly that if Juzakai had Cloud Pisser aim his guns at him, Qiao Yifan, Yi Xiao, and Tang Ru would definitely seize this window of opportunity to do something. This was the way he survived in Happy. This was the way he survived in the pro scene. If it was just his healing, then there was only so much he could contribute. He needed to do other things to make up for his lack of skill, such as using his own character's health. The crowd began letting out cries of surprise. Happy's weakest member was actually running straight into the jaws of Samsara's strongest, and he was a healer too. What is he thinking? Is he trying to kill himself? The viewers had begun to notice, and so had the players on the battlefield. This guy, Fang Minghua, was a healer, and he needed to keep his eyes and ears open at all times. As a result, he was the first to notice Unwenny's surprising movements. At first, he thought that Unwenny was acting like a child throwing a tantrum. Seeing how Samsara was ignoring him, Unwenny was using this sort of method to force Samsara to pay attention to him. But when he looked closer, he saw how steadily Little Cold Hands was moving. He saw how Little Cold Hands would look around from time to time. It made him realize that this definitely wasn't him acting like a child. Unwenny had made this decision in an attempt to turn the situation around. What is he planning? Little Cold Hands hadn't done anything yet, but Qiao Yifan's 1-incher suddenly acted. Move! He had been moving constantly, but after taking these 2 steps, when Juzakai's Cloud Pisser adjusted his aim, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Little Cold Hands? Juzakai ignored him. It was just a cleric. Even if he got closer, he was no threat. Step to the side. Cloud Pisser stepped to the side, opening his vision again, and fired. Bang! A bullet flew out. Little Cold Hands also followed and stepped to the side. Too slow. Juzakai saw Little Cold Hands and figured out Unwenny's intentions, but he knew what Unwenny's weakness was. He knew that his reaction speed and technique were lacking. As a result, if he moved and then attacked, Unwenny wouldn't be able to keep up. Sure enough. When Little Cold Hands moved to the side, the bullet had already been fired and it went right past him. But there was no 1-incher in Juzakai's line of sight. Move to the side again. Juzakai found a new angle and attacked again. Unwenny's Little Cold Hands followed along again, but nothing changed. His reaction speed wasn't fast enough to keep up. However, Juzakai was frowning. Even though Unwenny failed to block his attack, even though Qiao Yifan's 1-incher still wasn't able to place down a ghost boundary, Unwenny was still an additional burden for Juzakai, requiring him to put in extra effort. It was as if there was a moving obstacle between Cloud Pisser and 1-incher now. Juzakai had no choice but to expend more energy to avoid this obstacle. Switch targets and kill Little Cold Hands. That was what most people were thinking he should do. However, if he did that, his attention would mainly be focused on Little Cold Hands. Qiao Yifan would likely seize this opportunity to escape. Things weren't so simple. If someone else could keep Qiao Yifan pinned down, then it wouldn't take him long to get rid of that pesky cleric. But there was no one. Because he had forced Qiao Yifan's 1-incher away from everyone else. He was the only one nearby that could keep him under control. This separation had originally been his advantage, but right now, it was being used against him. Once you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off, and the one who put him in this situation was Happy's weakest member, the one Samsara had decided to ignore. Unhurried, little cold hands. Regardless, this situation could not continue. He had to get rid of him, even if it meant giving Xiao Yifan an opening. There was nothing else he could do. Just when Juzakai was about to act, a figure suddenly slammed into Little Cold Hands from the side. Laughing Song? Fang Minghua's Laughing Song, Samsara's cleric, had unexpectedly brandished his cross and charged straight into Little Cold Hands. Was this a fight between clerics? Everyone was dumbfounded. What sort of match was this? What was going on with these two teams' healers? One of them ran straight towards the jaws of the enemy, while the other ran over to swing his cross. Was that really the only way? The viewers were a bit puzzled. This was supposed to be a match of the highest level, so why was it looking like a match of the lowest level? Juzakai let out a sigh of relief. Fang Minghua had noticed his predicament, seeing that Juzakai was having trouble because of Little Cold Hands. Take over and pin down Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash? Fang Minghua's Laughing Song wasn't capable of doing that, but he could contend against Little Cold Hands. Both of them were clerics, who didn't have much combat capabilities. But if it was a 1v1, Fang Minghua felt like he should have the upper hand against Unhurried, no? Thus, in the finals that represented the highest level of pro play, the strange scene of two clerics whacking each other appeared. No skills were used. It was just the two of them swinging their crosses, using normal attacks to beat each other up. It wasn't that clerics didn't have crowd control skills. It was just that with Unhurried's determination and caution, Fang Minghua felt like this was the most reliable method. Chapter 1689. Heroic Leap. Nomiami. How did it turn into two clerics beating each other up? This scene could occasionally be seen in the game, usually when players were bored, but it was unheard of in pro play. There were times when healers were forced to fight, but those were out of helplessness, for self-defense. However, this was likely the first time a cleric had intentionally rushed in to attack another cleric. When a cross swung, there would be a sound effect as well. This sound seemed incredibly unfamiliar to everyone's ears. Laughing Song, Little Cold Hands. The two clerics traded blows. The two characters happened to be male and female, an almost tragic sight to witness, like a family fight in the streets. Who studied how to fight at close combat as a cleric? Even Fang Minghua, who was an experienced player, hadn't. Unhurried didn't need to be said. Although he had been scouted from the game, with his rational mind, he never participated in something as boring as a cleric brawl, let alone studied it. Pipipi. Papapa. The crosses flashed with white light, weaving back and forth, occasionally colliding. A rain of white light poured down, pelting the two clerics. However, their health barely moved. They were clerics. How much attack power could they have? Fang Minghua was starting to feel a bit of regret. He was regretting how he had used Charge to get close. Charge was a knight skill. Because it was a pre-advancement priest skill, he could also learn it. Using it to attack wasn't something a cleric wanted to use it for. After all, it was an effective skill for movement and escaping. And because of this, no priest class would let go of this skill. It had become a habit for Fang Minghua. He had needed to get to Unhurried quickly, so he had instinctively used the skill. Now that he and Unhurried were fighting, he realized how useful Charge would have been now. I'm not experienced enough. Fang Minghua didn't have any experience closing in on an opponent and attacking. But just when he remembered Charge, he suddenly realized, not good. Laughing Song had used Charge, but what about Little Cold Hands? He hadn't seen Little Cold Hands use it. Just when he had this thought, he immediately saw Little Cold Hands pause, charge. Bang! Little Cold Hands lowered his head, ready to ram into Laughing Song. The cross looked completely useless in his hands. Although it was clearly an attack skill, it looked like he was making a fool of himself. But no matter how stupid it looked, it was a charge, and one at a very close distance to the target. Laughing Song was suddenly sent flying, but Little Cold Hands didn't stop. He was unexpectedly chasing after Laughing Song. Had he gotten addicted to the thrill of close combat? No. That wasn't the reason. Little Cold Hands had his charge off cooldown the entire time, but Unhurried didn't immediately use it. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Finding the right timing was Unhurried's specialty. Even if Fang Minghua had been ready for it since the start, stopping Little Cold Hands from using it wouldn't have been so easy. Laughing Song was sent flying. Little Cold Hands rushed out. His direction, Cloud Pisser. Unhurried hadn't forgotten his original intention. He hadn't come here to fight the enemy cleric. He had come to interfere with Juzakai. He had come to create opportunities for his team. He had come to turn things around so that the team could win. Fang Minghua had relieved the pressure from Juzakai, allowing him to continue controlling the battlefield. Juzakai had wanted to provide some assistance to Fang Minghua, but before the appropriate opportunity came, Fang Minghua's Laughing Song shot towards his Cloud Pisser like a bullet. It had been too sudden. Juzakai hastily had Cloud Pisser dodge to the side, but then, he saw Little Cold Hands following close behind, rushing towards him with charge. Ah! At this instant, countless people shrieked. Unhurried, Little Cold Hands, this flimsy cleric had unexpectedly attacked Juzakai's Cloud Pisser? That bastard! It'd probably be the greatest achievement in his career. But, no. Juzakai's reaction speed was incomparably quick. His hand speed was even quicker. He had been getting out of Laughing Song's way when he suddenly noticed Little Cold Hands. At that point, Little Cold Hands had practically reached him already, yet he had actually been able to react in time. Bang 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 bang. Cloud Pisser fired his dual guns, using the recoil to increase his speed. In the end, he was able to avoid the charge. How close! Juzakai felt a cold sweat dripping down his back. If the charge had hit him, his tempo would have been disrupted. Now, it was still fine. Even though it would be a bit troublesome, he could still keep things in control. While he had been dodging, he had looked around, particularly at Qiao Yifan's side. Sure enough, Qiao Yifan had seized this opportunity to start casting a ghost boundary. Cloud Pisser had only barely dodged the attack from Little Cold Hands. His balance wasn't the best, but Juzakai was confident. Even in this situation, he could accurately hit 1 inch in the chest. Aim! He lifted his gun. Cloud Pisser readied the trigger when a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. In this shadow's hands was a white light, dim and insignificant. Yet at this moment, this white light was invincible. Heroic leap! And when he saw that his charge would miss, so he cancelled it and turned around, heroic leap. And when he knew that his reaction speed was slow. He knew that his hands weren't quick. But at this instant, he put everything he had to be as fast as possible. He was pushing himself to his limits. He didn't even know if what he was doing was accurate, or if he would hit his opponent. Heroic leap! This was the skill that Unhurried had placed on Little Cold Hands' weapon. The skill name was Mighty, but Unhurried knew that the purpose of this skill wasn't its might. It was similar to Charge. It was supposed to give Little Cold Hands another escape tool. However, right now, he wasn't running away. He wasn't trying to survive. His Little Cold Hand swung his cross, using Heroic Leap to smash into Cloud Pisser, smash into Glory's #1 player, smash that being high above him. If he could hit him, it would probably be his greatest achievement. And when he didn't object at all to this point. This moment was indeed the greatest highlight of his career. Heroic Leap! Little Cold Hands jumped up. Little Cold Hands fell. The feeble light knocked down Juzakai's Cloud Pisser, this existence at Glory's summit. At this moment, Little Cold Hands had Cloud Pisser beneath his feet. Chapter 1690. A change in situation. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. What is this? What just happened? Everyone watching the match suddenly heard a hoarse shout from Pan Lin. It sounded like he wanted to crawl out and grab the audience's neck to get to the bottom of this matter. Even so, no one felt like he had lost his composure because they were all going crazy just like him. A cleric knocking down a sharpshooter. More importantly, the sharpshooter was Cloud Pisser, controlled by Juzakai, Glory's #1 player in recent years. Even if that was just context, it was a powerful scene, placing him in the spotlight. Everyone knew that even if and when he wasn't a great player, even if he was considered one of the worst among Happy's rookies, what he had contributed today would be remembered for years. This scene was similar to Tyranny's assassin, Cold Seasons, from many years ago. He wasn't a particularly well-known player, but his shattering life-risking strike against one Autumn Leaf in the finals became the most breathtaking moment that year. Unwenney's attack wasn't anything special, but his little cold hands was a cleric. A cleric knocking down Glory's #1 player. This was more than enough for this moment to be written into the annals of Glory. Although to be accurate, Cloud Pisser hadn't been knocked down. After all, Heroic Leap wasn't a skill with a force knockdown. Juzakai hadn't been able to avoid the attack in time, but it wasn't hard for him to quick recover and avoid crashing into the ground. But whether or not he really did get knocked down wasn't important. With quick recover, Cloud Pisser would roll and then get up. In everyone's eyes, Cloud Pisser rolling on the ground was no different than Little Cold Hand sending him tumbling with a heroic leap. Apart from the staunch Samsara supporters, this moment made everyone's blood boil with excitement. But not Juzakai. Many people might think of this as humiliating to him, but he had no such thoughts. No matter how weak Unwenney was, he was an opponent. It was just that from his skill level and his class, he should have been someone easy to deal with. But this time, this opponent had made the right decision at the right time. In that instant, he hadn't been weak at all. But it was only for an instant. Juzakai still didn't think Unwenney was much of a threat. Even when Little Cold Hands had hit him with Heroic Leap, what he had cared more about was interrupting 1-inch Ash. I need to hurry and interrupt him again. This was the more urgent matter in Juzakai's mind. Roll, find the target, aim. Before Cloud Pisser even got up, Juzakai had started preparing for his next attack. But he was too late. On the battlefield, only an instant was needed to make a difference. From start to finish, Unwenney hadn't been able to gain the upper hand on Juzakai, but in that instant, he had won. He had won his team an opportunity. Xiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash had already walked to the necessary position and had started casting a ghost boundary. If Cloud Pisser had been able to get off his shot previously, he would have been able to interrupt 1-inch Ash. But it was too late to try now. The spell was complete. The ghostly power gathered around 1-inch Ash's blade, Snow Stripe. By the time the gunshot rang, 1-inch Ash had already swung his sword. Even though the others on Samsara had their own battles to take care of, they would pay attention to the changes going on in the battlefield from time to time. Seeing that Cloud Pisser wasn't able to interrupt 1-inch Ash in time, they knew that a ghost boundary would be completed soon. Jiang Buotao and Wu Qi began to retreat in haste. Ha ha, it's a feint. Outside of the match, Li Xian laughed. In that instant, Li Xian was able to tell that 1-inch Ash had hidden a little trick when he placed down the ghost boundary. Only someone like Li Xian, Glory's #1 phantom demon, could have noticed it. Sure enough, the moment the tip of the blade reached the bottom of its arc, it suddenly turned. Dense ghostly energy filled with a chilly frost blossomed like a pale blue flower. Ice boundary! In the center was one autumn leaf. At the final moment, Xiao Yifan, who had originally been pointing towards empty waves and cruel silence, turned towards one autumn leaf. It wasn't that Sun Strong hadn't noticed that Xiao Yifan was setting down a ghost boundary. It was just that Xiao Yifan's feint hadn't been so easy to see through. Only Li Xian had been able to. When he saw the direction of the ice boundary, as well as Jiang Buotao's empty waves and Wu Qi's cruel silence retreating, Sun Strong more or less disregarded it. By the time Xiao Yifan made the change, it was too late for him to react in time. The biting cold instantly slowed one autumn leaf. Not being directly turned into an ice cube was already quite lucky. Pu. 1-inch Ash was struck by the bullet. In order to place down the ice boundary, there was no way Xiao Yifan could have dodged it. Cloud Pisser had only been just a little bit too late. It looked as if it had hit 1-inch Ash before the ghost boundary had been set down. Blood spurt out from the wound, but it was meaningless. Unwenny had created an opening for Xiao Yifan, and Xiao Yifan had used it to alter the flow of the match. Dancing Rain rushed out. Sun Slong wanted to stop her, but one autumn leaf was now too slow to catch up to her. Boom boom boom. Glory's #1 support started firing artillery shells around the battlefield. She was finally doing what she was best at, supporting. Artillery shells flew towards Jiang Buetao's empty waves and Wu Qi's cruel silence. The flames from the explosions flashed in front of their eyes. When 1-inchish turned his blade, the two realized that they had been tricked. The two hastily tried to get back, but the players on Happy weren't wooden trees. The two of them had given up their position to avoid the ghost boundary, so Happy immediately had someone occupy it. Tangru, soft mist. A battle mage fighting up close, while a launcher supported from afar. A familiar combo. Many people's thoughts immediately returned to those former days. Even though the duo hadn't been able to win the championships, the two were the greatest partners in all of Glory. But now, one autumn leaf had become Dancing Rain's enemy. The one playing the battle mage was different. As for Su Muqing's former partner, Yi Xiao, he was Happy's true lead, and Happy's true core. No one dared to overlook him, whether it was the enemy players or the viewers watching. Even when the rising stars of Happy shined again and again, those familiar with Yi Xiao would always pay attention to his each and every move. If there were no opportunities, he could create opportunities for himself. And when he had helped Happy win the team an opening, would Yi Xiao keep biding his time? Would Yi Xiao not do anything? Of course not. Tangru had been left to deal with Jiang Buetao and Wu Qi alone. At this moment, Yi Xiao turned fire. Gunshots rang continuously. Zhu Zikai hadn't been able to interrupt Xiao Yifan in time. When he saw Xiao Yifan's feint muddle Jiang Buetao's and Wu Qi's tempo, he realized that the previous situation could no longer continue. With one autumn leaf trapped in the ice boundary, the box of one would certainly fail. The situation had changed, which meant that he needed to hurry and adjust. He needed to find a new breakthrough point. As a result, Zhu Zikai set his sights on a target close to him. Unwenny's little cold hands. Ultimately, he was Happy's healer. No matter how amazing he had been previously, a cleric was someone who the team needed to protect. Who knew how many strategies had been devised over the years to get to the enemy healer? Right now, Happy's healer was standing right near Cloud Pisser without anyone to protect him. Let alone the fact that Zhu Zikai's sharpshooter could even fight evenly against Yi Xiao's unspecialized in close combat. Even if he couldn't, a cleric should lose to a sharpshooter anyways. At that moment, he fired again, this time, towards Little Cold Hands. Gunshot, blood. The white robe on Little Cold Hands was dyed red. Others might think that this was a form of revenge from Zhu Zikai, but in reality, it wasn't. The enemy healer had gifted himself over, so why shouldn't he attack him? It was the rational thing to do. Chapter 1691. The warrior shining like a shooting star. Nomiami. Nomiami. Whoever controlled the enemy healer, controlled the battle. These words were a common saying in Glory. The team competition revolved around attacking and defending the healer. Compared to fighting for wild bosses in the game, even more strategic and tactical complexities were involved. The difficulty of wild bosses was mainly due to the sheer number of players involved. However, on the pro stage, everything needed to be far more precise. In this team competition, both sides had taken unconventional routes. Happy chose to target Jiang Buetao's empty waves. They didn't seem to show any particular attention towards Fang Minghua's laughing song. As for Samsara, their attack towards Happy's healer wasn't tactical, it was psychological. For a time, their method had been effective. However, Unwenny was quickly brought back by Yi Xiao. Then, he violated everything a healer should do, and brought Happy back from a disadvantage. However, the price he paid was completely exposing himself to Zhu Zikai and Cloud Pisser's dual guns. With the enemy healer sitting right there out in the open, Zhu Zikai didn't mind changing the team's original strategy of ignoring him to killing him. Strategy and tactics had to be adjusted according to the circumstances. And when he had predicted this outcome when he took the risk. He obviously tried to run, but Juzakai didn't give him a chance. Once Cloudpisser failed to interrupt 1-inch Ash, he immediately shifted his attention to Unevenness's Little Cold Hands. As he attacked Little Cold Hands, he didn't forget to be wary of 1-inch Ash behind him. At the same time, he also checked how the rest of his team was doing. Tangru's Soft Mist rushed forward, ready for a 1v2. Yishio's Lord Grim pulled away and turned around. He's coming. Juzakai saw everything clearly. He had predicted that Happy wasn't going to give up on their healer so easily. From the looks of it, the rescue would be coming from Happy's strongest force. If Yishio's Lord Grim got close to him, not only would Little Cold Hands be saved, his control over 1-inch Ash would drop drastically. By then, Lord Grim and 1-inch Ash would form a team, and he would be the one in a predicament. Fortunately, while Happy had sent aid for Little Cold Hands, Samsara didn't leave Juzakai alone to fend for himself. Sunslong's one autumn leaf had been slowed by the ice boundary, but he was able to leave the ice boundary in the end. Because of Juzakai's interference, Xiao Yifun's 1-inch Ash wasn't able to set up any other ghost boundaries. After walking out from the ice boundary, one autumn leaf's movements were back to normal. However, it was no longer possible for him to continue shutting down Dancing Rain. Much of the success for the Box of One was because of Wu Qi's help. The two of them had teamed together to quickly shut down Su Muqing. Now, Wu Qi was no longer there to help. With just Sun Strong's one autumn leaf alone, it wasn't easy for him to seal off Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. Su Muqing was very experienced with these sorts of situations. Sending just one player alone to deal with her would likely end up with Su Muqing kiting, while she continued to support the rest of the team. Sun Strong knew how challenging it would be to face Su Muqing, and given the present situation, he couldn't waste any more time. Charge! This time, one autumn leaf didn't target his former partner, but rather his former owner. Yishio, Lord Grim. Sun Strong wanted to stop Yishio from interfering with Juzakai. If he could stall long enough for Juzakai to finish off Happy's healer, victory was theirs. But Lord Grim turned around and switched targets. Lord Grim had been rushing to Little Cold Hand's aid. But as soon as he saw one autumn leaf running towards him, he immediately gave up on his original plan and ran away towards a different direction. Swish swish! Two movement skills came out in quick succession. Countless people's eyes were still on the afterimages left behind by Lord Grim. However, for Fang Minghua, in front of him was the real Lord Grim. Laughing Song had previously gone to fight against Little Cold Hands, but he had been sent flying by Little Cold Hands' charge. By the time he steadied himself, Little Cold Hands had sent Cloudpisser tumbling along the ground. But similar to Juzakai, Fang Minghua didn't let this scene cloud his judgment. He also didn't feel much threat from Little Cold Hands. The attack had indeed been impactful, though. The entire flow of the match could potentially reset. What came after was as he expected. Starting from when Cloudpisser failed to interrupt 1-inch Ash's ice boundary, the situation changed. Su Muqing was finally able to escape from the boxes 1. Jiang Butao and Wu Qi had their tempos disrupted from 1-inch Ash's feint. But the key to the match is still in our hands. Fang Minghua had also noticed Little Cold Hands. That attack had helped Happy change the situation, but at the same time, he was now a lamb in a tiger's den. Whoever controlled the enemy healer, controlled the battle. Fang Minghua trusted that Juzakai wouldn't forget such a critical point in the heat of the moment. Even though he was at the top of glory, he would never forget about the fundamentals. Juzakai didn't let him down. His reaction was even faster than he had hoped. He only fired at 1-inch Ash once before focusing on Little Cold Hands. Fang Minghua could see that Little Cold Hands' back was already dyed with blood. This is how it should be. Fang Minghua felt much calmer. He immediately began doing what he was supposed to do. But then, he saw Lord Grim. Lord Grim had originally rushed over to Little Cold Hand's aid, but when one autumn leaf also rushed over to intercept him, he suddenly changed directions. Fang Minghua faintly realized something as Laughing Song began to run. But Lord Grim was too quick. In the blink of an eye, Lord Grimm sealed off his escape route. So that was his true aim. Fang Minghua felt a shudder in his heart. Rescue Little Cold Hands? No. Yishio's goal had been him from the very beginning. Little Cold Hands was bait to lure away Juzakai and Sun Srong. Who did Laughing Song have to protect him? No one. Jiang Buotao, Wu Qi, Sun Srong, none of them could help him. The only one who could help was Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. However, Little Cold Hands was stuck by his side. He couldn't contend against Cloud Pisser, but by sticking to his side, even just sticking his hands out and waving them around would be a form of interference. This is all a trade? Fang Minghua discovered that Unwenny had already given up on himself. He had no plans on surviving. He had barely healed anyone. Instead, he used this simple and crude method to cling on to Cloud Pisser. Happy's weakest to stop Samsara's strongest? Was that Happy's strategy? Was this Tianji's horse race? Then, by using the opportunity that Unwenny opened up, Happy would attack Laughing Song, and both healers would be eliminated. Fang Minghua knew that Happy was more than willing to trade healers. He wasn't being conceited. He was no doubt superior to Unwenny as a healer. He had this confidence. In fact, every pro healer would have this confidence. That was why Samsara had intentionally ignored Unwenny, because even if Unwenny was given free rein, he wouldn't do better than Fang Minghua. In Samsara's eyes, there was no risk to doing this. How could they have expected Unwenny to not be a healer when he was given free rein? He unexpectedly became an attacker, an extraordinarily weak attacker. Samsara ignoring him suddenly became his stage to shine. Unfortunately, his attack was like a shooting star. In just a flash, it faded away. But in the end, he was able to change the situation. Then, Happy seemed to no longer have any use for him. Happy was clear that in a battle of healers, Unwenny would lose to Fang Minghua. As a result, they abandoned him to trade for Fang Minghua. Today, Little Cold Hand's identity as a healer was a bait. He shone brilliantly for an instant before fading away, and by doing this, he was going to drag down Samsara's healer with him. I won't let you have your way. Fang Minghua had Laughing Song retreat to get as much distance between himself and Lord Grimm. His teammates had noticed what was going on. They would certainly try and help him. They knew that this trade wasn't worth it. It wasn't just the difference in value between healers. Without Fang Minghua, Samsara had no healer. However, without Unwenny, Happy still had Yishio and his Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm's healing capabilities weren't great, and as the team's main attacker, Yishio couldn't sacrifice too many of his offensive stats to strengthen Lord Grimm's healing. He might not be a great healer, but he could heal at crucial moments, which could potentially save a life. In terms of technique, while every pro healer could dare to say that they were better than Unwenny, no one would dare to say they were better than Yishio. Stall and wait for help. This was Fang Minghua's plan. He had a skill ready to be used as Lord Grimm closed in. Fang Minghua could feel his palms sweat. He knew Yishio's terror, which meant that he was even more careful with how he timed this skill. Angel's Might. A paladin skill, a force knockback that ignored super armor. Fang Minghua wanted to rely on this skill to win more time for his team, but he needed to get the timing right. He was afraid that if he used it too early, it might not be effective, or Lord Grimm might interrupt him. He stared closely at Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm and started attacking him from afar. Fang Minghua tried his best to dodge as he endured and waited. It's time. Now. Angel's Might. It was only level 1, but in an instant, the divine protection flashed around Laughing Song and quickly spread. But Lord Grimm vanished. There was no shadow clone. It wasn't shadow clone technique. There was no trace of magic. It wasn't teleport. Even if he used those movement skills, he might not be able to escape. Those were displacement skills, but Angel's Might was an AoE, no? Where did he go? Fang Minghua felt a chill. He suddenly realized a possibility. In the center of the spreading light, Lord Grimm tunneled through the earth from beneath Laughing Song. Ninjutsu, Underground Tunneling Technique. Chapter 1692. Flexibility. Nomi-umi. Nomi-umi. Peng. Laughing Song's neck was split open. Lord Grim had given a solid cut. But no matter how bad it looked, since this was a level 1 skill, its damage wasn't high. The purpose of the skill wasn't the damage, though. Lord Grim had used the underground effect to avoid Angel's Might, allowing him to close the distance on Laughing Song. Not good. Fang Minghua immediately thought. In reality, Laughing Song was still quite healthy, and although the enemy ace had closed in on him, it wasn't a fatal situation. His team could still rescue him. Fang Minghua understood this reasoning, but he couldn't control the sense of crisis rising in his heart. It was as if Lord Grim had given Laughing Song a fatal blow. This was pressure. Even if he had won 2 championships, when Yishio's Lord Grim got close, Fang Minghua could still feel the stifling pressure bearing down on him. He wanted to hurry and get away. He wanted to hurry and find a way to get to his team. He hastily looked around, but his eyes were already facing the sky. Lord Grim quickly followed with another attack. After Underground Tunneling Technique was a knock-up skill, launching Laughing Song into the air. This didn't mean that Fang Minghua had to give up on his original plans. He could still observe the surroundings and make decisions while in the air. Fang Minghua hastily adjusted his view, but as soon as he turned, the ground was now rapidly retreating away along with the sword pressed against Laughing Song's stomach. Colliding Stab. Before Laughing Song was fully airborne, Lord Grim attacked. By doing this, with Laughing Song's feet off the ground, the knockback from Colliding Stab would be at its fastest and its farthest. Where is he taking me? Fang Minghua quickly thought. The damage from Colliding Stab wasn't significant. It was also rarely used as part of a combo. It had 2 main uses. Its first use was as a movement skill. The second use was to displace the opponent. In a team competition, its second usage was more commonly seen. When focusing on a certain target, you always wanted to bring the target to an appropriate location. Including the underground tunneling technique, Lord Grim had only used a total of 2 skills before coming out with Colliding Stab. Along with the fact that was still in the air, it definitely seemed like Yishio was taking him somewhere. Is Happy planning on focusing me? Fang Minghua felt that it seemed unlikely. From what he remembered, Happy didn't have anyone nearby who could get to him. Unless they planned on forcing their way over? So that's their plan. Fang Minghua couldn't help but look around again. He quickly noticed another figure coming into view. From afar, Dancing Rain had thrown a burning beacon onto him. The mushroom cloud from the heat-seeking missile instantly engulfed him, but during this process, Lord Grim took care of him very dearly. He didn't let Laughing Song get sent flying away from the shockwave. But honestly, Fang Minghua didn't want Yishio's concern for him. He could understand Su Mucheng providing support with an attack over here, but soon after the dense smoke dispersed, a red shadow flickered in front of him. Soft Mist? With help from Su Mucheng, Tang Ru had been fighting against Jiang Butao and Wu Qi, yet in the blink of an eye, she had reached Laughing Song. This was an aggression without regard for anything else. But because of this, Fang Minghua wasn't as flustered as before. Happy's sudden shift in targets was rather crude. Happy had directly left Jiang Butao and Wu Qi open. The 2 of them weren't outside bystanders. They would quickly be in pursuit. The balance wasn't so easily grasped. Just when he was thinking this, he saw Jiang Butao's empty waves and Wu Qi's cruel silence close behind Soft Mist, not giving an inch to her. But soon afterwards, the distance between them suddenly widened. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist suddenly used this high-level skill. Laughing Song was still airborne, and Yishio's Lord Grim was still taking care of him. There was no way he could dodge this attack. Suddenly, he was sent flying into the air again. Soft Mist instantly closed in onto Laughing Song. Yishio's Lord Grim followed close behind with a shining cut. They wanted to avoid Samsara's rescue team. Fang Minghua saw through it, but wasn't that being too naive? Jiang Buitao's empty waves had fewer movement options, so the distance between them widened by quite a bit. But Wu Qi's Cruel Silence was an assassin, the best out of all 24 classes in terms of mobility. He immediately went in pursuit with a shining cut. Then, he activated swift movements and sprinted. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Laughing Song could completely survive until then. After all, Happy was mainly trying to move him away. Their DPS wasn't nearly as high as it could be. Right when Soft Mist's Dragon Breaks the Ranks ended, Laughing Song was picked up by Lord Grimm. Fling! Laughing Song was thrown out. What? Fang Minghua was puzzled. Then, he saw magic ripple outwards from Soft Mist. Then, she blinked away. Teleport! Soft Mist teleported to where Laughing Song would fall and then followed with an attack. Cruel Silence, who was just about to catch up, was suddenly thrown behind, let alone Jiang Buitao, who was even farther away. He was even farther away than Sun Strong's One Autumn Leaf. This isn't good. Fang Minghua was startled by Yishio's and Tang Ru's practiced coordination. This meant that the two weren't doing this on the spur of the moment. Happy had practiced this tactic before. This was a setup. Anyone with a bit of experience would understand. Oftentimes, pre-planned setups couldn't keep up with the constant changes of a match, but if this sort of setup was able to be implemented smoothly, the other side would always have the upper hand. From the coordination between Yishio and Tang Ru and the interference towards the pursuers from Su Muqing, he could see hints of it. Happy wasn't recklessly charging at him. They were planning on moving him around until he died. As soon as he thought of this, he looked at the two characters carrying out this task. Lord Grimm didn't need to be mentioned. With so many movement skills at his disposal, his unspecialized sat comfortably as king in terms of mobility. As for Soft Mist, he could see the buff from the neutral chasers around her legs, drastically increasing her movement speed. Sun Strong's One Autumn Leaf had been left in the dust because he didn't have the buff from neutral chasers. Bad. Happy's tactic was bad news for them. Chapter 1693. A gun can miss Nomiami. Nomiami. Fang Minghua sensed Happy's intentions, and he knew that the situation was not looking good. He was very clear about the mobility of Samsara's characters. Normally speaking, assassins, battle mags, and sharpshooters were relatively mobile. His Laughing Song and Jiang Buitao's empty waves were only slightly worse. However, right now, Laughing Song didn't need to move on his own. Yishio's Lord Grimm and Tang Ru's Soft Mist were helping him move using blowaway and knockback skills. Laughing Song's current movement speed was even faster than his sprinting. Su Muqing helped block the pursuers and would even coordinate with Yishio and Tang Ru from time to time. Together, the three of them formed a beautiful combo. Battle Mage and Launcher? Yishio and Su Muqing, best partners? All of these were a part of this well-coordinated play. On Samsara's side, even with swift movements activated, Wu Qi's Cruel Silence could only keep up with them. Sun Strong's One Autumn Leaf had no neutral chasers to buff him, and clearly lagged behind. Jiang Buitao's empty waves didn't even need to be said. He had been left in the dust. His situation looked rather embarrassing. How bold! The pro players discussed spiritedly. Happy was clearly doing something beyond their expectations. In the finals, especially the deciding match, everyone would always be particularly careful. That was where the saying anticipated match, boring game came from. But the play that Happy was making? This was an extremely risky play. While attacking Laughing Song, they had to carry him along faster than Samsara could, and Samsara wasn't slow at all. The coordination needed was extraordinarily difficult. There were too many factors needed to be taken into consideration. Even the slightest slip-up would end in failure. Happy's healer, Little Cold Hands, was being blown up by Juzukai's Cloud Pisser, and Happy wasn't giving their healer even the slightest bit of help. If they made a mistake and Samsara caught up, it would be impossible for them to save Little Cold Hands. Little Cold Hands had lost half his health already. If Samsara was willing to focus him without regard for anything else, they could finish off Little Cold Hands in the blink of an eye. Failure meant death. Happy was determined to carry out this healer trade. They were walking on a tightrope, not leaving themselves any path of retreat. A single misstep, and they would fall into a bottomless abyss. Compared to their brilliant teamwork, the pro players admired Happy's bravery more. The other problem was that a majority of their efforts needed to be put into moving Laughing Song, so even though Yishio and Tangru were both dealing damage, their DPS was mediocre. They couldn't compare to Juzukai's explosive DPS towards Little Cold Hands. Juzukai felt a bit more at ease because of this, but he didn't stop paying attention to that side. Seeing that the other three on Samsara weren't able to catch up to Happy's side, Juzukai had decided to give them a helping hand. He could see how difficult it was for Happy to execute this play. The slightest interference might be able to break it apart. His Cloud Pisser wasn't faster than Cruel Silence or One Autumn Leaf, but he was a long-ranged attacker. He could attack Yishio and Tangru from his current position. He made his decision. Cloud Pisser suddenly stepped back and moved to the side. Then, he lifted his guns. Bang! Gunshot, a figure, blood. Little Cold Hand suddenly moved to the side too, positioning himself in front of the guns. Knee strike. Cloud Pisser lifted his knee. He wasn't in a hurry to keep Little Cold Hands under control. Even a single bullet might be enough to break open the situation on that side. He only needed a tiny opening, and during this tiny opening, what could a cleric do to him? And when he obviously couldn't do anything to him. He only had one thought on his mind: I have to stop Juzukai from providing support no matter what. His Little Cold Hands had no combat ability. His little tricks might work against Samsara's healer, but it was nothing in front of Juzukai. The only thing he could use was Little Cold Hand's body. He could use his life to block Cloud Pisser's bullets. And when he was certain that he had never been this focused in his entire life. His Little Cold Hands had been taking a beating the entire time, but as soon as Juzukai's Cloud Pisser moved aside to shoot towards that side, he immediately did all he could to stop him. Sometimes, he could do it. Sometimes, he couldn't. But he knew how crucial this moment was. He couldn't fail this time. Little Cold Hands threw himself towards Cloud Pisser's guns. But what followed soon after was a knee strike. And when he saw it very clearly, Little Cold Hands jumped back. The knee strike missed. But with this dodge, a small opening was left behind. Cloud Pisser raised his guns and fired twice. Little Cold Hands jumped up. And when he had Little Cold Hands jump towards Cloud Pisser's head to block his vision, the only thing that Juzukai could see was a blood-soaked cleric's robe. Blind firing? Juzukai had the ability to do so, but the problem was that he needed to aim at a very fast-moving target. Even if he had a clear view of his target, he would need to predict where the target would move ahead of time. It wouldn't have been easy. But now that he was blinded, it was too difficult even for Juzukai. Even so, he still fired his guns. The bullets loaded and fired. He had to at least try. The gunshot startled Unhurried, but he didn't dare look back. What if it missed? He had to keep going. But at this moment, Cloud Pisser jumped up, and his Little Cold Hands was currently falling. There was a difference in timing, and this time, let alone Juzukai's line of sight, even Cloud Pisser's two guns were above him. There's nothing I can do. And when he could only watch. He had no way to stop Cloud Pisser from attacking. Damn it! And when he hated himself for being so useless. Gunshot! The airborne Cloud Pisser fired 2 shots in quick succession. But then, and when he saw Yishio type in chat, "Keep it up." Ah? This time, and when he couldn't help but look back. Yishio's Lord Grim was using charge to move ahead. His umbrella was in its shield form, a priest weapon, so it didn't affect his usage of charge. As a result, he saw Lord Grim's umbrella facing the side, blocking Cloud Pisser's shots. Don't get careless. Just because he's fired his gun doesn't mean that we'll definitely be hit. Yishio continued. Also, little Jew, wasn't your attack a bit too careless? As he said this, the canopy of the myriad manifestations umbrella folded. The umbrella ribs retracted, exposing the muzzle of a gun. Gunshot! Yishio had fired back at Juzukai's Cloud Pisser. Chapter 1694. Dual Guns Erupt. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Block, counterattack, and taunt in the chat. Yishio's response seemed so casual. And when he was so moved he almost cried. This was his teammate, a teammate that couldn't be more reliable. He might not have been able to stop Juzukai from attacking, but his teammates weren't going to be done in so easily. His teammates were all far stronger than him. It was precisely because he had such amazing teammates that his reckless interference was especially meaningful. I have to keep going. And when he grit his teeth. But at this moment, a bullet flew over. Finally, it wasn't Juzukai's Cloud Pisser harassing others, but someone harassing him. The speed of the bullet wasn't fast, which let Juzukai know that this was a stun bullet. It moved slowly and had low damage, but its secondary effect was frightening. The attack had to be avoided. However, Cloud Pisser was currently airborne, making it much more difficult for him to dodge. Juzukai looked at the direction of the bullet. Then, Cloud Pisser fired rapidly towards the ground, using aerial gun to force Cloud Pisser to the side. The stun bullet brushed past him just like that. But? Pu! The sound of a bullet hitting flesh could be heard clearly. How? Juzukai was startled. He saw it clearly. Cloud Pisser should have been outside of the bullet's trajectory. But what hit Cloud Pisser was unmistakably a stun bullet. Behind. Juzukai realized what had happened. But Cloud Pisser was stunned now. There was nothing he could do as he fell from the skies. Dancing rain. Countless people only realized it after the replay. When Yishio counterattacked, Sumuchin coordinated with him, and fired a stun bullet from behind Cloud Pisser. The two of them timed it perfectly. The stun bullets were fired at the exact same time. Even a godly sharpshooter like Juzukai hadn't noticed that two bullets had been fired at that moment. As for the others on Samsara, they had been waiting for Juzukai to create an opportunity for them to rescue Laughing Song. How could they have known Yishio and Sumuchin would work together to attack Juzukai? Even now, they were still lamenting that the attempt to block Yishio had failed. They were still hoping for Juzukai to try again, and hadn't noticed that a stun bullet had hit Cloud Pisser. And when he didn't know either. All he saw was Cloud Pisser dodging Lord Grimm's stun bullet. I can't only rely on my teammates. I have to work even harder. And when he strengthened his resolve, but immediately afterwards, he noticed that Cloud Pisser was stunned. Stunned. And when his mind worked quickly. He didn't understand how, but Cloud Pisser was stunned. The stun bullet hit. And when he was puzzled. He had clearly seen the bullet miss. How did he get hit? Yishio, how did he pull that off? And when he was thinking too much, but he knew that he had to seize this opening. He had been working as a meat shield the entire time, but now, there was an opportunity for him to attack back. Little Cold Hands was covered in blood, yet the light of her holy cross shone as pure and bright as ever. Hypnosis? And when he wanted to use this skill the most. However, although hypnosis had a powerful CC effect, it had a long cast time. The stun duration wasn't enough for Little Cold Hands to complete hypnosis. The next best thing was Sacred Fire. 5 seconds of reduced damage, and 3 seconds of silence. Sharpshooters utilized their normal attacks far more than other classes, so being silenced wasn't as terrifying for them. However, it would still greatly reduce his combat strength. More importantly, clerics didn't have any better CC skills available. No matter how great Juzukai was, he couldn't cleanse the stun. He could only watch as Little Cold Hand summoned a Sacred Fire. The spell was cast, and holy fire engulfed Cloud Pisser. It wasn't until these flames blazed that the others on Samsara realized that something had happened to Juzukai. Everyone turned to look, and saw Little Cold Hands lighting Cloud Pisser on fire. At that distance, a cleric without any protection was actually able to land sacred fire on Juzukai's Cloud Pisser.
Stunned? Frozen? Hypnotized? Dizzy?
In any case, the others on Samsara could ascertain that Cloud Pisser had definitely suffered some immobilizing effect.
Help him?
The thought popped into everyone's minds, but it was quickly thrown aside. No matter what status he was affected by, it wouldn't last long. Juzukai was only facing a cleric, who posed no threat to him. Cloud Pisser was also a long-ranged attacker. Even if Unhurried's little cold hands ran away during this time, he wouldn't be able to escape from Cloud Pisser's attack range. There's no need to help him. Everyone came to the same conclusion. However, they had to face the effects of Juzukai temporarily gone. Unhurried's little cold hands didn't run away because he knew that he couldn't. The key was Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash. He had been pinned down by Juzukai the entire time. The heroic leap from Unhurried's little cold hands had helped him win a small opening, but that had only happened once. Afterwards, as Juzukai's Cloud Pisser attacked little cold hands, he also took care of Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash, preventing him from setting up any ghost boundaries. Unhurried obviously wanted to protect him, but close combat was never a cleric's specialty in the first place. When Juzukai truly focused on him, there was only so much he could do. When he blocked the bullet for Yishio and Tang Ru, he had gotten lucky.
1-inch ash?
Samsara's players shifted their attention to 1-inch ash. But soon afterwards, they discovered that 1-inch ash had disappeared. To the side of the lofty pyramid were the remains of an ancient city. Destroyed walls and pillars were scattered throughout the ruins. When Cloud Pisser had been hit by the stunned bullet, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash had taken the opportunity to hide who knew where. Juzukai hadn't noticed. No one on Samsara had noticed. Even Unhurried hadn't noticed. Many of the spectators hadn't noticed Su Muqing's stunned bullet until the replay, but Qiao Yifan had noticed it. Because he was always paying attention to the entire battlefield. He was always observing each and every teammate and opponent. The simultaneous stun bullets from Lord Grimm and Dancing Rain. Apart from Yishio and Su Muqing themselves, he was the only player on the battlefield to have noticed their teamwork. It'll hit. Qiao Yifan determined at that moment. Should he place down a ghost boundary to further suppress Cloud Pisser? He quickly dispelled the thought. Because Qiao Yifan didn't have any ghost boundaries available that would suppress Cloud Pisser effectively. Darkness Boundary and Ice Boundary were on cooldown. Ash Boundary, Silence Boundary wouldn't be effective on Cloud Pisser. It would be somewhat of a waste of an opportunity. As for Flame Boundary, which dealt damage, and Plague Boundary, which changed the opponent's stats, those were even more meaningless. In the end, Qiao Yifan chose to move away. Using this opportunity, 1-inch ash escaped from Cloud Pisser's firing range. Little Cold Hands and Cloud Pisser were too close, so the stun duration wasn't long enough for Little Cold Hands to run away. However, Qiao Yifan had been trying to run away from Juzukai for a long time and was farther away from him. Now that such a huge opening had appeared, escaping would be easy. Cloud Pisser's bullet didn't chase after him. In fact, none of the other Samsara players had looked towards 1-inch ash. Qiao Yifan's heart was beating like crazy. He knew that he had to take advantage of this opportunity no matter what. He contacted Yishio in the chat, and the two had a brief conversation. 1-inch ash carefully hid himself behind a crumbling wall. His silver weapon, Snow Stripe, started to glow. Chapter 1695. Phantom Demon's Obstruction. Nomiami. Nomiami. Boom boom boom. Lord Grimm and Softmist sent Laughing Song hurtling away. As they pushed him along, they attacked Laughing Song whenever they could. The skillful coordination between the two of them made even their teammate, Qiao Yifan, sigh in admiration. At the same time, he also noticed that Lord Grimm had set it up so that Laughing Song wouldn't be able to see 1-inch ash. Is that also considered Vanishing Step? Qiao Yifan thought to himself. He didn't forget to be diligent with his observations. Whether it was an ally or an enemy, he would do his best to find things that he could improve upon from them. From Lord Grimm's attacks towards Laughing Song, Qiao Yifan could see hints of Vanishing Step. Usually, Vanishing Step was performed by moving into their dead angles. In this case, Yi Xiu was using Lord Grimm's attacks to adjust Laughing Song's positioning, placing 1 inch inside Laughing Song's dead angles. The principle's the same, but it looks even harder than Vanishing Step, Qiao Yifan believed. Using attacks to control someone else's character was definitely much more difficult than controlling your own character. Now, it's my turn. Qiao Yifan wouldn't forget to keep learning even inside a match, but he wouldn't forget about his mission either. Seeing Lord Grimm and Soft Mist moving Laughing Song along, his 1 inch ash immediately began casting as if he had received an order. The ghostly power flowed along his blade like water. Suddenly, it dripped down and sunk into the ground, spreading outwards. Outside of the ruins, Wu Qi's Cruel Silence was still the fastest among Samsara. Even though Samsara had noticed that Qiao Yifan's 1 inch ash had suddenly vanished, rescuing Laughing Song was necessary. For now, they could only stay in pursuit, while being wary of their surroundings. 19 steps away. Wu Qi was keeping track of the distance. The distance between Cruel Silence and Laughing Song wasn't steady. Sometimes, the distance would widen. Sometimes, the distance would shrink. After all, the two sides weren't simply running. Yi Xiu and Tang Ru had to coordinate together, and Wu Qi needed to avoid Su Muqing's interference. Sure enough, not marking Su Muqing had a huge impact. Samsara could feel it deeply. If not for Dancing Rain's interference, they might have been able to catch up to Lord Grimm and Soft Mist by now. However, the situation couldn't be considered too terrible. Wu Qi was confident. With him in close pursuit, Lord Grimm and Soft Mist could only attack on occasion. Laughing Song would still be able to survive for a long time. During this time, would the two unhappy be able to keep this up without making a single mistake? Juzukai's previous long-ranged assistance had failed, but that didn't mean it would stop there. Suppose the worst case, and Wenny's little cold hands was able to prevent him from providing support every single time. In that case, Juzukai could simply focus on killing little cold hands, and then help them. There was more than enough time. There was also Su Muqing's interference. Samsara was preparing to restrict her. Jiang Buotao's empty waves was slower than the others. He was being left farther and farther behind, so it was pointless for him to continue chasing. He might as well turn around and go for Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. The others hadn't noticed the stun bullet from Su Muqing onto Cloud Pisser, but Juzukai had. He told his team, and the team felt like a boxer's one on Su Muqing was necessary. They shouldn't be giving her free rein. However, Samsara hadn't expected Happy to make such a bold play. Moreover, Yi Xiu's methods were rather risky, which was why they all charged over there. If they had known this would end up being a competition in speed and that Happy had specifically practiced for this, they would have split up the work long ago. For example, Jiang Buotao's empty waves was a spellblade, who wasn't suited for a race. They had promptly made the necessary adjustments. It couldn't be said that their reaction was slow, so they weren't feeling too frantic at the moment. The only problem was Qiao Yifan's 1 inch ash. That guy had suddenly disappeared. For Samsara, he was a huge worry. Phantom demons had immense crowd control. If they were suddenly caught in one of his ghost boundaries, it would be devastating. Even though they were worried, Samsara didn't slow down. The only thing that they could do was give chase. Since they weren't clear about 1 inch Ash's situation, worrying about him too much would only distract them. Samsara was quite resolved about this point. Wu Qi's Cruel Silence carried on the glorious speed of an assassin, moving swiftly like an arrow. With a flicker, he appeared into Qiao Yifan's line of sight. Suddenly, he slowed down. What's going on? Wu Qi was startled for a moment, but he quickly realized what had happened. The earth beneath Cruel Silence's feet looked as if it had been dyed with black ink. His every moment suddenly seemed heavy. Ash Boundary increased the weight of the affected characters, reducing their movement speed. The effects had spread onto Cruel Silence. The distance between Cruel Silence and Laughing Song suddenly widened. Cruel Silence could only trudge his way through slowly. He turned his head and saw 1-inch Ash hiding behind the wall. Wu Chi sent a message, telling his team of 1-inch Ash's position. However, it would take him some time before he walked out of the Ash boundary. Jiang Buetao's Empty Waves was charging towards Dancing Rain. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser was no longer stunned, but he couldn't see 1-inch Ash from his position. It would be hard for him to cover him. There was only Sun Slong's 1 Autumn Leaf left. 1 Autumn Leaf had also been caught by the Ash boundary. However, he had been slightly behind Cruel Silence, who was at the very center of it. That meant that he would be able to exit the Ash boundary much sooner. Right now, they needed to keep close to Lord Grimm and Soft Mist, which meant that they had to keep pushing forward. However, if he wanted to leave this Ash boundary, he would need to fall back. 1 Autumn Leaf moved back. He had no other choice. Cruel Silence slowly moved forward as he waited for a skill to come off cooldown. Shining Cut. With this movement skill, Cruel Silence would be able to quickly get out of the Ash boundary. But then, he saw the Ghost God's power gathering around 1-inch Ash's Tachi, Snow Stripe. This? A deathly silence descended. The Shining Cut that had just gone off cooldown was suddenly sealed. Silence boundary. All skills were silenced while inside of it. Weighed down by Ash boundary and silenced by Silence boundary, Cruel Silence could only slowly walk forward. Even though 1 Autumn Leaf had escaped, if he wanted to push forward, he would need to go around the Ghost boundary. Lord Grimm and Soft Mist were getting farther and farther away, but he would need to go around the Ghost boundary while also being careful of 1-inch Ash. Sun Slong was feeling particularly annoyed. But right now, he was facing an even more difficult choice. Should he continue chasing after Lord Grimm and Soft Mist, or should he go after 1-inch Ash? He wasn't the only one thinking this question. Outside of the match, the pro players were also in a fervent discussion. 1 Autumn Leaf was very far from Lord Grimm and Soft Mist. If he continued to give chase, would he be able to catch up? Lord Grimm and Soft Mist had no way escaped outside of Cloud Pisser's attack range. If Juzukai wanted to provide support to his side, he would need to give up on Little Cold Hands. However, giving up on Little Cold Hands was risky. Little Cold Hands didn't have much health left. If he gave up on him, and Laughing Song wasn't rescued in the end, it would be like losing an army after having given away the bride. It looked like Juzukai was clearly prioritizing killing Little Cold Hands. Without his support and at this distance, would giving chase do anything? But if he didn't give chase, the other side would be completely free. They could stop and focus on attacking. It would be a 2v1, and it wouldn't be long before Laughing Song was killed. A healer-for-healer trade would be Samsara's loss. That was certain. Both options were unfavorable for Samsara. But what if he could kill 1-inch Ash here, someone suddenly said. Both sides would kill the other side's healer, but Samsara would also take down 1-inch Ash. That would be a 1v2 trade, and that was undoubtedly a trade that Samsara would take. But that would be quite difficult, no? Li Xian said. He had the right of speech on anything related to Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash. As the number 1 Phantom Demon, he knew what Qiao Yifan should do next. I know it. Seeing Qiao Yifan's response, Li Xian nodded his head. 1-inch Ash walked out. His position was already exposed. There was no point in hiding behind the wall anymore, so he walked out from behind the wall. Not just Wu Chi, but Sun Slong also knew exactly where he was. However, 1-inch Ash was standing inside his ghost boundary. Ghost boundaries weren't just to control and restrict the enemy. Ghost boundaries such as Sword Boundary could also buff the strength and intelligence of allies. At the same time, the ghost boundaries that debuff the enemy could also be considered a form of protection for allies as well, no? Countless players, especially the close-ranged ones, loathe ghost boundaries. The more extreme ones even considered ghost boundaries as a bug. Because if the Ghost Blade stepped into his own ghost boundary, how were the close-ranged classes supposed to fight him? How? Fight the Ghost Blade while being unable to see inside a darkness boundary? Or while slowed in an Ash boundary? or while unable to use skills in a silence boundary. It was impossible. That was why Sun Strong could only look at him hatefully. It wasn't that close-ranged classes had no methods to deal with Ghost Boundary. However, these methods were slow and required time. But what Samsara lacked the most was time. While he slowly contended with Qiao Yifan, Yishio, and Tang Ru would kill off Laughing Song in the blink of an eye and then come back to help Qiao Yifan. If Jiang Buote were still there, Wang Jieshi said. Jiang Buotao's empty waves was a spellblade. Spellblade attacks weren't long-ranged, but mid-ranged. But since he didn't need to get close, he didn't need to slowly contend with a ghost blade. Moreover, with another player's fighting strength, Samsara would be able to kill 1-inch much faster if they focused him. They could decisively give up on Laughing Song and go for a 2-for-1 trade. But unfortunately, Jiang Buotao wasn't there. Chapter 1696. A Glimmering Technique. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Was it a problem with Samsara's arrangements? After Pan Lin and Liebor analyzed the present situation, most of the viewers thought so. If Jiang Buotao were there, the situation would be much better. However, Jiang Buotao wasn't there. If that wasn't a problem with their arrangements, then what was it? But the pro players disagreed. Saying that it was an issue with Samsara's arrangements was like giving advice in hindsight. At that time, Samsara's decision to send away Jiang Buotao had been correct. On the other hand, their decision to ignore Su Muqing's dancing rain at the start and have everyone go rescue Fang Minghua was questionable. At this moment, because of Jiang Buotao's absence, Qiao Yifan posed an enormous problem for Samsara. Then again, if Jiang Buotao's empty waves had been there, Qiao Yifan probably wouldn't have made the same play. Instead of saying that it was a problem with Samsara's arrangements, it would be better to say it was a timely decision from Qiao Yifan. Through his astute observations of the overall battle, he was able to create a new situation that looked as if it stemmed from an error on Samsara's part. An outstanding team player, the pro players praised. Every single time this happened, it was a form of torture to Tiny Herb. The profound stares from everyone said everything. No matter how calm they may be, they couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Samsara had no time to admire Qiao Yifan's incredible play. For them, this incredible play meant huge trouble for them. Lord Grim and Soft Mist, should they chase them or not? It was a difficult decision. Sun Slong's one autumn leaf circled around the ghost boundary. Chase! Sun Slong saw it. After he and Wu Qi were blocked by Qiao Yifan, he saw Yishio and Tang Ru slow down, waiting to see what he and Wu Qi did before taking the next step. If Samsara turned on 1-inch, those two would probably stop completely and focus on killing Laughing Song as fast as possible. Samsara didn't wish to see this happen. Whether or not they could catch up wasn't important, they would at least be putting pressure on them. That way, Happy had to keep moving Laughing Song along, and perhaps those two might make a mistake. Chase, he had to give chase. If the two of them couldn't, then at least one of them should. Sun Slong understood this point, and immediately sent a message to Wu Qi through the team chat. The two split up. Qiao Yifan was left to Wu Qi, while Sun Strong had one autumn leaf circle around to continue giving chase. Suddenly, sword light flashed. Moonlight slash into full moonlight slash, the classic ghost blade combo appeared in front of one autumn leaf. Sun Strong wasn't looking for trouble, but Qiao Yifan was. Postured like a sword demon, a phantom demon attacked. How could Qiao Yifan, who excelled at reading the big picture, not recognize the severity of the situation? Little Cold Hand's death was certain. Whether Yishio and Tang Ru could finish off Fang Minghua's Laughing Song was crucial. For this to happen, blocking Sun Strong and Wu Qi from getting to them was essential. Qiao Yifan couldn't let them through no matter what. Unfortunately, 1-inch CC skills were on cooldown. No matter how much damage Flame Boundary dealt, or how much defense Plague Boundary lowered, it wouldn't stop the other side from getting through. Out of choices, Qiao Yifan could only have 1-inch take the fight to one autumn leaf. Sun Strong's reaction was quick. One autumn leaf sidestepped twice, evading 1-inch attacks. 1-inch Ash was extremely close to him. Sun Song really wanted to beat him up with his evil annihilation. He suddenly had an idea, and quickly typed in the chat, "Switch." Having Wu Qi, who was trapped in a ghost boundary, deal with Qiao Yifan wasn't as easy as it sounded. Affected by both Ash boundary and Silence boundary, Cruel Silence's combat prowess was extremely weak. In an actual 1v1 against 1-inch Ash, he would certainly be on the losing side. He might even be completely dominated. Close-ranged classes claiming ghost boundaries as bugs wasn't without its reasoning. But right now, Qiao Yifan was ignoring Wu Qi, instead going for Sun Song. If 1-inch Ash were pinned down by one autumn leaf, then when Cruel Silence left the two ghost boundaries, it wouldn't be too big of a delay considering an assassin's speed. So, switch! Sun Song was ecstatic seeing this opportunity appear. It seemed like the attentive Qiao Yifan had made a mistake because of his heavy responsibilities. Tyrant's Destruction. The moment he typed out switch, one autumn leaf unleashed a Tyrant's Destruction to push 1-inch Ash farther away from his ghost boundaries. Without ghost boundaries, a Phantom Demon would be at a huge disadvantage in close combat. A Phantom Demon's essential tools, ghost boundaries, required cast times, but how could there be any time for them to cast anything in close combat? As for their remaining attacks, those would low-level Elementalist and Battle Mage skills. However, these skills were mainly reserved for survival, not actual combat. But Qiao Yifan's reaction was unexpectedly fast as well. When the Tyrant's Destruction swung his way, 1-inch Ash leapt backwards and then moved to the side. His rhythm was light and brisk. His movement gave people a sense of familiarity, but it seemed rather strange on 1-inch Ash. "What's this?" The number 1 Phantom Demon, Li Xian, blurted out. He was incomparably familiar with Phantom Demons, but his first thought was that his movement seemed strange. The experienced pro players had the same feeling, but for a moment, they couldn't quite pinpoint why. After this next step, 1-inch Ash stepped to the side again. Overlapping sidesteps, someone shouted. When this name was said, everyone immediately understood where this sense of déjà vu came from. Overlapping sidesteps wasn't a rarely seen technique. In fact, it was a very common one. However, because many classes had their own unique playstyles, many classes had their own unique techniques. Overlapping sidesteps was one such technique. It was a very basic movement technique. It was done by using small steps at a fast pace to circle around the opponent's side or back to complete a back attack. Back attacks dealt extra damage, which was a mechanic common to all classes. However, there was one particular class, which had additional bonuses for back attacks. Assassins. The Assassin class advancement skills Assassination Arts buffed the damage from back attacks even further. Assassins were inherently fast and nimble, so players tried to go for back attacks whenever possible. Any class could perform overlapping sidesteps. It was just that Assassins made the best use of the technique. As a result, Assassins were usually the best at this movement technique. 1-inch Ash obviously wasn't an assassin. A few close-ranged classes would sometimes use it, but Ghost Blades, particularly Phantom Demons, seemed to have no relation with this technique. But at this moment, 1-inch Ash was using it, making the people watching feel like it was an unfamiliar sight. However, the distinct characteristics of the technique could clearly be seen. It didn't look like he was doing it on a whim. Only a practiced and skilled assassin had this level of mastery. Why would a Ghost Blade, a Phantom Demon, have practiced an assassin's technique to this extent? To the point that he could even execute it so smoothly at such a critical moment? Many people felt puzzled, but those with an understanding of Qiao Yifan's background, especially the Tiny Herb players, didn't find it particularly strange. When Qiao Yifan had been a part of Tiny Herb, the team had him play an assassin. It was a class that he had bitterly practiced within the pro scene for half a year. He had switched classes to a Phantom Demon, but he hadn't abandoned the techniques that he had practiced as an assassin. He had worked hard to learn those assassin techniques. Even though his new class wasn't suited for them, he felt like keeping them under his belt could never be a bad thing. After all, he had a teammate who was proficient with all classes, and Qiao Yifan had seen him use techniques from numerous classes, transforming the rotten into the miraculous. He didn't have the talent to be proficient in all classes, but everything he had already practiced was a weapon. There would be a day, a moment, where it would be useful. Even a single time would be enough for it all to be worth it. And this moment had come. Overlapping sidesteps. A very ordinary technique that many assassins were extremely familiar with. This technique was used to get to the side or behind an opponent as fast as possible, but this didn't mean that the opponent would be unable to move. Against an opponent of Sun Slong's caliber, a two-step overlapping sidesteps was something that he could keep up with. What's more, these overlapping sidesteps were being done by a phantom demon, not an assassin. No one could have expected a phantom demon to use overlapping sidesteps, let alone have such mastery over it. It was as if he were an actual assassin. When Sung Xian realized this and reacted, 1-inch completed his third step. 3 steps, 3 small steps, and 1-inch circled around from one autumn leaf's front to his side. Only then did Sun Slong react. Only then did one autumn leaf move. But 1-inch had already made his move. Lunge! A low-level blade master skill, an extremely fast stab. It was too fast. It was impossible to dodge. One autumn leaf was hit. The damage from the skill wasn't high, but the skill had a knockback effect. Sun Slong's expression changed. He realized what this knockback meant. To one autumn leaf side was the ash and silence boundary. Chapter 1697. First Death. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Weight increased, skills sealed. Chase after Lord Grim and Soft Mist under the effects of both ash boundary and silence boundary? Kill Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash? Don't even bother thinking about these possibilities. Sun Slong's one autumn leaf had been pushed into the overlapping ghost boundaries. Ghost boundary effects usually only lasted a few seconds, but on the pro stage, a few seconds was more than enough to alter the course of the match. Lord Grim and Soft Mist immediately stopped their high-speed movement, instead switching into kill mode. The two characters poured out their attacks and skills. Laughing Song's health plummeted as if someone had turned on the tap. Sun Slong and Wu Qi could only watch quietly. They were the closest to Laughing Song, but these ghost boundaries made them feel as if they were the farthest away. Jiang Buotao's empty waves had already started suppressing Dancing Rain. It wasn't possible for him to switch targets and worry about others. No matter the development, suppressing Su Muqing would always be an important win condition. Samsara had indeed been too hasty before. Suppressing Su Muqing should have been a task carried out at all times. There was also Juzakai. Whenever the team was in a stalemate, at a disadvantage, or in an uncertain situation, Juzakai would always stand out, using his powerful presence to lead Samsara out, turning the tides and putting them on the road to victory. It was almost to be expected. As a result, countless eyes looked towards Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. The Samsara fans hoped for another miracle from Juzakai. Happis players would never relax their guard against this top player. Among them, there was one pair of eyes that was practically glued to Cloud Pisser. His gaze never went anywhere else. Unhurried. He didn't know that Xiao Yifan had sealed off Samsara's two pursuers with his ghost boundaries. He didn't know that Yixiao and Tangru had stopped to hurry and kill Laughing Song. He didn't know that Su Muqing was fighting against Jiang Buotao, trying to find an opportunity to help her teammates. He didn't even know how much health Little Cold Hands had left, nor did he look at Cloud Pisser's health. The only thing he paid attention to was Cloud Pisser's movements and his two guns. Left? Right? Retreat? Jump? And when he stared at the movements of the guns, his Little Cold Hands reacted accordingly. In the pro scene, he was seen as a clear weakness of Happis, but at this moment, he was keeping watch over the best of the best in glory. Based on what? And when he didn't know. Or perhaps it was just his conviction. His conviction to stop Juzakai from escaping. His conviction to win. To be the champion. The Glory Alliance's champion. 1 year ago, 2 years ago, and when he could only dream of those words. He had just been another player among the hundreds of millions who played Glory. He had been a cleric, who admired Glory's #1 player, Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie, and supported Tyranny as a result. That was why he had joined Tyranny's in-game guild, becoming one of the regular healers among Tyrannical Ambition's teams. For the vast majority of players, being a regular in a club guild was considered being among the top players in Glory. But in Tyrannical Ambition, he wasn't even good enough to be one of the elites. The guild's elite team would usually be personally led by the guild leader. For him, the elite team had already been unreachable. But in less than 2 years, he stood on the pro stage, fighting against players who had formerly been on a different plane of existence. He shook hands and greeted his idol, Zhong Xinjie. And now he was in the finals, fighting for the championship title. So what if he was happy weak point? If he could win the championship, nothing else mattered. Fight and hold him down. And Wenny's little cold hands was like a piece of sesame soft candy. He was tangled around Cloud Pisser, blocking off his guns and his vision. Keep going. Keep going. He had forgotten everything. The only thing remaining in his heart was his conviction. Even when Little Cold Hands was down to his last drop of life, he didn't hesitate. He wasn't looking at anything else. His final struggle was the same as any other moment. Determined and resolute, he had to block Cloud Pisser no matter what. Bang! This was the last gunshot that Unhurried heard. Then, the sky and earth went spinning. He saw Cloud Pisser sweep past him in a flash. I can't let him through. Unhurried thought to himself. He had Little Cold Hands reach out with his hands to grab onto the corner of Cloud Pisser's windbreaker. Got him. When Little Cold Hands' fingers touched Cloud Pisser's windbreaker, Unhurried's heart burst with joy. Had he successfully stopped Juzakai again? But in the next second, the windbreaker vanished from his view. Only his hand was left, still stretched forward. The world turned grey. It's over. Little Cold Hands fell, becoming the first death this match. For Unhurried, the finals was over. His season was over. He no longer had control over the outcome, but everything he had done still remained. However, he still had one lingering regret in his heart, that windbreaker. Why wasn't I able to grab onto it? Happy's healer was dead. Usually, this news would make the opposing team overjoyed. Even if Happy's healer was Happy's weakness, a healer was a healer, an irreplaceable asset in the team competition. Whoever controlled the enemy healer, controlled the match. Then, what if you killed the enemy healer? That was practically an early proclamation of victory. However, apart from some sparse applause from Samsara's fans, no one was excited at this scene. No one felt like the world was theirs when Happy's healer died because everyone knew that just killing Happy's healer didn't count for anything. Whether Samsara could rescue their own healer was the important question. Cloud Pisser rushed over like an arrow. Laughing Song had been brought outside of his attack range by Lord Grim and Soft Mist because Unhurried's crazed struggle against him had made it so that he was unable to get closer. I wonder if a new method to deal with Juzakai has been found, Leobor joked around, but he didn't get any responses from Pan Lin. He was completely absorbed into the match. Unhurried's stupid yet smart play, the tenacity and spirit that he showed wasn't something Pan Lin could laugh about. A new method? It was just a joke. Everyone felt that what they had just witnessed was inconceivable, and something inconceivable often couldn't be replicated. Even Unhurried himself wouldn't be able to repeat his performance today. Before today, he had probably never thought that he could do something like this. Even after this match, when he looked back, he himself would find it unbelievable. A new method? Only something with reason and context could be called a method. This sort of unconventional miracle couldn't be considered a method. Now, the miracle had faded away. Samsara's Juzakai had finally regained his freedom. This was also someone brought miracles to Samsara again and again. What would he do for Samsara next? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Cloud Pisser quickly gave chase. There was no one to stop him. Even though Su Muqing's dancing rain fired a few artillery shells at him, she wasn't able to sustain it. Jiang Buotao marking her was already paying off. She couldn't do as she pleased anymore. She needed to first deal with Empty Wave's attacks before she could do anything. They're in firing range. Lord Grim and Soft Mist were finally in Cloud Pisser's range. During this time, Yi Xiao and Tang Ru hadn't chosen to escape. They had lost control over Juzakai. They could only hurry and try to finish off Laughing Song. Bullets flew out, and in the blink of an eye, a rain of bullets swept towards them. The two continued to attack as they brought Laughing Song over behind a crumbling wall for some cover. But the cover only lasted a short while. The wall was short and small. In just a few steps, Cloud Pisser had vision of them again. One Autumn Leaf and Cruel Silence had finally left the Ash boundary and Silence boundary. Even though Qiao Yifan had enshrouded them with more ghost boundaries, these new ones didn't have powerful CC effects. As a result, the two didn't hesitate to force their way through them. It looks like this is all I can do. Seeing Laughing Song's remaining health, Qiao Yifan triggered his final move. Ghost Feast. The chained ghost boundaries erupted, and because the ghost boundaries weren't completely overlapping, the ghost god's power enveloped an enormous area. At the same time, even though the Ghost Feast covered a huge area, its damage and effects weren't as high. Sun Srong and Wu Qi weren't scared by it. The two used skills to overcome the effects of Ghost Feast and rushed out towards Laughing Song. Laughing Song didn't have much health left, but there was still time. Cloud Pisser's long-ranged attacks weren't able to completely interrupt Lord Grim's and Soft Mist's attacks, but they were able to influence their offense somewhat, lowering their DPS. Happy wouldn't be able to kill Laughing Song before they arrived. It's Samsara's win. As long as Samsara rescued Laughing Song. At this moment, too many people had this thought. Happy's Wandering Assault had completely suppressed Laughing Song, but the DPS was too low. Even though Juzakai was the only one attacking Little Cold Hands, without anyone interfering, he could completely focus on offense. Too slow. Happy had run fast, but their damage output was too low. Sigh, those with hope for Happy had already begun sighing. But just when Cloud Pisser moved into a new angle to attack, Juzakai stared blankly. He had realized something. They had overlooked something once again. Happy's healer was the first to die. Thus, Happy's sixth player would be the first to switch in at the support zone below the pyramid. Steamed Bun Invasion. Chapter 1698. Simple Detail. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. It was a bit too late for Lord Grim and Soft Mist to kill Laughing Song, but now, with Steamed Bun Invasion. Ordinary viewers might have noticed how severe the problem was, but the pro players already couldn't help but begin to applaud. Because they knew that this was definitely within Happy's calculations. They couldn't fault Samsara for overlooking this, because they had only noticed anything when Steamed Bun Invasion had entered from the support zone and joined in on attacking Laughing Song. It was only because they were in the audience and had the omniscient view that they saw Steamed Bun Invasion sooner and recognized the problem faster. And on Samsara's side, even now, Juzakai was the only one who had seen Steamed Bun Invasion, and only he had recognized this problem. Sun Srong and Wu Qi's views were blocked just perfectly, so they hadn't yet seen the sixth player Steamed Bun Invasion, and they hadn't realized that Happy had been running this whole time not just to avoid their pursuers and escape Cloud Pisser's firing range, but also to place the final attack location right next to the support zone. As soon as they began executing this exchange, Happy had realized that Little Cold Hands would definitely die before Laughing Song, so they had made preparations long before. Happy had seen a little further. By the time Samsara realized the problem, it was already too late. Ash. In Samsara's chat, a message from Juzakai suddenly appeared. Juzakai was extremely decisive. As soon as he realized the problem, he swiftly let go. It was too late to save Laughing Song. This was the conclusion he made, and so Cloud Pisser turned fire, suddenly attacking 1-inch Ash. Sun Srong and Wu Qi were stunned. The two of them had still been desperately making their way there as fast as they could. Juzakai's message, Juzakai's intent, they instantly understood, but why? Even now, the two of them still hadn't realized that this was close to the support area. They hadn't realized the problem that because Happy's healer died first, their 6th player would appear and increase their DPS. But right now, there was no time for them to hesitate or ask an extra question. Turn fire! Instantly, these two firmly carried out their captain's directions. On the battlefield, the players were mostly left to rely on their own judgment and initiative, but when there was a clear instruction or intent, cooperation came first. As for whether or not the players could instantly grasp the intent of an instruction, that depended on the tacit understanding between team members. Sun Strong and Wu Qi hadn't seen Steam Bun Invasion, so they didn't understand the full situation. But the two cooperated with Juzakai with unquestioning resolve. One autumn leaf, cruel silence, the two characters suddenly spun around, swiftly charging toward 1-inch Ash. Qiao Yifan was startled. He had still been calculating which of 1-inch Ash's ghost boundaries were off cooldown so he could go sneak attack a few more of Samsara's players, when all of a sudden, 3 of his opponents were suddenly charging toward him without warning. Qiao Yifan's situational awareness was excellent, he was cautious and attentive, but ultimately he still lacked battle experience. Samsara's swift and decisive response caught him off guard. Cloudpisser's gunfire came toward 1-inch Ash first, and one autumn leaf and cruel silence were converging upon him. Even though these two still didn't understand the reason for turning their fire, their execution was clean and precise. When they switched their target, the first thing they did was cut off the path that 1-inch Ash could have used to get support from Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and the others. They wanted to force 1-inch Ash into a corner. Qiao Yifan could see this, and he didn't want to tangle with them. 1-inch Ash turned tail and ran. With Juzakai's Cloudpisser marking him, his 1-inch Ash had no chance to cast any ghost boundaries. Moreover, when he'd been slowing down one autumn leaf and cruel silence earlier, 1-inch Ash had been setting ghost boundaries one after another without any rhythm. Right now, many of them were still on cooldown. They're on me. While Qiao Yifan had 1-inch Ash to flee, he was also swiftly alerting everyone in Happy, Samsara was coming for him. And the escaping Qiao Yifan wasn't simply running away in any random path. There was no way he could race against 3 people. Besides, movement speed wasn't a Ghostblade's strength. 1-inch Ash leapt forward, tumbling over a fallen stone pillar, and after that he didn't stand up again. Hiding behind it, he frantically crept along. Borrowing this cover, he could avoid at least some of the damage from Cloudpisser's fire for now. Qiao Yifan knew that he couldn't escape completely. All he needed to do was stall, to hold on for as long as he could, until his own side could come help him. The cover of the stone pillar also blocked his field of view, so Qiao Yifan couldn't see the situation of his pursuers. However, some distance away, he could see the struggle between Su Muqing and Jiang Buotao. If he crept closer, he could achieve a bit of support from Su Muqing's firepower. Qiao Yifan saw very clearly that, right now, Su Muqing might be the only one who could extend a hand of support. But at this moment, Qiao Yifan heard a gunshot. Different types of guns fired shots with different sound effects. Guns of the same type would sound more similar, but the differences between a rifle, a revolver, and a hand cannon were simply too different. The sound of this shot clearly had a lot of strength behind it, and there was no series of rapid sounds after it. This was very clearly characteristic of a rifle shot sound. A rifle. Right now, the only one on the battlefield with that type of gun was the gun form of Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Yishio was currently closing in on Laughing Song. Lord Grim didn't have a reason to use firing attacks. So, was this shot meant to support him? Qiao Yifan was indeed very attentive to detail. After hearing just this one shot, his mind considered many things. And on Su Muqing's end, he noticed that her dancing rain was currently moving toward his own position. But it wasn't clear that it was to support him. It seemed more like she was simply making a strategic supporting movement. Qiao Yifan didn't act rashly. He continued along his chosen path. Only when 1-inch Ash was furiously running did he hurriedly swivel his view to look back. And so, he saw Lord Grim. He thought that the others couldn't come support him so quickly, but when he saw Lord Grim's position, he realized that Lord Grim wasn't just firing that one shot when he found the spare time. Lord Grimm was actually charging straight out, chasing after the tails of those three Samsara players. This is... Xiao Yifan was stunned, but he quickly realized. Stupid. How was he so stupid? The reason why it would have been inconvenient for Yishio and the others to come rescue him was because they had to focus fire to kill Laughing Song as fast as possible before Samsara could save him. But now, Samsara's three had clearly changed their target. They were no longer trying to rescue their healer. With that, of course, killing off Laughing Song was no longer a pressing matter. Controlling and killing a cleric, one person was enough for that. So, Yishio's Lord Grimm quickly broke away to leap at Samsara's tails, without any delay. As expected of a god. Even though Xiao Yifan had been playing with Yishio for over 2 years now, his feelings of worship had never faded. Just now, for example, the logic was as simple as adding 1 + 1, but under the intense conditions of battle, to be able to recognize and react so quickly, that definitely wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. At least, Xiao Yifan hadn't thought of it, and Samsara had overlooked it too, no? In the audience, the pro players were still praising Juzukai's decision to turn fire as unusually decisive. They were just like Xiao Yifan. In that moment, their minds hadn't made the connection. But then, they saw Yishio's Lord Grimm rushing forth ferociously. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they too all realized what was going on, and they were filled with mixed emotions. It was such a simple logic, how come they had all overlooked it? The pro players all exchanged glances, and no one spoke. But at that moment, just as it seemed that Cloud Pisser was closing in on 1 inch with single-minded focus, just as it seemed that he was going to seize him in his grasp, Cloud Pisser suddenly made a 180-degree turn. He lifted his dual revolvers, and they spat fire. Turned fire! Cloud Pisser actually turned fire once again, moving quickly at the same time. He actually threw 1 inch aside again, and charged back toward Laughing Song. This is... The audience was once again dumbfounded. Had Samsara really overlooked such a simple logic? Perhaps some people would, but Juzukai hadn't. He had been using this simple principle to lure Happy into lessening their offense against Laughing Song, and then, using the range advantage of his Cloud Pisser, he turned fire yet again and break the offense that Happy had mounted against Laughing Song. A small advance and retreat, a link that everyone had overlooked, yet Yishio and Juzukai had set up so many schemes here. Perhaps these two really are on another level, said honored guest Liebor in the broadcast. This was an extremely simple detail, but the real story lay within this simple detail. Juzukai controlled Cloud Pisser to charge in that direction. His long-range control was limited, but Fang Minghua wasn't dead. If Juzukai's offense could allow him to seize the slightest opening, he would work as hard as he could to persist. But even so, Juzukai wasn't completely confident. Ideally, Happy would have only left one person to continue attacking Laughing Song. Judging from Happy's bold and wild style today, he felt that that possibility was quite likely. But although Happy was quite unrestrained when they were going wild, when Juzukai hoped for them to go wild, to his surprise, Happy had in fact restrained themselves. Perhaps they had seen through his intention? Juzukai thought. After all, the other side had realized that they could loosen up and send an attacker away. With Ishio's knowledge and shrewdness, it was very likely that they had also prepared to defend against this strategy of baiting the tiger away from the mountain. But if they had recognized this possibility of bait, and still sent out an attacker anyway, then it had to be said that Happy really was quite daring. But to go wild like this all the time, there had to be some price to pay, no? Cloud Pisser charged forth, his gunfire quick and biting. Juzukai had thought very deeply, but he didn't waver on his decision. He didn't have a good handle on this situation, but he still firmly believed that this was worth an attempt. He believed in himself, and he believed in Fang Minghua. Our healer is still here. Chapter 1699. Steamed Bun San Toss. Nomiami. Nomiami. Opening. Fang Minghua had been searching for an opening the entire time, but this one was by far the closest to him yet. Cloud Pisser's bullets rained down. Fang Minghua could practically see the bullets flying past Laughing Song's eyes. Happy wouldn't retreat. Even if they had to take damage, they had to kill Laughing Song. But under Cloud Pisser's firepower, how could it be so easy to just tank the damage? Reinforced Iron Bones. The newly subbed-in Steamed Bun was quick-witted. The moment Juzakai attacked, his Steamed Bun invasion activated Reinforced Iron Bones. With super armor, his rhythm wouldn't be broken no matter how dense the rain of bullets. At worst, he would take more damage. The breakthrough point would have to be Soft Mist. Fang Minghua began paying more attention to Soft Mist's side. He watched Laughing Song's health carefully. Every second felt like a year. This was a match point. If Samsara could successfully rescue Laughing Song, Samsara would almost certainly win. The countless Samsara fans among the crowd stood up from their seats. Whether or not their team could lock in the win gripped their hearts. Closer, closer! They prayed in their hearts. Because they could see that at this distance, Cloud Pisser's offense wasn't threatening enough. A bit closer, and his gunfire would be more dense, and he would be able to rely on chaining together his attacks to fully suppress Soft Mist's attacks. Or perhaps because she tried too hard to dodge, her rhythm would get messed up, and Fang Minghua would be able to find an opportunity to rescue himself. Advance! This was the conviction in Juzakai's heart. Opening. This was what Fang Minghua hoped for. He would never give up until the end. Tang Ru began feeling the pressure. Steamed Bun immediately activated Reinforced Iron Bones. He wasn't feeling any pressure on his end, but that also meant that he was pushing it all onto Tang Ru. Juzakai obviously wasn't going to waste his time trying to stop a super-armored character. Maybe Bao Rongxing shouldn't have activated Reinforced Iron Bones, Pan Lin said. Maybe, but even if he hadn't, it wouldn't have stopped Juzakai from focusing on a single target, Liebor said. That's true, Pan Lin nodded his head. Maybe Bao Rongxing should try and protect Tang Ru. Liebor said. Her protection's already arrived, Pan Lin said. Yishio's Lord Grim rushed towards Cloud Pisser, firing at him. Juzakai obviously saw him, but he had the same mentality as Tang Ru and Steamed Bun right now. Offense was his number one priority. He would only deal with the attacks that would interfere with his offense. Hurry! There wasn't much time left. Once Yishio's Lord Grim got close to him, Juzakai was certain that everything would end there. Yishio's Lord Grim sticking onto him was far more threatening than Wenny's little cold hands. He moved away, doing what he could to delay Lord Grim. He open-fired. This was the final sprint. There was only one chance left. Rapid firing, random firing, berserk firing. At this moment, Cloud Pisser activated every buff he had. Juzakai didn't hold back, pushing his firepower to its peak. Success or failure would be decided here, Gatling gun. Cloud Pisser suddenly stood his ground. He stopped firing with his dual guns, instead pulling out a heavy machine gun. Under the various sharpshooter buffs, the bullets from Gatling gun were practically connected as they flew out like a ray of light. Tang Ru immediately recognized that she had to dodge no matter what. If the laser-like rain of bullets landed, she would likely be knocked back. Soft Mist dodged. The Gatling gun followed her. As the gun turned, the bullets were like an orderly flight of steps, creating an arc. The arc forced Soft Mist to move in one direction. An opening finally appeared in front of Laughing Song. Opening. The opening that he had been waiting for who knew how long had come. At this moment, Fang Minghua's attention was entirely on Steamed Bun Invasion. He knew that the only one who could attack and stop him was Steamed Bun Invasion. He didn't have the ability to fight against Steamed Bun Invasion, but he could avoid him. He had to avoid him. Charge! Laughing Song charged towards that opening. However, his gaze was locked firmly onto Steamed Bun Invasion. Steamed Bun Invasion swung his fist as if it were a conditioned reflex. He sent a punch to intercept the fleeing Laughing Song. But no matter how fast his reaction speed was, it was just an ordinary punch, so ordinary that Fang Minghua nearly laughed. How easy! Fang Minghua quickly acted. Laughing Song leaned slightly to the side as he rushed forward. Steamed Bun Invasion missed. Fang Minghua obviously didn't think that it was over just because he had dodged this single punch. But with how easy it had been to avoid Steamed Bun Invasion's first attempt, he suddenly felt like he could see another opening on Steamed Bun Invasion. After one opening, another one followed. Fang Minghua surged with excitement. His fingers suddenly felt even lighter and nimbler than before. Laughing Song raised his cross, ready to cast an instant holy cure on himself. His situation before had been so dire that he hadn't even been able to cast an instant cast skill. Holy light gathered around his cross. Just before it shone onto Laughing Song, Steamed Bun Invasion's ordinary fist suddenly opened wide, releasing a handful of sand. Sand toss? The holy light extinguished. Fang Minghua couldn't describe what he was feeling with words. That punch was a sand toss? You can sand toss like that? If it's sand toss, then throw it earlier. Why would you clench your fist so tightly? If the hand holding the sand hit me, what would that have done? Sand toss. Fang Minghua suddenly had countless questions about this common brawler skill. Laughing Song had already been hit by the sudden sand toss. Fang Minghua hadn't been able to react to it in time. His screen turned dark. A max-leveled sand toss had a 100% chance to blind if it hit the face. The effect lasted 8 seconds. The countless Samsara fans closed their eyes. 8 seconds of blind. Laughing Song had no chance of escaping anymore. Juzakai had created an opening for him, but Fang Minghua could only rely on himself to take it. However, with 8 seconds of blind, there was no hope left for Fang Minghua. What the fuck? He can't even dodge a sand toss. Countless players cursed. The pro players were speechless. This sand toss, what should they say? It felt like a joke. It could be considered a cheap play by a normal player. But Steamed Bun had brought this cheese to the highest stage on Glory, extinguishing Fang Minghua's last hopes. Unlucky. Everyone could sympathize with Fang Minghua. Now that everyone had seen it, everyone felt like they could easily deal with it. Against this delayed sand toss, you could dodge or interrupt it, easy as pie. But Fang Minghua was the first to be cheesed. When he saw that punch, the thought of it being a sand toss probably hadn't even crossed his mind, and because of that, what should have been child's play ended his life. Apart from sympathy, the pro players could only give him their sympathy. Pan Lin and Li Yibor didn't know what to say. It was such an important match point, and it was resolved through a little trick. This decisive match was filled with all sorts of weirdness. But in the end, Fang Minghua's time was over. Praying for Juzakai to pull off another miracle was hopeless. Yishio's Lord Grim had reached Cloud Pisser. With Lord Grim's mobility, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser had no way to kite him. The two began an intense duel. Not long afterwards, Samsara's Laughing Song died. For both teams, the first to die was the healer. Everyone had faith in the words, whoever controlled the enemy healer, controlled the match. Now that both healers were dead, who knew what direction the match would move towards? At least, it would still be a 5v5. However, many of the viewers felt somewhat strange when they saw the names of Happy's characters. Coincidentally, all of these people happened to be players from the 10th server. Lord Grim? Soft Mist? 1-inch Ash? Steamed Bun Invasion? Only Dancing Rain was slightly off. But the others, wasn't this the team in the 10th server that had set countless dungeon records? Chapter 1700. What a brawler. Nomiami. Nomiami. Today, the 10th server players were no longer noobs. Many of them had reached the heavenly domain and begun their higher-level journey there. But whether they'd gone to the heavenly domain or remained in the 10th server, any gamer who had experienced that pioneering period in the 10th server could never forget the dungeon record war at that time. Even if every server would experience a period like that, even if most people were only bystanders, no new server's dungeon records had ever been so thoroughly dominated by the same people. The records they achieved seemed to symbolize eternity. And now, the names that had left these records appeared in the ultimate battle of the finals. Neat and orderly, just like the original, a team with no healer, only DPS. Dancing Rain, Cleansing Mist, the names of these two accounts weren't the same. But they were the same class, the names used the same characters. By now, everyone had basically guessed that the Cleansing Mist of that time had been used by the person currently playing Dancing Rain, Situational. For a pro player to go for a normal server's dungeon record, many people would suspect them of bullying normal players. If this had been exposed at that time, Situational probably would have suffered all sorts of condemnation. But now, the situation was different. Everyone had witnessed Happy as this team grew, step by step. The dungeoning team that had swept those records, that had been their earliest form. Now, they stood upon glory's highest stage. The players who had started in the 10th server, who had been only noobs back then, were thoroughly moved. They had never experienced any glory history before the 10th server. They had only heard about the past, they had never really been deeply affected by it, because it was at a distance. But Happy had risen suddenly from their 10th server, to stand on glory's ultimate battlefield. In their eyes, this team was a symbol of their era. This was a new team, who, in the middle of their era, had grown up with them, and burst forth. In this moment, countless 10th server players were blazing with passion. With Team Happy, they could truly feel immersed in this moment. Never before had a team left such a clear and heavy mark upon a server, never before, never until now. This is our era, this is our symbol. 10th server. Many gamers who had come from the 10th server suddenly erupted with this cheer, confusing many other players. This kind of immersion, this kind of significance of a symbol, without experiencing it themselves, they could never understand. Even in the live audience, Samsara's home stadium, a commotion rose up. Of course, a number of Samsara fans had come from the 10th server as well. However, although the sight of these names may have caused memories to resurface, these gamers would not change sides because of this. The match continued. A list of characters could not kill an opponent. Yishio and Juzukai were fighting, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Sumuching and Jiangbute were circling, although Dancing Rain was clearly moving closer to Lord Grimm's side, trying to establish a connection. Tangru and Steamed Bun had finally taken care of Laughing Song, and the two of them were swiftly rushing toward Lord Grimm. Happy's next target was Juzukai's Cloud Pisser? That seemed to be the case. Happy was not a team that could be predicted through common principles, and it wasn't like they hadn't focused the opponent's core before. In that team battle against Tiny Herb in the regular season, they had focused and killed Wang Jie's Vicaria, which had become a textbook example of this strategy. And in conditions where both sides no longer had a healer, attacking the absolute core of the one-man team, Samsara, Juzukai, was simply following a logical train of thought. In the Tiny Herb match, when they'd focused Wang Jie's Vicaria, even trading 2 for 1 was worth it. However, Samsara immediately detected this clear intention. This confrontation between Juzukai and Yishio right now was no less intense than their 1v1 had been last round. On one side, bullets flew, on the other, a weapon shifted between 1,000 forms. But when he saw more of Happy's players running toward him, Juzukai knew this couldn't continue. Cloud Pisser began to fight while falling back. If only talking about movement speed, no character could keep up with Lord Grimm. But when a sharpshooter used aerial fire to move, the technique came with a natural protection of firepower. If the opponent wanted to give chase, they had to defend against the bullets that came their way. Neither side had a healer anymore. Decisions like blindly tanking damage now had to be weighed carefully. But Yishio completely ignored this fact about the present situation. Lord Grimm opened his myriad manifestations umbrella, charge. Lifting a shield only decreased the damage, it didn't completely negate it. Such a move still meant that he was tanking the damage to attack. But Yishio had other reasons for doing this. Tangru and Steamed Bun were just about to arrive, so at this moment, it was of course crucial that he stick to Cloud Pisser so that they had a beautiful 3v1 situation. Even if Cloud Pisser didn't die, any amount of damage was helpful. Right now, the situation was that there were no healers. His Lord Grimm would sacrifice some blood now to see more blood spill from Cloud Pisser later. The charge instantly closed the distance between the two characters. Even Juzakai himself knew that there was no way his Cloud Pisser could shake off Lord Grimm in the span of a few steps. When the charge activated, he was already controlling Cloud Pisser to change directions. Sidestep. Cloud Pisser stepped to the side, letting Lord Grimm's charge go past him. The skill allowed the user to move very fast, but because it was so fast, it was difficult to adjust or control the movement. But Yishio was no ordinary person. When he saw Cloud Pisser dodging, he immediately cancelled the charge. Against his own inertia, Lord Grimm twisted his body to change directions. However, Juzakai had also predicted that he might be able to make this kind of response, and his character was already backing even further away. He wanted to use these kinds of non-stop direction changes to shake off Yishio's Lord Grimm. This match had seen a cleric brawl. It had seen the cheap trick of steamed bun invasion tossing a handful of sand. It had been almost embarrassing for the audience to watch. But when they saw the direct confrontation between Yishio and Juzakai, this level, this skill, this technique demonstrated was just going up and up. Changing directions to get away, it was a very foundational technique. But when it came to Yishio and Juzakai, with the speed and frequency of these changes, not to mention the feints thrown in, it was almost too much for the eye to see. On the pro player's side, the seniors of the various teams all treated this as teaching material for their rookies to watch and learn. At the same time, their hearts were trembling as well. Juzakai didn't manage to have Cloud Pisser shake off Lord Grimm, but Yishio hadn't been able to let Lord Grimm get a solid control of Cloud Pisser. But reaching this point was already extremely difficult. For a sharpshooter to be tangled with Lord Grimm to this extent and still avoid being at a disadvantage, perhaps only Juzakai could pull that off. And for someone to struggle with Cloud Pisser like this without letting him slip away, aside from Yishio, there weren't very many who could. But overall, if this situation continued, it was Juzakai who would be at a disadvantage. As long as Yishio could pin down Cloud Pisser like this, he was achieving his goal. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun's characters were growing closer and closer. A Brawler had mid-range attack skills, and Steamed Bun Invasion was already preparing his move. Most people had no way of guessing what attack this guy would use. If you thought too deeply, you would end up like Fang Minghua. If your thoughts were too shallow, then, well. Steamed Bun's skill was right there. He could use any number of high-level techniques. Brick! In the end, when Steamed Bun Invasion stepped within attack range, in his hand was still his favorite, brick. The brick flew, but the distance was a bit far. While Cloud Pisser was struggling with Lord Grimm, he lifted his guns, bang bang, and that brick was shattered in midair. Whoa, you've got some skill. Steamed Bun's strange words immediately arrived. In all of glory, everyone knew that Juzakai very much had some skill. Truly, everyone found Steamed Bun's shocked tone incomprehensible. Boss, I'm coming, watch me. Steamed Bun was still shouting. With this tone, it really seemed as though there were some powerful attack in the making. But if you wanted to say that this was him giving a signal to coordinate with Yishio, that didn't seem too right. A signal for cooperation, it wouldn't come with such a grandiose announcement in the public chat. And so, Steamed Bun Invasion attacked again. Molotov cocktail. Another flying projectile. What use was that? The high-level pro players could no longer take any of Steamed Bun's crude action seriously. The brick had been shattered by Juzakai's fire in midair. What could this Molotov cocktail do? What's more, even if Juzakai didn't manage to shoot it down, then if it hit, it would just cause some AoE burn damage. Cloud Pisser would just lose some health, that was all. It wouldn't help control the opponent at all. Every class type had a subclass that excelled in control. For the swordsman class, that was the Ghost Blade. For the gunner, the Spitfire, the Mage, Witch, the Nightwalker, Warlock, the Priest, Exorcist. And among the fighter classes, the grappler so-called control revolved around the strong priority of that class's grab skills, which would simply bind the opponent. If talking about the true meaning of control, the one at the front of the fighters was still the Brawler class. Right now, Happy just needed to control Cloud Pisser. But then, Steamed Bun Invasion came in with a brick, which was too far and posed no threat. And then, a Molotov cocktail, which, even if it hit the opponent, would pose no threat of control. What kind of bullshit is this? Among the pro players, Tang Hao could barely stay seated. He felt that this kind of brawler level was embarrassing to the brawler class as a whole. Even though Steamed Bun had played a big role in killing Laughing Song, the skill he displayed then was nothing impressive. Everyone sympathized with Laughing Song, no one praised Steamed Bun for being exceptional. And now, in such a critical moment, Yi Xiu was working so hard to keep Juzakai from escaping. Steamed Bun Invasion had mid-range attack options, he could start supporting early, but these two attacks didn't give Juzakai any difficulty at all. "Get a brain, won't you?" Tang Hao couldn't help but begin shouting.